take the second deepest breath, or the third deepest breath. Hold it for 10. See, Angelo, this is how you get that power from that green ring. Let it go and say, I am a mountain. And take the fourth deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10, 10, not 11, 10, not 9.
Fifth.
Hold it for 10 seconds. And say, I am water.
I am water. Come on, Dean.
Take another deep breath. Hold it for
And
10
how
seconds.
many?
Just let it go and say, I am still water.
I am still.
Okay, this is the last one. This is the one that frees you. Here we go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Let it go and say, I am space. Take.
What is space?
I love doing that to my older brother because he works for the Space Force, and I just tell him his job is fake, and he's like, nigga, how?
Angelo, never argue with a fat person.
Man, I can get the fucking kebabs jiggling in my fucking 2,000-pound life, and nigga.
2,000-pound ass kebab, nigga.
Okay, now we're going to do a Tao Te Ching meditation.
Oh, wait, we cannot say the N word here. Oh, really? I have no patience today for Tao Te Ching.
I'm like a bad doctor. I have no patience.
That's so bad.
I'm like a bad doctor. I ain't got no patience. Oh,
Yeah, you're an American gonna marry. It's been like years now. Who? You an American we're gonna marry. Oh shit, where Palestine will be free.
Marry a Jew. Fucking Jew hate.
That's right, motherfucker.
There's got to be something with these Free Palestine people because I'm trying to schedule a date with a Free Palestine girl, and it's such a ridiculous communication just to like get
Free Palestine. Jews work free, and they're like, never in my life.
That's right. That was actually good.
They're like, free? Well, I don't know about that. My bad, my friend.
What happened?
he's in his car.
You know, I already live in the real Jewish homeland. I live in Long Island. So, always been pro-Jew, pro-kosher.
Wait, Edmund, do you write in your profile that you're Jewish?
No.
That's the funny thing about patrilineal Jews. I feel like you look pretty Jewish to me, but maybe not.
Well,
Does your dad look Jewish, John?
it just depends on if your Judar goes off or not. I don't know, because if you don't say you're Jewish, some people are like, you look a little Middle Eastern. I've even heard people say, I thought you were like half black, half white. I've heard all. I've heard everything.
Nigga. What do you call it? On Long Island, most of the fraternal Jews I know, they just come out and they look like Italians. They all just look like Jon Stewart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Jon Stewart.
That's the thing, is that a Jew can be very ambiguous if there's no markers to identify him or her as being like, somewhat or even Jew. So that's why I say it's like Comic-Con. Like if you were to just, dress up in a certain way, like you would be indistinguishable from any other person because, there's no such thing as Jewish.
What do you call it? Growing up on Long Island, all the Jews I know were like Lithuanian and Polish. And I remember like at 18 meeting a Sephardic Jew, and he's like, I'm a Jew. I'm like, how are you a Jew? You're not blonde. You don't have blue eyes. You're not 6'5".
Well, for example, if you look at like a very beautiful 21-year-old Afghan girl, you have no idea, and like there's no markers or no information. It's like That would be an interesting thing is to see if like see 100 pictures and see if you can identify all of them. Yeah, and they're all generic pictures. That's what I'm saying. It's very difficult to do. It's so hard to know where somebody's really from. Especially, I feel like Israelis. You see pictures of Israelis sometimes, and you're just like, yeah, wouldn't know where you're from. If I heard him speak, you could tell. But okay, this is Friday in America. What's HBD? Would you rather just like come up and say what it is? I guess I could look it up on my other phone. HBD.gg. So I think I've like ruined the anonymous feature on this app because what is this? Ethno guesser? Oh. The ethno guesser. That's funny.
Why don't you ruin the anonymous feature on this app?
Because none of the rooms that I've been recording have been, I can't. They're gone. Like Jeff's room, Ben Mendelsohn's room. The only one that seems to keep going is Patty's room and Lisa's 420 room. So those political rooms like are never ending. You know why? Because they're like chillism. It's just a bunch of African Americans trying to play the news broadcaster or have their never-ending conversations and never-ending debates of stupidity with stupid people.
Wait, you can go into rooms when you're blocked?
Well, I'm going to get a new anonymous to see if it's possible that Danny outed my anonymous account. So we'll see. George, welcome to America.
Hello. Thank you. I love it here. I was born here, proud American. Go America. America is this world's hopes and dreams. America is a great experiment of human life that will succeed and it will flourish.
No, it's not.
Is that Yusuf?
No.
Is that my name Yusuf?
No, it's Armenian guy.
No. That's my nigga Armenian.
I think it is Yusuf, actually. Is it?
Yusuf. Old Testament Yusuf, yes.
What?
Are you guys well versed in the Bible? Guys, I don't know. I'm so excited. I unlocked the Bible. Reading. Don't start down your baby. What's that?
So you're like Ryan. They're all like fake, contemporary happy and hippie-ish, and then down the day you become so nasty and negative. Although you've been consistently like hippie-ish, so.
Yeah, I was removed from the big chillism room yesterday. I'm so devastated, Joseph, and his brother. You're not a big chiller.
Yeah.
You don't really chill like that, George. I got a little too zesty. I was like, because I got my thesis. I'm putting out that we should all have Greek sperm donor babies and raise them Jewish. And I use emojis and stuff, and I'm like the black teacher because I've been a teacher for 7 years, and I realized some kids are just not that smart, and kids who are genetically not gifted in other ways also act out in class, and they're crying out for help. They're crying out for help. They deserve, intelligence is genetic.
Say it again. Say it again.
It's not fair. It's not fair.
Oh, he cooking.
It's not fair, and that's the primary inequality of human life. Genetic inequality. Everybody deserves and there are individuals in all groups that can contribute. Even black people? Even black people. The smartest black people. You sleep with black people, George? I've slept with a lot of black people, yeah. I couldn't imagine doing that myself. Well, there's something beautiful about black people. There's something beautiful about all people. Like when you turn off the lights and they're having sex with a ghost.
They got purple nipples.
George liked that one. you ever heard of phantoming? Like you're having sex with a girl from behind, you turn off the lights, and then your buddy comes out of the closet, and then you run outside to the window, and then while he's hitting it, you wave to her. That's a lot of setup. Honestly, I don't know if I can do that.
It's a lot of prep.
That's like some Batman prep time.
And any school administrator worth their weight in shit knows they hate planning lessons.
Would you get dressed before the wave, or would you go outside naked and wave naked?
I think I would wear like a top hat and a morning suit. I think that's
So you need to do like a quick costume. You gotta like throw the coat on. You like dap him up, he fucks her, you throw on the coat. Shoes or no shoes? Or you just go without shoes?
You know, I'm thinking the only thing you should wear is shoes. Like,
What about some galoshes? How about a couple of knee-high galoshes?
let me put on my Balenci's real quick. Good thing that Arab left. Can't stand her.
Oh, I'm crying.
Now she's a Maronite. I thought she was a Muslim.
What is a Maronite?
A Lebanese Christian, basically a Greek person that got lost. Well, actually, a lot of Maronites are like half Armenian now.
Well, maybe she's your long lost cousin.
Nigga, she's a long lost retard.
That's American's wife. What's up with her like that?
You need a new wife, dog.
Yeah, just pick between her or Isa. You haven't met Isa yet.
The prophet, Jesus Christ, I've met him a couple times. I see him at church sometimes.
Not too much credits.
That Iranian German guy was funny. He's like, "Are you a Christian?" He's like, "I just love Jesus." Iranian Christian. The dude from Germany.
Oh, I wasn't listening to him. I was doing stuff in the background.
Like making kebab.
Yeah, how did you know that?
Stereotypes exist for a reason.
Where are you
It's at
guys?
work.
Oh my God.
I'm sitting on a bucket hitting my vape. I can't believe I made $27 an hour to do this. That's like when I drank all the coffee in the bag and I'm just like on the toilet for like 2 hours and I'm like, God, thank you, Marek. Huh?
You work at a restaurant?
A vet.
Oh, word.
That's how I get all the white bitches. They're like, you work with animals? I'm like, every day in my life.
That's true. It is something like a good thing to have as a man, to care about animals.
I'm good friends with Soundstar, the Australian woman. She works, I think she volunteers at an animal rescue in Australia. So she has like wallabies and shit. I wanted to go to the zoo today, actually, or the aquarium. Last time I went to the aquarium was 3 years ago, and my girlfriend had like a hybrid car, and this bitch left the fucking car on for like 3 hours while we were in the aquarium, and she's like, "Oh, thank God we have the electric option." You're in California, right?
Yep.
Have you been to the aquarium, like the big one? I forget what it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Pacific.
Yeah, dude. I ever since I saw Finding Dory, I'm like, I gotta go see this shit.
Finding Dory. Isn't it Finding Nemo?
We had a
That's
class.
the first one we did.
Sure.
I didn't watch both of them. I was too old for that shit. But yeah, you just turned 18, so go ahead and send it.
Well, I'm gonna play a couple clips from yesterday. Here we go.
Well, what I'm hearing, tell me this is an oversimplification, but what I'm hearing is evil exists, and so does Yetzer Hara. They both exist. I'm not sure about evil, but Yetzer Hara.
That's it.
Not the greatest sound quality in the double phone.
Yeah. I think I've heard everything.
What happened? I couldn't make it out so much.
That was amazing when everybody was saying, say this word. That was like possibly the dumbest moment I've ever witnessed on Clubhouse.
Because it's hard for dumb people to determine who's dumb, who's not. We judge people based on how smart they are and we shouldn't. But that's the world we live in with our jobs. We sort people out, their education. And then dumb people are like so dumb. It's crazy. They're like geniuses in the world, and then there are people who are just like have middle school insights when they're talking on Clubhouse. Like they just say the most basic.
George, you know about the hypothetical shit? What do you teach, George? You teach high school? What all year?
All grades high school.
All grades of high school. Got it. So I teach a bunch of stuff, but one of the things now, am I in the Matrix? I'm probably in the Matrix.
No.
All right, well, I only have one bar. But, bro, do you know about the hypotheticals, about how some people's brains can handle a hypothetical situation and some people just can't comprehend hypotheticals?
I haven't heard of. I think yes, and then green text.
So the thing is, they say, how would you feel if you had
They're the Matrix. They're in the Matrix. Still in the Matrix. And they hate intelligence.
now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
See? So they say, how would you feel if you had not eaten breakfast? Have you heard that thing?
Yeah, that's it, but I have a practice. Yeah. Yeah, and it's, it's tragic, but it's just basic biology. It doesn't make anybody a better or worse person. You just need to be, the more intelligence you have, the better your quality of life. And every child just deserves the best genes, and I was born this way. And my whole life, when I found out, everything made sense. Because I've just always excelled. My life's been like Joseph and his brothers. Jealous men, covetous women. As a teacher, I can hardly speak. As soon as I start speaking to kids, especially the worst students, will just drown me out. They'll start talking when they weren't talking before because that's like the instinct.
Abby,
Yeah.
şimdi bir oda aç.
Ne oldu?
Is that Jew-hating bitch? Oh, she's gone.
What did you say?
Zach, she's engaged to a patrilineal Jew.
Oh, really? Is that you?
I told you what follows that is free.
Keep dreaming, bitch.
That's crazy, dude. They literally say free Palestine.
No more hummus, no more wine. Free Palestine. Imagine
Hey, John. Sorry, what?
Imagine coming on a social audio chat app and saying, "I will never get married until Palestine is free."
Wait, tell us about this. Tell us about this pro-Pally.
That's a terrible excuse not to get married.
Tell us about the girl on the dating app. The communication with her is weird because she's crazy or what?
There's so much text coming out of her. Like I want to give as little
Is she
text.
out?
She just she doesn't understand basic human communication.
Yeah, it's over communication. That's the problem on her behalf.
How old?
I don't know, late 20s, mid 20s. It's just such a ridiculous waste of time on her behalf that you have to be crazy and neurotic to want to waste your time writing a paragraph on fucking Hinge. It's like
What kind of stuff? Can you give us an example, or is it just
it's just way over communication to the point where it's like tell me a day and time and shut the fuck up about everything else.
You know what I do when women send me long paragraphs in text? I get ChatGPT to write me a response.
It's kind of funny too because they do get offended if you don't respond, with enough communication.
If you respond in a terse, brief way, then they'll be pissed off.
That's why I love iPhone, because instead of responding, I just hit motherfuckers with thumbs up.
Yeah, well, I do that too.
Don't the men do that too? Like write paragraphs? Maybe that's what it was to that.
So wait, let me ask you a question to Galilean Princess. Wait, you're not going to get married till Palestine is free?
That's right.
You're gonna be waiting a long goddamn time, huh?
Then I'll wait.
I mean, you do realize how complete. You must realize how stupid you are.
I mean, I do want to give birth at the Sea of Galilee.
Well, wait, what does that mean when Palestine is free? What does that look like to you?
When everything is free in Palestine, like the kebab, the shawarma,
Everything is free. Even the homeless.
They don't have Disneyland. They have Jihad Land or something there. You can go to free. That's actually how I think we can bring peace to Israel. You don't build their temple, but you tear down Al Aqsa Mosque and just make the first.
Want the temple to be built.
And here's the thing: you make the first Disneyland in the Middle East. You tear down Al Aqsa and put Disneyland right on top of that bitch. And then when Palestinian people that's not right. It's like, why? You don't want brown children to go to Disneyland? What are you, some kind of fucking racist?
That's racist, yeah.
I can only picture the security trying to get to Disneyland Middle East.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting because Gaza's pretty much gone.
Disneyland Middle East.
I mean, Zach, you actually went to the border, right? You said that the northern part of Gaza still had a lot of buildings, right?
When I was there in when was it? There, December 2020. Yes, I went to Sderot, which is the Israeli town that's on the border of Gaza, and you can go look at a lookout point into Gaza. And it didn't look, no, I wouldn't say it looked totally flattened. I mean, I think that some neighborhoods have been flattened, but I think that Gaza is a lot bigger than we often think.
But the thing is, the toxic waste from all the shelling and everything, it's got to be just dug out now because it's just so toxic with, corrosive metals and everything else that it's just like a cancer fucking pit now. So this whole
it's not like it's not fucked up. It is fucked up, but they're retarded.
Anyways, people are retarded. All this political shit. It's like, are you gonna go over there and start cleaning up? You know what I'm saying? How nobody takes into account how much work is required now to actually just clean the fucking place up prior to even building anything new. So it's like it's so much work involved that all these people complaining all the time, they are so full of shit because they have no idea how much manual labor is going to be required to even begin to like rebuild. Like you're talking about somebody's whole life could be dedicated to rebuilding. I mean, northwest side of Chicago, there are people that spent 20, 30 years building houses when there were no fucking houses. So it's like, welcome to your new reality of building houses for the next 20 fucking years. Are you gonna take your fat ass off the street with your stupid sign in your bucket? And are you gonna go fucking lay brick and dig pits and everything else? It's like, nope. You're just gonna
I'll
be
dig a pit in Palestine only if you put the Palestinians in the said pit.
well, my point is like the work component of all of this political discourse and communication is like the real heavy lifting. So like even having these conversations at this point is your own stupidity and neuroticism because none of these people are willing to even move a fucking pinky to put a brick in place. So, fuck them all on this app and fuck them everywhere else. If you meet them in the real world, they're even worse than the people here on this app because in the real world, that's a little more work than turning an app on your phone to have a painless, meaningless conversation, which costs you nothing. So, anyways, those are my thoughts this morning.
Those people, they're stuck in their identities. All of the people in that region are about the same. And they have these different identities that are based on fairy tales.
I mean, look who's talking.
No, everything for me is
Maybe
all
not you,
intellectual.
but your fellow Armenians or some other.
Yeah, but the thing is with Armenians is they're like Israel. They're an existential threat from their neighbors.
And you're not like Palestine?
Palestine, guys, it's just the Arabs. We focus on Palestine. If you zoom in on Palestine, like Palestinians, they're just the Arabs, and they should work together to make peace and do the right thing. They're holding the world back. And they always have. They did make, empires of peace, times of flourishing, but they didn't really contribute so much to world history. And the Arab was the first one to tell me this. An Arab Christian from Syria said all the accomplishments are from the Persians. That's the case. There's an inferiority complex there. So they should just have good kids and raise them tradition. Would you like some fresh meats, my darlings? There's nothing we can lost.
I was terrified to ask.
I grew up this way, and it's like if you compare me to my cousins, there are huge differences. Imagine how quickly we would innovate if every kid was like this. Imagine how quickly we'd have peace. How much less suffering there would be in the world. You just have genius everywhere.
Yeah, but it's all an index, so.
It's the best thing. It has an overwhelming force behind it. It feels almost inevitable that people would just start doing this if they care about their kids.
Take another step closer, and I'll kill you all. another step closer, and I'll kill you all.
It's somewhere.
And I'll say that too. So I mean, hey, my relationship's mainly been Hispanic, from Mexican to Spanish, and it's always like it's my way or the highway kind of thing. They won't even give you, as soon as you try to get a word in edgewise, they don't hear it and they walk away. I mean, there's a lot of
Right, and the female nature will make.
Yes.
Oh my god, you guys are still here.
What do you
I
want?
got a new chillers in the room.
Let me help.
Yes.
Let me help free you from the mind virus.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna read a poem and then I'm gonna end this one. Okay, this is called number. Well, we read 32 last time. You're 32, right, Abby? So it was a pretty good one. It's short. It says, "Tao is always nameless, small as it is in its primal simplicity. It is inferior to nothing in the world. If only a ruler could cling to it, everything will render homage to him. Heaven and earth will be harmonized and send down sweet dew. Peace and order will reign among the people without any command from above. When once primal simplicity diversified, different names appeared. Are there not enough names now? Is this not the time to stop? To know when to stop is to preserve ourselves from danger. The Tao is to the world what a great river or an ocean is to the stream and brooks." Okay, let me see what else there is. Let's see what Anonymous gives us.
You know, like when Muslim men, their wives, if they want to get remarried, the ex-wife has to have sex with another man before he can remarry her. So you fucked her mother so that her mother could just say that she was remarried to her father.
Illume, let me inform you something, okay? The day that I'm gonna fuck a Muslim woman, I will commit suicide.
She'll be completely suicide, do me a favor.
I'm not making my bulbul dirty with a Muslima.
Fair enough.
Of course they're not gonna look at me, they are scared of me. And by the way, just to inform you, there is a reason why Arab men prefer to fuck gold and not you, because you're so ugly.
That's why they want the women to wear burqa.
כנראה המחשב שלך עכשיו.
Ooh. Oh, really?
If you slip them.
Before we load or after we load? Holy shit.
Free Palestine stupid clown can help, but you know just how much time you waste not engaged in Torah. That's the true value.
When they started over the
Palestine stupid. But you know, just how much time you waste not engaged in Torah.
The people who don't value their criticism in the first place. And to think that I should take criticism from someone who I don't value. That's why I actually thought the boss one was a good example. The reason why people take criticism from their boss is because there is a value for what their boss is saying. There's a value for their position in their life. The same reason why they would take it from their mother, their partner, and is it
Go against your own views sometimes, or many times, all right? And he's making the claim Muslims are tolerant. I'm making the claim.
just the quickest Google search. Ted Haggard, a prominent, and let me share my screen just so people can see this. Share my screen. See this? All right. Ted Haggard, prominent evangelical pastor, faced public accusations in 2006, wow, long time ago, regarding drug use and a relationship with a male prostitute named Mike Jones. Accusations. Jones, a former male escort, alleged that Haggard had paid him for sex over a 3-year period. Wow. And that Haggard had used crystal meth during their encounters. Haggard's response. Haggard initially denied the allegations, but later admitted to receiving a massage from, this is so messed up, a massage from Jones and purchasing meth, although he claimed he never used the drugs. I smoked, but I did not inhale. That's if you don't know. He also admitted to sexual immorality in relation to Jones that he had an inappropriate relationship with a young man who volunteered at his church who was 22 years old when the relationship began. Haggard stated that the relationship with volunteer did not involve physical contact, though the volunteer alleged that Haggard did bad stuff in front of him. Not going to read too much detail. Consequences, let's see. Haggard resigned from his positions as New Life Church. He and the church agreed to a settlement. He left Colorado Springs for a time. So it seems like the only thing about this is the only person alleged was 22, not a minor.
Right, and if you remember,
Still bad.
Right,
Very, very bad.
One of the things that I said was it could have been that he wasn't a minor. Like I don't have a dog in this fight.
Did you say 17?
Yeah, I did, and then after that, I listened to the replay. I corrected myself and said, okay, he may not have been.
Okay,
Which is fine. I don't have a dog in the fight.
Yeah, no one does, right? Okay, so unless someone proves different, USB never hold your piece of appears. While incredibly gross sins in volume and the sins, it did not appear to be anyone underage from what we can tell. So, still bad. Don't do that. If anyone needed, is there a Bible verse for that? Well, yeah, there's a lot of them, but I mean, is it not common sense already? Don't do that stuff. Okay, where were we?
Welcome back to another exciting episode of Clown House, where people are going to waste their entire Friday talking about nothing and Nathan's brain rotted out criticism, where everyone is on brain rot.
List of voice notes.
It was an 8-minute voice note. And then I responded with another 3 or 4 minutes. It's fine. I'm stressed. It's fine.
Wait, you're stressed? Why? That you have a job?
Yes.
Oh, I can tell you how to quit that real easy. If jobs are causing you stress, I'm kind of a master.
You know what causes more stress is like not eating, though.
Eat? Why aren't you eating?
If I quit my job.
I mean, well,
It's fine. Listen, there's an argument going on in the Discord we can talk about.
just give me the summary so we can shy away from it if we want.
Yeah, you got it. It's about whether, it's a can salvation be lost argument.
Oh, which Discord is that in?
Yours.
What? Where?
Under the atheist alpha.
Okay, everyone, if you haven't yet, now's the time to go see what we're about to talk about. Maybe good, maybe bad. Go to askachristianpodcast.com, scroll to the bottom, and click join the Discord.
So this is one of my favorite discussions that Christians have, right? Is the OSAS, kind of the once saved, always saved versus conditional salvation. It's a really interesting one, and it's one of the ones that I hear believers argue about a lot. So, like when I was a believer, I believed, the Bible says, it's like if you do this, you will have, present tense. You will be present tense saved. And if you have something like that, and you lose it, my belief when I was a Christian was that you could not. Like, if you were saved, you were saved.
Well, yeah, and I think I hate this word, but it's the only one I can think of now because I hear it constantly. Like, whenever someone's like, doesn't want to use words like contradictions because they firmly believe there's no contradiction in the Bible. I mean, 14 years deep diving, haven't found one that's proven itself to me yet. People, do like paradoxical things or things that's like, oh, is that a contradiction? And you read everything in context, it's like, no, clearly not. Anyway, so I've never heard anything that's convinced me remotely. But people don't like that word, or to say seeming contradiction, or explaining how it is. So there's a tension. We hate that word. But there seems to be a tension for
Is there a third way?
Yeah, there seems to be a tension. I like that better than the third way. Between these two passages, not a contradiction. The Bereans studied the scriptures daily. They pored over these. This is what the Bible talks about to make sure what people were teaching them and telling them about scripture and Christianity were correct. So they fact-checked, right? Very Reagan-esque, trust but verify. So that's what they did. And, oh goodness, what was the other thing? What was the whole other way I was going with that, Michael?
I'm sorry, you asking me?
Lose your salvation. No, I got it. It was a lose your salvation, right? So you can you should dive into scripture. You should dig into it, the meat of the word, just like the Bible also tells us to. Salvation's great, but once you're like salvation, well, learn what that means. Broaden your branches, like expand the roots, and get to the meat of the word to learn more and go deeper. So you have learned about this, make sure it's correct. Talk about doctrinal issues. But then, live peace with all people as much as like you and people will know your mind disciples by the love you have for each other. So this seems very clear. Some people are like, that's a contradiction. It can't be done. Well, no. Like the glass half full or the, right way of looking at this is, yes, you will have differences with each other. Talk about them. When you notice the tension building and people start getting snippy and rude and snarky, just back away. You're like, you know what? Okay, I think you can lose your salvation. I think you can't lose your salvation. See, I said I because I don't want to be pigeonholed in either one of those. So it's like, it's fine. The point is everyone calling on the name of Jesus for salvation? Does everyone in this discussion have eternal life? Great, that's the biggest thing. Let's start there. We all agree on that. So now, let's talk about this. And when people start getting heated, just put a pin in it, back up like a Microsoft reset to the last point that everything worked, and then start again. And if you honestly are unable to continue past a certain point without being a jerk, then maybe you need to just not talk about OSAS and go read about the fruits of the Spirit and apply them to your life. And maybe after you remove the speck or the log from your own eye, we can go talk about the perceived speck in someone else on wrong doctrine, whether it's lose your salvation or never have it. However, I think if we're talking about words, they speak very clearly. It just speaks clearly, right? Like it's like, well, when does eternal life begin? Well, the moment you are regenerated. Let's use that buzzword. There you go. There's the book, guys. But the moment you are saved and sealed by the Holy Spirit, guaranteeing your salvation, you've received eternal life. How long is eternal life? Forever. Eternal. Everlasting. So it's like, well, by the words, if words have meaning, and the Bible has meaning, then on paper that is the right answer. But then it's almost wordplay. Like that is the right answer, right? You can't lose your salvation. A true Christian has eternal life by the word. It is eternal. But then you get kind of like wordplay, so it's not necessarily a different thing saying you can lose your salvation. It is different. But the way to say that, the counter to that is this person was a Christian like Michael, and now he's lost his salvation. Well, you're just using different words of the OSAS people who will be like, no. The exact same result you said. He's clearly not a Christian, but he didn't lose his salvation because eternal life doesn't stop. He never truly had it. Therefore, he needs to come get saved for the one and only time. So it's just a argument that does matter based on your theological understanding of stuff. But if it rises to the level of like visceral contention and being angry, crossing into sin territory, that's your biggest problem. Anyway, there you go.
Yeah, like I can't tell you how many times I've heard. That I've watched other debates or gone on other YouTube channels and stuff like that, and watched people argue about this stuff, right? And because the Bible says, what must I do to be saved? Believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, you'll be saved, right? Though, Romans 10, right? If you believe in your heart, confess your mouth, Jesus is Lord, you'll be saved. Okay, fine. And then the Bible should say, well, if you left us, you were never with us, blah blah blah. And so I understand what you say. When you say that you hear these things and people say that they're contradictions. I also understand why you don't see them as contradictory. I would hope you can understand how other people do. But it is like those few verses, right, that I just chucked out there. Those are reasons why people have this discussion, and I personally, I find it fascinating to listen to. It's one of the interesting ones that, like, if there's a debate, one saved, always saved versus conditional salvation, I will always watch that on whoever's YouTube channel because I find that genuinely interesting. Now, if the former rather than the latter is true, and what you believe is true, I guess I'll see you in heaven, though I don't particularly want to go.
You see, that's the thing that interests me, not enough to watch, but when you will find someone who's not a Christian, and they will say something like, your view of heaven, based on like one interpretation, when there's plenty of difference, they're like, well, based on your Bible's depiction of heaven, I wouldn't even want to go there. And it's like, okay, well, think about this like a normal person that doesn't secretly harbor hate for God in their heart. Not you, Michael, but whoever would put themselves in this place. So even if heaven was real, I don't want to go there because I don't want to fly around with angel wings and, just play a trumpet forever. Okay, well, that's not how heaven exactly is described, but whatever version of heaven you've concocted, or like, I don't want to be in heaven knowing that loved ones are burning in eternal torment. We're not told. That's an assumption, right? We're not told how much knowledge we're going to have about stuff outside of heaven or even in heaven. We're just not told. So that's an assumption. assuming you'll keep all of your current knowledge or gain new knowledge. You're assuming that. But even if that were true, well, I couldn't be in heaven. Okay, well, the alternative is burn and eternal hell with them. That's what I choose because that's doable. Okay, I'm not going to call you a liar. I'm not going to say it's not possible, but I think most people, it's like the same thing. I don't believe in your God, and if I find out your God is real and I'm standing before him, I'm going to tell him off why he's wrong. I'm not going to say you're a liar, but of all the people who make that claim, like I will definitely do this, and I could never live in your heaven, even if it means burning and torment away from God and my Creator forever, because I am so noble and I have moral high ground. There may be, like, just in the interest of never saying never, like, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8 people in the history of the planet who would be able to somehow do that, and that's being generous, because when you're confronted with the Bible's true description of this God, I think you're more going to be like soil on yourself. It's spiritual beings in that.
I mean, how many times have we talked about that? I have said those exact words to you.
Right.
I get that, but I think one of the things I think is interesting is to me, it's like one of the things for me that makes life so precious is that it doesn't go on forever. Right? I think the idea of eternal life, and this is my personal opinion, I think the idea of eternal life cheapens life.
It's exactly that. Like you couldn't have said it better. That is the reasoning we're kind of working with. So on one hand, it's like a Hallmark moment, right? It's like, see, life is finite. It's beautiful. Think how precious that is. Exactly what you said. Like in the natural man's wisdom, it completely makes sense. In real people speak, though, if this is the way it is, and Christians believe this is the way it is, it doesn't matter if you think life is more important, if it is finite. If the truth of the matter is, you don't get that option. Life is eternal, either eternal separation from God, or eternal reconciliation to your God, which in that case, it exponentially increases the value of life. And so it's like adding a whole other dimension that people aren't considering. So, it doesn't matter what someone concocts in their mind if this vision of life is beautiful because it's finite. If life is truly not finite, that's just a wish and a dream. But then on the other side, you add another parameter to that, which is now life doesn't just continue mundane how it is or maybe in your current existence. If you get the reconciliation with your Creator, salvation through Jesus, then you're exponentially and forever eternally increasing in value and in amazingness, because now you're not just continuing this life that has its ups and downs. You latched on and been reconciled through Jesus to your very Creator, and you can every day, every constantly infinite progression is going to be more knowledge, more revelation about the Creator you've been reconciled to. So it is infinitely going to increase in awesomeness experience. So it can only be better. And again, if you're like, well, I don't believe that. Well, this is how the Christian worldview is. So if this case is true, then that's how it is, whether someone likes it or not. And I know you would agree with that. You're like, well, if that's how it is, that's how it is. So believing this is how it is, you've got that option where everything's increasingly, infinitely going to get better and better and more awesome. Every day is a new experience. Or every day, and I say day because, Jesus is the light, and there's no need for a sun and stuff like that. So I use day colloquially for your continued existence. If it's separated from God, by default, aligning with the greatest evil and Team Satan, each continued day of existence is going to be infinitely worse and worse. So those are the options. A finite life is not one of them. And then if a finite life were one of the options, what you say makes sense.
Well, then, I guess what I do is I fall back on something I've said to you many times, and I've said other places many times. Sam Harris, in Letter to a Christian Nation, said it best. In the fullness of time, one side of this argument is really going to win, and the other side is really going to lose. But the reality is, and this is what I truly believe. The reality is, we're never going to know.
like, because I am convinced that what you believe is not true and what I believe is true. And it's, like like there would be some who would say, I wish you could know how wrong you are. But I mean, when we die, we just snuff out. So you're not going to know that you were wrong.
Right. So
and I won't know that I was right.
Yeah, and wars have been fought over this. So depending on where someone's angle, it's like, well, what is your angle? So hopefully you shouldn't be willing to start a war over religious belief. Plenty of that has been done. Hopefully, it shouldn't be now. It still is from some people. But as far as the Christian outlook, there is like the opposite mandate. So our job, truly believing what we believe, is to simply share the good news. It means good news. And if someone wants to hear that, we will continue sharing more and more good news. If someone's like, no, thank you, I don't want your God. I don't believe it. I lack a belief in it. I believe in Harry Potter before I believe in your God. Okay, so what you're saying is you don't want to hear it. Fine. I will leave you to your fate. God will be your judge. Go in peace. Let's have lunch. That should be the response, because believing in our God so much, that is our mandate, only to share and to tell. Hopefully, from your position, you believe life is finite. There's, gods and fairy dust and unicorns or whatever. You should be like, okay, well, look, if you want to believe in God or whatever, or even if you don't believe in God, just, hey, I think this is my theological view, that there is nothing to do with theology. Just be a decent person. That should be about the most extreme either of our positions are. You really believe this about the way we end. So you would want other people to just be like, hey man, life's fine. I do the best you can. Be a decent person. Don't be a slug. And I'm like, well, yes, I believe this is eternally important. But our God that we believe so much doesn't say force conversion, doesn't say be violent. He says tell the good news and trust him to do what he will for the rest. It's above our pay grade. That's the answer. John, what's up, John?
Yes, I think we agree.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to say that the now is all important. So if you believe in eternity or infinity, it's technically the now, which is a compression. And everyone is like a succession of compressions, generationally speaking. So eternity or infinity and beyond is always in this thing called the NOW. And if you know what the now is, it releases a lot of tension, I think, and ends a lot of debate. Like you said, okay, let's have lunch.
Sure. And Random, by the way, I see there I invited you up multiple times. So if there's problems, just let me know. But I did invite you, and Amani. And hey, Addie, what's up? And thanks, John, for that. How's it going? Amani, what's up?
Hello.
Hello.
I didn't connect to my phone, but I wanna know your idea about the special verse. Of course, I think already we talked about it, but to be honest, I didn't really get any good response from any of biblical believers. I think this verse is so important, and I just wanna hear that I would appreciate you and define a clear position about this verse. Let me find it, maybe, and if you say yes. Deuteronomy 18, we talk about the prophet from verse 22. It says that when a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, if the word does not come to pass or come true, that's the word that the Lord has not spoken. The prophet has spoken it presumptuously. You need not be afraid of him. If a prophet says a word from the Lord, it should come to pass. I want to know from your idea, is it the right way to recognize a true prophet? I want to say that such a saint might come to pass in any religion, any kind of ideology, either non-believers, the ideal source, or
any other religions, fastest thing what might happen. Someone can say something, and in the future it can come to pass. Before I go further, I gotta know your personal idea. Is it the right way to recognize a true prophet in your view?
It was the right way. This is Moses talking about people in the spirit. The people of Israel were able to test for a prophet. They didn't have to just blindly follow a prophet. They had a test, something Michael would be cheering and shouting at, and be like, "We can test this with evidence." So Moses was talking about how you can test prophets and their prophecies based on whether or not they come true. By the way, the prescription for a false prophet is death. So that was the right way. However, now we don't have prophets in that same way, because all the prophecies that the prophets made, they are written down in the Bible, so we have that. So if someone claims, if it's another religion, I will just say automatically false prophet, because even in Christianity, you can say it's a false prophet. Yeah, you may want to be a little charitable for what you're asking. No, there is no prophet in the way you're talking about, like foretelling the future, because we have the fullness of all the prophecies that will ever be given in the Bible. So if someone wanted to be the closest thing you could be to a prophet, well, you would A, need to be Christian, and B, you would basically just need to read an unfulfilled prophecy in the Bible. So, which at that point is not really much of a prophet at all. So no, there is not a prophet like the days of Isaiah or Moses or the Old Testament, Elijah. There were not prophets like that. What you're reading was accurate and applicable for then, but for now, if anyone claims to be a prophet, that's a red flag. Get away from them. They're automatically not true. You don't need to do a test. You already know they failed the test. So anyway, the closest thing you can get to it is read Revelation about the second coming, or about some tribulation, something that has been unfulfilled. And if someone says, "Well, I'm a prophet," no, at this point you're just reading a Bible prophecy that's not been fulfilled yet, which there are very few left. So that's the answer. There is no prophet today, the way that you're talking about back then in Deuteronomy.
Okay, yes, today I don't think that today anyone makes such a claim, but I don't have a problem with that. My issue is not for today that someone comes to make such prophecy. I'm talking about the prophecy, the biblical prophecy themselves. I'm talking about Isaiah, Ezekiel, Elijah, and the biblical prophets. What was his name? Hosea and Amos. From your perspective, you as Christian, have all the Old Testament prophecies been fulfilled already, or they are going to, some of them at least, are going to come to pass in the future? Can you tell me your position? Are the Old Testament completely fulfilled?
Everything about Jesus, coming has been fulfilled, and I think there is very few prophecies. I think maybe like in Daniel or Ezekiel. I wish I had good Chris, but yeah, I think there's a couple prophecies that tie into Revelation and like the end of days that maybe still yet to be fulfilled. But pretty much all the prophecies have been fulfilled. The only ones that have not, you'll find in Revelation. And I believe there is some reference to them in like Daniel and maybe Ezekiel that tie into that. But they're basically all fulfilled. All the ones about Jesus obviously are fulfilled because he's here.
Okay, so I don't want to talk about the examples. I'm talking about the whole concept. I want to say that the prophecies that have not been fulfilled, what is the usage of them? Is it, here in the Deuteronomy 18, the concept of prophecy is used to find out the true prophets, to have to trust someone who claims to be a prophet. The prophecy is not the goal. The context of this chapter is a new prophet like Moses. Let me read the beginning word from verse 15, several verses. The Lord your God will raise up for you a prophet like me from among you, or from your brothers. Is to him an you shall listen, just as you desired of the Lord your God at Horeb on the day of the assembly, when you said, let me not hear again the voice of our Lord my God to see this great fire anymore, lest I die. And the Lord said to me, they are right in what they said. So the goal was that God wants to touch the people, and because of that, they were afraid that the huge fire, because of that, they asked God to send a prophet himself instead, not to talk directly. So the main goal was talking to God. So the prophet himself was a tool to transfer God's message to people. And the prophecy was a way for people to find out the true prophet. But even today, you agree that you said that some of the prophecies have not been fulfilled right now. So I want to say that today, you believe that you do not.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and don't be annoying. That's all you gotta do. One simple fucking job. And she can't even manage that. This is how batshit crazy these bitches are. And again, this is why they're married at a 23% rate. Everybody else starts off double that. This is why, folks, it starts coming full circle and making sense once you start connecting all these fucking dots.
You never been married, right? You said? No. Alright, so 10 Illinois, 35 is escort, mom to 11, kids by 2 men, 10 are by 1 man, and 1 is by an escort. Tish, what kind of man are you looking for?
I told you I'm just looking for now a friend and if things happen. You follow me?
What are your deal breakers?
I don't like liars. I don't want nobody who into like drugs or nothing like that. That's a deal breaker. I don't smoke cigarettes and I don't want my guy to do it either.
Should he look a certain way?
No, looks fancy, but you gotta have coins.
How much money should he make?
6 figures or better or more.
Bruh.
What?
This woman is so fucking delusional. I can't take it. She really thinks that somebody wants to be with her after having 10 kids with one person, another child from a trick. She's an escort. She's living in the home of the baby dad. I mean, this is just such a shit show. Oh my God.
Yeah, this is reality, man. This shit exists. This fucking exists out here.
So,
Albeit it is an extreme example, though.
What's that, Uncle Ruckus?
Albeit it is an extreme example.
Right. But the thing, and it is, yeah, we said that in the beginning of Ruckus. She is on the extreme end of the spectrum. But as far as the attitude, the lack of accountability, and the entitlement, that she can be, like what Thunder said, a complete shit show, but still demand a man who makes 6 figures. Like, do we understand how much work is required to make 6 figures? 6 figures in this country is a top 20% of earners, 15 to 20% of earners. So it's extremely competitive to get out there, get an education, get into a job field in a job market that will pay you 6 figures. And this woman has that demand. It's just that's what's common. That's what's common, Uncle Ruckus, is that entitlement mentality, the argumentative, the combativeness, the control. That's what's common with black women.
So you're saying you're a millionaire?
Yeah.
Your child, the child of Ted's dad was wealthy.
Yes.
I'm assuming you get child support.
No, I know I get child support and my kids stay with him.
Oh, so all your kids live with him?
Yeah.
Do any of them live? All you have is a 1-year-old?
Yeah, my 1-year-old girl. Yeah.
So is this a court appointed? Did the court appoint your children to live with him?
No, it wasn't like that. It's just like, the self-fed dad, I stay up on his roof. So, you know what I'm saying, he feel like, you know, he thought I was gonna try to put him on child support, but that wasn't even the case, you know, whatever, stuff like that. So he was like, well, you know, you say, you know, once we had split up like around about 5 years ago. And so he got the, you know, nice big house and stuff like that or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And I stay here, you know, with my baby. And so he had told me that if I, you know, he thought I was gonna try to put him on child support, so he had said, well, just give me my kids and stuff like that so I can take her. And I said, okay. Until I get to things get better, or as I can buy me a house.
That's a smart man right there, though. I see what he did, though, right? That's
The one that overruns, yeah.
Yeah, that's a smart man right there. He was like, man, I'm gonna avoid this child support, right? I'm gonna go ahead and keep her in this crib, because it's cheaper to keep her right there than to tell her how this, like, keep going. He probably wanted to kick the dog ass to her, but he was doing smart, though. Keep her in that crib, take care of those extra time, little street breaks, whatever, right? Give me the kids, and you go your way, and I go mine. That was a smart nigga right there. That nigga strategic.
Yep.
So did she say that they broke up 5 years ago?
Yeah, 5.
Yeah, 5 years. Yep.
So they broke up 5 years ago. She continued sleeping with him and having his children.
Yep.
But he was toxic.
Yep. Here's the thing, though. So, Uncle Reggie said he's a smart nigga. He's a smart, dumb nigga. First of all, he's dumb as fuck for fucking with a chick of this caliber, right? That's the mistake he made. But the man is owning that, hey, I did some fuck shit, got an ain't shit bitch pregnant 10 fucking times, right? But at least the man's taking care of he's taking care of the bad decisions that he's made. He's taking accountability for it, right? But Uncle Ruckus is right. He played it strategically because he understood 10 kids, that's going to be a lot in child support, especially if he's making the kind of money that he is to be able to own a house and put her up in it. And he owns multiple properties. And then the house he's living in with his current wife with the 10 kids, it is a big house according to her story. So that motherfucker will get mollywopped in court. But he is very smart because if this were to go in front of a judge, family court judge, he could say, hey, well, the going rate for the rent for the house, I put her in $1,000, $1,500 a month, whatever the case is. So deduct that. Plus, I have the kids in my custody. So she would, like, literally, when they would do the calculation, she wouldn't get shit for child support. So, you know, he did play those cards. He played his hand very, very smartly when he made that.
No, see, he broke up with her 5 years ago. So at the very least, because the last child was from the whatever, her customer. So he continued to have 4 additional children with her.
Yes.
So he's.
No, it wasn't 4. It was about 2 to 3. No. Because she said she had a 5, 4, 3, 2, and a 1, right? So and she broke up in 5 years ago. 9 months you got to be pregnant, right? The daughter's born already, right?
No, so she's got a 14, because they're all stair set. They're literally all stair set. So 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. So the 10-year-old to the 14-year-old were within that first 5 years. Those are the ones she had. And then at that point, they broke up. So then the 9, 8, 7, 6, and 5-year-old. Yeah, so 5 kids while they were together, and then 5 kids while they were broken up.
No. That don't make no sense still, bro. Okay, so think about it, right? They've been broken up for 5 years, right? She has a child right now. That's right. How old is the child right now?
The youngest child is 5 years old. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that means that baby came after they broke up.
Yeah. So So if you think about it, if they were together, so they started having 14 years. Okay, no, you're right. Yeah, 14, because they met 14. They started fucking 14 years ago, because their oldest daughter is 14. So 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. That's 5 years right there. Okay, so then, yeah. No.
She got pregnant while she was still with the guy.
Her youngest is, she said she had some 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds.
Hey, you want to make that point, Sid? Yeah, listen up.
Yeah, let me scrub back. Give me a second.
So crazy. I just had another woman who called me up and didn't want to tell me, she didn't want to tell me
Okay,
Bingo. So the 1-year-old came after they broke up.
okay, so yeah, fuck. Okay. Okay, so no, she had the okay, so let's see. The 14-year-old is year 1, and that means she had the 5-year-old at year 10. Yeah, the 1-year-old came from a trick. So that's not that 1-year-old that he liked.
Yeah, that was after they started broken up.
Right. But if they've been let's see, 1, 2, okay, so by the time she had the 5-year-old, they were together for 10 years at that point. So it seems like, yeah, they were together because there's 4 years difference. Okay, so they only had the 5-year-old after they broke up then. Because if she got a girl now.
No. How is that possible?
Because if she had, let's see, she got a 14-year-old, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. The 5-year-old, if they were broken up 5 years ago, so they had the 5-year-old yet. Because the youngest one she has with the man is 5 years old. Yeah, they've been broken up. Yeah, so she
during that 5-year breakup period, that's when she had the baby. The one, one 5 year during that 5-year period. She had it pregnant for 9 months, mind you.
Yeah.
That means Buddy was actually trying to build a family with her.
Right. That's what I said, feel me? Like, she didn't want to shut up and play ball. And she must have had some good pussy because he went back 10 times, which is crazy. You feel me? Every year he kept her pregnant. So apparently he wanted some with her.
Yeah, so no, that's a good point, Uncle Ruckus, because that means if the youngest one with him is 5 years old and they've been broken up for 5 years, so at that extra year she was pregnant. She got pregnant while they were still together then. So yeah, this nigga kept her by his side the entire time he was having kids with her. The only thing is he just didn't marry her, and we understand how men operate. Men are very picky with who they give that ring to. That woman has to be on point.
It was a battle. That's what it was. It was a battle. It was a battle every day in the house.
Yep, that's what it was. So this is a good dude. All of them kids, they were together the entire time they were having kids. He just didn't put a ring on her finger. So this dude is actually a good fucking dude. He's a good fucking dude.
He didn't put the ring on his finger because look at what he has. He has 2 cribs. He's building, his portfolios there. Like, that's why he was probably like, look, man, I love you, but I until something about your attitude is making me go second guess and putting my last name on you. That's all that is.
Yeah, the game runner, bro. She's a game runner. Like she probably cheated a few times throughout the relationship. She wouldn't listen. She probably disappeared on girls' trips. He told her not to go places. She do it anyway. Don't wear it out. You control it. You feel me? You gotta tell she's rebellious.
Yeah, absolutely, man. No, that's a good point, Uncle Ruckers. Yeah, good thing you brought that up, man. That's a good breakdown. So this even proves everything I've been saying all these years is that guys will fuck anything, but they're very picky on who they give that ring to, and that should tell a woman something. If this man's willing to give you a fucking ring, you are special to him. He doesn't see you in the same category as all the other girls. He's just categorized as just pussy only. This is literally proof the fucking point, folks. And I'm telling you, man, I'm so tired of hearing this narrative of black men ain't shit. This is another fucking point. This nigga is doing what he's supposed to fucking do, man. He's a good fucking dude. He's a solid fucking dude. What up, JP? Good to see you, man. Good morning. How you doing? Welcome.
I don't know. You guys are doing math and scores and what's and I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just listening right now.
Yeah, we're just listening to a woman on this dating show. She's got 10 kids. 11 kids. 10 of them are with a man she was in a long-term relationship with. One of them is from an escort that she sells pussy, so she got pregnant by one of her tricks. A year ago, she got a 1-year-old, so she got pregnant. about one of her tricks, and she's looking for a man, in her own words, who makes six figures, and preferably she wants him to be a millionaire. So we're just listening to this clip and breaking it down. But I'm going to go ahead and fast forward back to the point where we left off and continue playing.
Is this a court appointed? Did the court appoint your children to live with him? No, it wasn't like that. It's just like, the simple fact that, I stay up on this road. So, you know what I'm saying? He feel like, he thought I was gonna try to put him on child support, but that wasn't even the case, whatever, stuff like that. So he was like, well, you say, once we had split up like around about 5 years ago. And so he got the, nice big house and stuff like that or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And I say here, for my baby. And so he had told me that if I, he thought I was gonna try to put him on child support, so he had said, well, just give me my kids.
Real quick, I'm just going to respond to Dolph Racky in the chat. He said, it's a shame that men will sleep with anything but won't marry you, yet he's a good man. If you understand biology and you understand evolution, it's just how men are hardwired. It's the same way women are picky with who they have sex with, right? Women have tons of dudes constantly hitting on them to try to have sex with them, but they're discerning with who they have sex with. That's what they control. And if you check all the boxes you need to check with that woman, then she's going to allow access to her body. Men operate the same way with their resources. Okay, so yeah, he can still be a good dude. It's social construct, and no, it's not social construct. It's biological construct. It's biological.
My bad.
Anyway,
I just want to add to that is that as many times as people can say, well, just put a ring on their finger, you do realize I could say, hey, sweetheart, let's get married. Will you marry me? And she still has to say yes. Right? Like, so all this, like, well, you didn't do this, and you don't know what that man could have proposed 4 or 5 times. And she was like, no, I ain't ready for all of that. We don't know.
Oh, that is a good point, yeah.
Not even just that, though. Like, it's one thing to pay child support, it's another thing to pay alimony, split half your shit and child support, right? So therefore, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to marry no woman. I might sleep with her, but I'm not going to marry no woman unless she got right qualities. I'm sorry. I'd rather pay child support than everything else.
Yeah, but this again. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, some chick has 11 kids, but I don't give a shit if a JJ sings shows comes up, not gonna be her.
Right, but you gotta understand, these people have a 15-year history with each other. So they started off having kids, and this guy, they were together. It's not like they were just randomly banging. Like you can tell by counting the ages and based off the information she given, they were actually together as a couple. And this man stuck with her and had all these kids with her and took care of all these kids. She's living in a house now that he owns that she did not have to pay the rent. He only started charging her rent when she got pregnant by another man, one of her escorts, one of her tricks. So it's possible here too, as well, that maybe when they were together and when they broke up, she turned to escorting because now she lost access to the resources that he was providing. And maybe he did put her up in that house feeling bad for her and say, hey, you know what? I don't want her completely out in the cold, but maybe she broke up with him. Who knows? She might have broken up with him. He's like, okay, well, bitch, you're going to leave.
Remember saying, she said, oh, yeah, he's a man.
Unprotected sex with a trick. I don't know if you're talking about it. That's the one thing that bothers me. She had unprotected sex with that client. Like, she's not scared of no diseases, no nothing.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely not. But what I'm saying is that, and there's so many possibilities. We don't know 100%, but it is possible that, what Seesaw said, maybe he did want to marry her, and she's like, I'm not ready for that. I'm not. And you do hear women, if you listen to these shows, these women come on and they tell their stories. A lot of the times, they'll have a baby daddy, and they'll be asking, why did you marry him? Well, marriage is a big thing. I wasn't ready for that yet. And then the follow-up question, then why the fuck would you have a kid? A kid is way more liability and burden than a fucking marriage is. But a lot of these black women in their minds, yeah, they're not ready for marriage yet, but they'll pop out a kid. So I'm willing to bet a paycheck. That was probably her mentality. This dude was probably ready to settle down because everything looks like he was ready to settle down. He he's protecting, he's providing, he's sticking with this woman. He literally created a family with this woman. I'm willing to bet she probably wasn't married. That's where I'm willing to place my bet.
She's already did, so I can take her. I tell her. You tell me to things get better, or as I can buy me a house. That's the Kendrick heritage.
Hey, what does he look like, Sig? What does he look like?
Oh, so the link's up top. Yeah, the link's up top. So, I'll give you guys a spoiler here because there's only another 2 minutes left on this clip. But, you know, the way Kendra works is she goes through her series of questions. Because this is a dating show, folks, if you're not familiar with Kendra G. Singles. It's a dating show, so she allows people to come on and tell the world about themselves, and the people watching can get in contact with the people that present themselves to try to matchmake. So Kendra will ask a series of questions, so you have a kind of a brief bio on the person, and then Kendra requires the person to stand up and show their body, so you have some idea of what they physically look like from head to toe. Again, here comes the combativeness. Kendra says, hey, you have to follow my rules. You have to answer all the questions, and you have to show what you look like physically. If not, you're fucking done. We're cutting you off, and we're moving on to the next person. Here we go back again with the combativeness. And I've seen this woman's Instagram because everybody dug up her Instagram because they thought she was lying and thought she was a troll. But her Instagram's out there. She's 100% real, and she looks like a fucking sack of wet laundry. She's built like a sack of wet laundry.
Oh, Lord. I see that.
I'll see if I can find it. I'll post it in the chat. Yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna play the rest of the clip. But I mean, and after having 10 kids, rightfully so, like a woman's body ain't gonna be what it was, you know, before the kids. But the bad thing is on her Instagram, she's shaking her ass, twerking, like, you know, she's pretty much acting like a fucking 20-year-old hot girl on Instagram. And it's fucking disgusting.
Hot girl lover. Don't worry about it.
Did she ever say her age? Because she looked like she's 40 or something.
She's in her 30s. I give her mid-30s.
Yeah, let's see. Let me see if let's see. Go back. Let's see.
That's what it is. That body show.
Yep. Yeah. So let me see if I can I'll see if I can find the Instagram and put the link in the chat. Yeah, because they went and found her ass real quick, man. And Jesus fucking Christ, man. Jesus fucking Christ. That's a hot ass mess right there. Let's see. Yeah, I gotta scroll through these comments. I think somebody linked to Instagram, but I saw a video popped up of her, and they were going through showing her Instagram and going through her video showing how ratchet and ghetto she was, and she's twerking and shaking her ass like her shit don't stink, like she's on shit, man. It's just fucking sad, bro. Fucking sad. But yeah, man, this is a mentality, man. And listen to how she talked. Just an immature mentality, man. She's like a fucking 5-year-old brain in a 35-year-old woman's body. You know, like this is why men are marrying these women. It's just a fucking headache to deal with, man. Could you imagine going to work every goddamn day, busting your fucking ass? Like, imagine this man that had 10 kids with her. This man works. This man's got money. He's got properties. He's got a fucking portfolio. He makes good fucking money. And he's clearly busting his fucking ass to take care of her and 10 kids. And this is what he's got to come home to every fucking day. Is that what you're...
They say,
what up, A. Joseph?
have you heard of Shahrazad Ali?
Yes. The older black, right? Compliments her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would pay good money to have her on this damn app. She famously said that, and it was something that you just said just a second ago, that she's a 5-year-old brain in a 35-year-old body. Shahrazad Ali said black men have to deal with black women as if they were 14 years old, because that is the age that they stop mentally maturing, emotionally maturing, and things of that nature. Like, if you deal with black women, this is what she said, a black woman. For the people in the room that think I'm just, about to dunk on black women, no. This is what she said. I will pull the clips. She said, black men have to deal with black women as if they're dealing with a 14-year-old girl, like they're talking to a 14-year-old girl, because of the emotional maturity, immaturity, the mental immaturity, and everything of that nature. And they behave like they are children operating in grown bodies. That's exactly what's happening in today's society. So if anybody is doubting anything that I'm saying, go look up Shahrazad Ali. She has a book called The Black Man's Guide to Dealing with the Black Woman.
Agent, good morning. You think this is exclusive just to black women? You don't think white women, Asian women?
She was only specifically speaking about the dynamics between black men and black women. So she outlined that specifically. She hones in on that. She's not talking about any other race. She's not talking about any other demographic of women and men. Just only the conditions of black America.
Thank you for the context. Thank you.
Yeah, her name is Shahrazad Ali.
I was going to say, I've heard white men even talk about this amongst their women as well, that I don't think it's a race thing when it comes to the women being like children. I think that's a thing, like for women in general, to be real with y'all, man. Like, there's a lot of women that pretty much are, there's, arrested development. You know what I'm saying? They stuck at 16, 17, the more mature is like stuck at 25. You know what I'm saying?
Well, there's a reason for that. There's a reason why that is. Because society has this incessant obsession with infantilizing women and tolerizing them, especially about their development in society. Whenever a woman says, hey, I make my own money, I have my own car, I have my own place, blah, blah, this and that, she's praised for it. It's just like when a toddler meets a milestone, right? At 2 years old, they're learning to potty by themselves. Yay! They applaud it. They get praised for it. They get rewarded for it, right? When a child learns how to walk and how to feed themselves, right? Yay! Big girl, yay! And praise them for it. This is what society is doing for women. Is doing to women. Is that they are praising them for being functioning adults. Congratulations, you're supposed to have your own vehicle. You're supposed to make your own money. You're supposed to have your own place. Congratulations. Well, I'm not about to applaud a fish for swimming. And that is what society has been doing to women and for women So therefore, the Arrested Development comes into play.
Yeah, no, you're 100% correct, Adrian. Yeah.
I usually say sick, man. I just want to say crazy comes in all colors, man. But just get ahead. Okay?
Well, you're 100% correct, but where is it most frequent? Where is it most
Well,
frequent?
I can't speak on the black community. I can speak for white community.
No, you absolutely can, JB. We have stats to prove it. Let me say, here's the thing. When you start, okay, and I get what you're saying, but when we're trying to build this puzzle,
Look at
right?
all these text messages.
In order to understand what is the content of the puzzle,
This is her
you don't need
profile.
every single piece. You just need enough pieces. And you can say, oh, that's a
Spanish
puzzle of
virgin
waterfall,
olive oil.
right? That's a puzzle of a puppy. That's a puzzle of a hot air balloon, whatever. When you start getting all these pieces of the puzzle and start connecting the dots. So, for example, the study that was released, or the data that was released by Fumble, Tinder, Match back in 2014, when they released who's getting swiped on the most, who's getting swiped on the least. Well, whoever was getting picked the least on these apps, it was black women and Asian men.
Moderate. Or you can
look at that and connect the dots and say, well, Asian men, out of all the groups of men, Asian men are considered pretty much the most effeminate, right? They're the least masculine when you break it down by ethnicity. So you can understand, okay, we can see why they're the least picked, because women typically want masculine men. When you look at black women, they're typically considered the more masculine out of the seven groups of women. And you can understand, okay, that would make sense that least picked on these apps, because men don't like masculine women, they want feminine women. When you look at single motherhood rate, black women are single mothers at about 70% rate. All the other races ain't nowhere near that, JB.
I don't really do it.
And we understand is that men are very picky with who they give a ring to. So that would make sense that, hey, men, if they find a woman that fits and checks their boxes, which is pretty much simple things, sex, sandwich, silence, you get a fucking ring. All the other races of women are married at a 50% rate. I'm sorry, all the other races of women don't have a baby mama rate at 70%. They're all typically around 10, 15, 20% is typically the threshold when you compare the other races. But black women are skyrocketing all the way to 7%. Well, that means, hey, it makes sense. Men aren't going to marry a woman that they find is going to be insufferable and a burden on their fucking piece. So that can make sense. And we all see how black women act out in public. You know, you hear these stories.
Why do you think that? Why do you think these stats are with you? And I'm not being respectful, I'm devil's advocate here. But why do you think just the black male community take accountability? I'm just curious.
Well, again, black men already have. Yeah, right. Over 50% of black men are childless and single in this country, JB. So the majority of black men aren't baby daddies, are impregnating women and leaving them out high and dry. So can black men use some work in our community? Absolutely we can. But when you start looking at the black men who are problematic in our community, what's the common denominator? They were raised by and influenced by a black single woman. Typically the black men who have dads in their lives typically are pretty well off. These are pretty decent dudes. And then when you go a little bit further and start peeling off more layers of this onion, JB, why did these women have a kid and there's no husband around? Why didn't the man stick around? Typically the women who can't get a man to stick around, they make very bad choices. They have attitudes. They're fucking combative. They're not conducive to be a good wife and a good mother. And this is what keeps those men from committing to them. This is typically where the rabbit hole always leads down to, JB. And the stats show support this. Black men marry at a higher rate than black women do. Black women are at a 23% marriage rate in this country, JB. All other races of women start off around 47% of them. So, again, it starts making sense. And when you look at the black men who are incarcerated in the justice system, the vast majority of them are single mothers. JB, when I was in juvenile detention, for 3 years I was in there, and families were allowed to come visit every other Sunday.
I've never been to the detention. Why not?
There were no black fathers. It was all black mothers. All fucking black mothers. The only fathers you saw, a handful of white men had kids in there. first place. The fact is, until they take part in the inside is less than trade. That is trade. Not contract society. That's not my time to join this law. It's radically suspicious of the population. I was saying, you can trash the state. Not to touch it. Disturb the pot. That's this grants. The kids. Whereas you I had 90%. That's just miles of discussion. In my opinion, I'm going to take other shit. You can never do that. It's just been becoming second. I've seen Indians starting to 10 times. I'm sorry, other books and opportunity and so forth. Just as an experience. Gilliam had to. Listen, what you just said. The example you just gave is the black men who were visited by their wives. That's different than black men. But that's different. That's different. Yes, I know. I said black men marry at a higher rate. Black men are picked on events at a higher rate than black women. It doesn't have to be as they do with black women. So it makes sense that yes, black men are going to have wives have things like that. But the other way around, you don't see that. Black men are literally sitting in the corner by themselves. They are more separated. Black men are carried out around 35%. It's actually higher than 17. Obviously, give or take, come from errors and data reporting all that bullshit. But we're generally about 10 percentage points higher. Now we're still bumping low, which is crazy as fuck. But we're still higher. So, like, all these little pieces of those, all these little dots, when you connect them, JB, they just start going back and pointing to it's black women that are the problem.
You're already the kind of person. She was a great warrior, though. She died fighting for the love of the rock.
You know, the council sucks, you know, that's what council's like. And the people that affect the rules and the law are really not offended. They try to shake you. That's all it's always been trying to run. And this is why you guys are something that's what happened before you marched. You have so much that. You have so much that. Let me petition you because I'm at 2004.
Bear Island knows no shame for the
You understand? 2014 was a early year discuss that data. This stock is not. Why it's your support? Because how all I have had a backup with my sister to ask for household facilities.
You don't just want my allegiance, you want my fighting.
That's all I'm saying. There's be allowed to keep Israel.
I'm responsible for their island. So why should I sacrifice one more woman life for someone else's will? How is he going to decide how I feel?
Before you find yourself in a position where you're responsible for so many lives at such a young age, I never thought I'd be in my position. I was a crabber's son, and then I was a sibling. I find myself dressing in a great house to climb for. I'm here because this isn't someone else's war. That is the town. So you don't hold command title until you choose John to be a successor. And we have the courage to do what's right. And been given us life because you almost Jones. Most understood that the real isn't between the fences, smuggling houses. Everything the dead. The dead are coming.
Is this true?
Your uncle fought them at the fist of the first men. I fought them at Hardon. We both lost. As long as the bullets were going to fall, the both is divided. Undivided men stand a chance against the man king. We have to fight. And we have to do it together.
How small Montes kept faith with house down 1,000 years. Will you not break faith today?
Thank you, my lady. How many fighting men can we expect?
62.
62.
We are not a large house, we're a proud one. And every man from Bear Island fights with the strength of 10 mainlanders. Racist women, man. Most of them are raised by women, by black women. What's going on, Doc Adams? Welcome.
Doc Adams, that feels good.
Yeah, Dr. Goddess, you wanna chime in, Beth? You got something you wanna chime in with? Welcome to the stage, y'all.
I'm listening. I guess I just want to throw in here that the reason why the divorce rate is the way it is, and it's been proven that black divorcing black men for no reason. They're not giving reason because there's a special category that it can go under that they don't have to give any actual purpose.
Yeah, irreconcilable differences.
Yeah, there you go. That thing has been the method that's been used to create the divorcee statistic pool that black women are pushing.
You're absolutely right. This is why black women, or I'm sorry, not even black women, this is just women in general, divorce at a higher rate. It's roughly around 70% women file divorces in this country. And the irreconcilable differences typically equates to I'm not happy. So this they have an easy path to bail out and break all divorce, exactly, Adrian. Yeah. And again, I want to make this clear. Not all black women. There are some very amazing black women, and we have plenty that come into this room. Because I know there's going to be a bunch of people saying, boss, they just hate black women, he bash black. No, there are so many black women that come into this space that have so much respect and have admiration for, and they'll tell you out of their own mouths, we don't have a problem with Six. Six never disrespected us. His space is never disrespected. These are women like Elegant, women like Shannon, women like there was a black lady that came in yesterday, just such a sweet black woman in a 5-year marriage with her husband, and she was so sweet and so respectful, so respectful.
I heard you got another dude, a white dude from New York, talking about your jail experiences. And only 1.8% of black men or black people that are in jails and prisons across the country, right? So, maybe like as far as, you talk about, you just seeing all these wives and shit that's going to go visit somebody. I mean, that's terrible. That's a horrible example. Like, it's in jail. That's the majority of where we're at. So,
I also preface my statement by saying it's my lived experience. So I think it's your age.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a horrible counter-argument to the argument.
Real quick, so somebody now, currently, these talks about a lot of shit, back in the 80s and 90s. And, and it's built into, I guess, somebody was talking about the accountability aspect or, certain black women not being, being acceptable of what you say. Now we'll never see efforts for the things that you were saying, because there's a lot of things that you're saying now, right? And it just shows me that, to me, a lot of them don't want to take accountability. They don't want to hear from their own interaction, unfortunately. I just want to bring it out. You're right. This is why the racism, everybody's out to get me. It's everybody else's fault. This is why this narrative runs so rapid in our community, because we're being taught this by these black women. And again, it's female nature. Female, just women in general, are very good stewards of accountability. They're just not. So imagine your entire community, 70% of your community is raised by the very people who lack accountability, who just are hard to not be accountable. It's no surprise you're seeing what you're seeing. It's no surprise at all. So, again, I'll go ahead, Adrian.
No, I was just going to say about accountability is that, accountability will always seem like an attack to those that are not ready to face the consequences of their actions. Right? And that goes across the board. This is why you see people rebel against it, or, fight against it, or lash out. All of this stuff is just because accountability always seems like an attack to those that are not ready to face the consequences of their actions.
Doing the last 2 or 4 days, this is a black woman came to space yesterday and said the reason why black women do not take accountability and still not take accountability is because this is not how black women but the black man in the world. Okay.
Wait a minute. What do black men have to do with videos that we see of black women throwing beans, salsa, and sour cream at people in Chipotle? Okay, what do black men have to do with the fact that these loud black women, you can hear them before you can see them? Okay, you don't know how many times I'm in the parking garage and I'm coming home from a hard day's work, and you just hear some loud black woman. I'm like, okay, well, I might as well take the stairs. There's not going to be any room in the elevator. Okay, so I mean, what does that have to do with black men? Can somebody maybe answer that?
Maybe y'all being on drugs, incarcerated, gay, down low, being HIV positive, passing it to your women, maybe being the most unemployed, maybe you also being the most incarcerated, maybe you also being the most to create broken homes. I mean, there's so many different things that can go down a black man.
Y'all can't even get onto a Senior Airlines flight without acting up.
And you
Okay? And some of y'all don't belong in the plane. Okay? Some of y'all should go to a horse trailer and take a cross-country trip in a horse trailer across the country. Y'all shouldn't get on the plane. Okay? You get another big bags in a horse trailer. Some of y'all might have the truck driver has to take alternative routes. The incline is too heavy. Too heavy.
As soon as you walk in airport security, they're jumping on your back.
Y'all are pulling up chairs to the buffet. Y'all are pulling up chairs right to the buffet.
Black men amongst men are the most obese, right? And I can pull up the statistical fact. You niggas ain't fucking run. You niggas ain't fit. Right? You niggas fat as a
Tone it down. Let's let Tori finish. Up to the stage, Tori. Let's let Tori finish, then we can rebut. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's really all I wanted to say. I just kind of want to, unpack that because black men think that they have nothing wrong with them, and I think that that's a problem, right? If women have changed so much and you haven't, that's also a problem. So I'll land with that. I think Dr. Adams has something he wants to say.
Yes, I do. I do want to comment on one thing that she said. Okay, I go to the gym sometimes twice a day. Okay, I get up very early in the morning, and sometimes I go late at night before they close. Right? Because I don't want to be in the gym with a bunch of influencers. But here's what I will say: in the times that I do go to the gym in the middle of the week, okay, sometimes in the middle of the day, you'll catch me there on my lunch break. I do not see a single black woman on cardio in the building. Okay, you look at the Chipotle across the street, full of black women in shower caps. They're pulling up in their Altimas, hitting the curb. Okay, but not a single black woman in the gym. So don't tell me that this young black man did not have a point when he said that this is the only group of women where you're faced with goat versus beast, like goat versus cow. Like these women are getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and louder and louder and louder. And based on the clip that Sid keeps playing, it proves my point that they're also getting lazier, and lazier.
Right. So does this include y'all black and fat ass mamas? I think when we like to talk about black women. Okay, so I don't get in here for 3 minutes. I understand y'all are triggered.
So Tori, you got 30 seconds to respond back to Doc Adams, and then Adrian has the mic directly.
Perfect. Yeah, I just wanted to know if any of these stats include, your fat black ass mama who was also a single mother that no one wanted to marry. I think black men like to other themselves, right? Oh, not my mom. So when we look at these stats, let's include all the family, right, who happen to be obese, right, on drugs, and single mothers.
And that's a very interesting point that she raises, and that's a valid question. I also would like to apply that question to you, ma'am. When you painted black man with that broad brush, did that apply to the black men in your family? Your sons, your cousins, your uncle, your grandfather?
Oh no, see, I married biracial, right? So I don't have a problem.
I didn't ask you.
Right, I married a biracial man, so I don't have issues.
No.
Right, I do believe if he was fully black, I probably would.
has no bearing on your father, who's a black man, I'm pretty sure. Your grandfather, your uncle, your son, your brother, cousins, who you married has no bearing on that. So the broad brush that you just painted black men with, does that same paint apply to the black men in your family outside of the person that you married? Yes or no?
I don't discuss my
Oh, now you don't want to discuss that, but you was just
No, I don't discuss my
bringing up black men and their mothers and women and their.
I don't discuss my family.
Okay.
You motherfuckers think my name is
Let him finish, Tori.
So you think you don't know anything about me?
Wait. Here's the thing. Hold on. Wait. This is a problem. Adrian, I'm gonna come back. Again, JB, pay attention. And black women have done several rooms where they're talking about how black men are violent, how they're abusive, how they're controlling. Imagine how crazy that would look if I went on the stage to defend black men and all I did was start shouting, yelling, cussing, and trying to take over that stage. I would literally be proving a point.
She proved the video correct, man.
Oh yeah.
And I hope I continue to prove it. All of y'all are still single and married.
Tori, you're proving my point. Don't do it. Let's kill the stereotype, Tori.
It's okay. I'm just amping up the fire so I can open up a space. This is good for me.
Okay, here we go. Go to the kitchen. Bye. Get out of here. We don't tolerate that shit. You're in the kitchen now. Bye. We don't tolerate that disrespect over here.
Can I speak?
I don't disrespect your rooms when I go in there. When you guys muted me in your rooms and weren't fair to me, all I did was I hit the leave quietly button and I left. I didn't try to overtake and bulldoze your fucking stage. But again,
It's always this ghetto gagging, loud mouth bitches.
But JB, pay attention to the hypocrisy. She's trying to prove the point that black women aren't what we're describing, yet she's doing the exact fucking things we're describing while trying to prove that they're not.
Exactly.
So just pay attention. But go ahead, Adrian, you got it.
That was my point. Yeah, that was my point. I showed how she was so comfortable with painting black men with a broad paint, but wanted to otherize the black men in her family, right? She didn't want to answer the question, but she was so comfortable asking black men the question, does that also apply to the black women in your family, your mamas, your unmarried mamas, and stuff like that? But when the question got flipped on her, watch how defensive she got, right? She did not want to answer the fucking question and tried to deflect it to the person that she married. I didn't ask you about the person you married, man. I asked you about the black men in your family. And a lot of these women, y'all, have black sons that they talk all of this shit about black men and say, hey, black men are trash, black men are garbage. Well, all right, then if that's the case, then your son is garbage too then. No, not my son. The men in my family are exceptional.
And see, Adrian, that's a typical tactic, because I'm almost at work, so I'm gonna jump off in a minute. But that's a typical tactic of these bonnet bandits. Okay, this is literally a typical tactic. Deflect. You asked her a very, very, very simple question, and in true bonnet bandit battle tactic, okay, she wanted to deflect and talk about the white man's family that she had married into. No, we're talking about your black ass. Okay, what are Pookie, Ray, and your cousins out there doing? Okay, how many people are they robbing? Okay, how many years are they locked up for? Okay, that's the question that we're asking.
I do just want to mention that white men do get arrested more than us, and we just happen to go to jail for the same type of crimes more than them. So I just want to throw that out there. And then all this like down low shit, there's no way to even prove no statistic on what black men are down low and all that weird ass shit. As far as unemployment rate, I mean, yeah, we might be there. We probably are, but I mean, come on. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, the gap isn't so large that it's, we're 6%, the others are like 4.5, 5. The other one, the white guys are like at 3.5 to 4. Like, come on, it ain't that big. I mean, I get it. That's a couple 100,000, maybe a couple million.
I was just about to mention that. So here's the actual facts, because people don't look up numbers. He is only referring to less than 7%, not of the entire male population in Canada, but of the black male population in America. Less than 7% fit either one of the categories. So these categories, that's like but the rest of the categories, whereas the punctuation, low unemployment, and everything else, that's 7% or less. So I'm really trying to figure out why are 70% of men affecting the entire population. That seems like it ain't diminished. Why are these women only being affected by 7% of the entire population? Seems like a weakness in their part.
And then as far as go ahead, Doc. I got you in 1 second. But as far as the obesity is concerned, if whatever percentage you just mentioned of us being obese is obese, but then 60% of y'all are bigger than us, that is weird. You're talking about us being overweight, but you're bigger than us.
Well, let me jump in for 2 seconds, just 2 seconds. The story says, can I speak? Thank you. Tori says, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, the obesity rate among Black men in the United States is 41.1%. So I want to say, Dr. The mic is yours, man.
Yeah. But it also says that it's negligible because it's the same almost damn near compared amongst Black, Hispanic, and white men. It might be like a half percentage point off. I mean, I actually looked that up just now too, and I posted it right under that. So what she's talking about is bullshit. Yeah, maybe a little bit more obese than other men, right? But we're right there, right? We're all right there together, number one. And number two, Black women are the most obese by a long shot compared to other women. And they're more obese than Asian men and I believe a whole bunch of other groups of men. They're just bad.
So the obesity is a conversation, but I do want to get to this new thing that Black women are starting to do with the DL thing. It's really starting to hurt my soul. And the GAY, the GAY and the DL, these acronyms that they're creating for masculine men who stand on their square, who are stoic and don't take bullshit, right? Let's just cross the bridge for a second and remember that I'm not sure if there's a statistic for this, but it'd be great if someone could go ahead and search it and pull it up for me. Is it not a thing where women are married, but then have these little girlfriends that they're sneaking and having sex in these little cute girl trips that's happening and stuff that's going on that don't nobody know what's going on? Y'all be looking coochies and stuff. Y'all be twiddling clits and doing all kinds of things and doing lesbian activities that don't nobody know. Is that not down low too? Don't nobody question that because men like that stuff, right? But at the same time, y'all still not being truthful because did you tell that man you was bisexual? Did you tell that man you like Gucci? Did you tell that man that you was anything other than a woman that likes men? So all I'm saying is it goes across the board. If you're going to point fingers on one end, make sure you're looking at your own pot that you're pissing in. Because some of y'all be doing shit underneath the goddamn table too. And men don't be knowing what the fuck y'all be doing on these goddamn girl trips. Y'all be going to Cancun, Mexico, whatever the fuck, Caribbean. They don't know what the fuck y'all be doing. They just let y'all go, pay for the fucking trip, let y'all go, do whatever the fuck y'all want. So all I'm saying is sometimes when people are busy pointing all the fingers, they want to do the army point, with the whole hand and all 5 fingers pointing at the men. That's cute that y'all are creating that, but y'all not army leaders. This is not that. So stop licking coochie and then talking about men that's doing whatever the fuck they do what they did because you're not men. Okay? Stop getting into men's business because you're not a man. And respectfully, only gay men and lesbian women are worried about, and trans women are worried about what men are what they do.
Hey, by the way, I thought Courtney was going to make her own room. She's in the chat. She pulled it out. Right, boy, they can't help themselves. She wanted to be right. She wanted to be raised so bad. She's acting like the true chick fashion. She pulled it out. Like, stop it.
And here's the thing, I do want to extend an olive branch because yesterday in their room, I was trying to directly reply. My name was brought up. Someone spoke on the point that I made and brought my name up and used me as an example. And you guys know in Clubhouse, if someone directly addresses you, typically you're allowed to respond. I went to respond and another Black woman decided to come off mic and try to overtalk me. And they muted me and silenced me in that room. I didn't talk shit in the chat. I didn't come off mic and argue with the mods. I just quietly just left. I said, hey, you know what? This is your space. I don't like that I'm being treated unfairly, but
you can run your shit how you want, and I came to my space and started my own room. So what I want to do, Tori, is I want to extend an olive branch because I did disrespect your room yesterday that you were modded and you guys were running. I'm gonna ask you not to disrespect my room, and if you can show the same level of respect I showed you, I want to invite you back on stage. But I want you to be calm, cool, collected, and let's have a conversation. So let's see if we can give Tori a chance to try to show black women in a positive light that they do have some self-control, decorum, and grace and femininity. So if you want to come back up, you're more than welcome to. She will have to guarantee. We'll see how this goes. I just sent her an invite up. She's more than welcome to come up. Try. How many minutes do you give it? How many minutes? But it's so sad because she doesn't realize she's proving the point, but their egos are so stuck.
This is comedy for me. I like how let everyone mute up. I am the ghetto poor. Hey Cray, I'm ghetto poor. I live under a bridge and I smoke meth on a daily. I'm also a single mother who's on food stamps. So the stereotypes you all think about me are 100% true, and I'm just here to abide to them. So if you think black women are ghetto and poor, I'll be that example, right? So yeah, hey y'all, I'm here, ghetto broke poor Tori.
Yeah, bro, you said black and disingenuous. That was
no, guys, this is my life, and black women are 100% right. I'm a fat, obese woman with no head and
Tori. I'm gonna let you and Dr. Goddess rap for a second. That's a black woman.
No, I don't need to rap with her. Goddess knows me, and I know Goddess.
Oh, yes, you do.
Goddess knows what's up.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, Goddess knows what's up.
I would expect you to show another black woman some respect, and let's let her finish. She was coming off mic to say something, and you're rude.
Oh no, you're not gonna try to defamate my character. Goddess 100% can speak, and she can do whatever she wants to say. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't disrespecting her.
So let's let Dr.
Goddess go. Go ahead,
Goddess go. Let's see if you can show at least another black woman respect. Go ahead, Dr.
That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. Women who show women respect themselves first. So that's not going to happen. And respectfully, men in these spaces, stop asking women to do things they're incapable of. You hear me? Let's speak some actual logic in space. You're asking women to do things they're incapable of. They don't want to do it, meaning they don't have the ability to try, even to build the sense in their mind to even begin pulling it out as a thought. So while we're speaking to small-minded beings who are married, yes, they have houses and cars and pay bills and they say they're satisfied and the dick is good and their children are fed and they eat fruit and they go to the gym and no, they're not. She lives a great life, right? This is how black women with a great life speak. Let's wake it up, right? Let's wake up the truth. This is how black women who are married, whether biracial or racially loyal, who have money, who have assets, equity, credit, right? They have degrees. This is how they speak in America. This is what the equation is equaling and resulting out to. So the disingenuousness or whatever it is that she's coming on the stage to feel like she's going to divert or passive aggressive or push to the side, we're already aware of the dissatisfactions that are taking place in your reality. This is a energy of just I guess men are calling it Jezebel, but I'm saying that it's more, I think it's the wigs, y'all. I'm going to be honest. I think it's the wigs, and they need to let their brains breathe. Black women, take it off your head. The cap is capping you. You're in the cap. I call them capzillas. You turn it into a capzilla. Take the capzilla off and let your brain breathe, because when you don't breathe through your nose, that means your brain dead. And this is the issue that we're having. Women putting eyelashes on their eyelashes, nails on their nails. This is a lot of advancement and enhancement that's not helping. And enhancements are supposed to help you. They're supposed to make you feel better. They're supposed to speak better. These high class women are speaking such low class language. I'm very, very confused. And this is not white man's language. This is what we call American English, correct?
These are words in the dictionary. I haven't cursed. I haven't used profanity. I haven't said F. I haven't said MF. I haven't said anything out of context. I've used my words to speak eloquently, to say what it is I want to say. And maybe I come from the ghetto too. Maybe I didn't graduate school either. Maybe my mama is a fat black bee. Maybe my brothers went to jail too. Maybe I'm a slave too. All those things too. But somehow I know how to use my words and get it across to the stage. You see how the whole stage just emptied out so I can speak, because words matter, little girl. Doesn't matter. You sound like the black woman who's scared of who she married. I don't know what's going on in your life. Please don't say something like that. I really want y'all to stop. I'm going to drop it. I'm going to land my plane. And you see, I was going to land my plane until I said your name. I'm going to land my plane until I said your name. So again, this is the rhetoric, degeneracy that is being overshadowed. Let me try it. This is the degeneracy. 10 seconds. This is the degeneracy that's being overshadowed by marriage, money, and things, and wigs and weaves. This is what's being overshadowed. This type of being.
So we really have to focus on the degenerate bastards, right, that are raised in these single mother households who perpetuate these talking points, right? Some of you bitches actually need a wig. I hate to be Corey with a starter lock. And so I don't like how we like to place all black women in as if we're a monolith. Black women definitely are not who you all, and especially me, right? Like I come on this motherfucker to troll, talk shit, content, get off the app, go about my life. Like, none of this shit really matters to me. This is fun, right? I know that's goddess. You get triggered very easily. And so this is fun for me, right? I always like when you're in rooms because it gets the people riled up, right? You're good content. So, again, I live a great life. I live a great life, right? And please don't be fooled. Tori will pack a motherfucker up in a heartbeat, and my husband knows it. No. Thank you.
Your husband's a couple. He let you be on mine.
Wait. My husband will be right, and then shoot you in the head, right? So that's where we come from, right? A lot of you niggas think my husband is a bitch, and he's far from that, right? Don't let the light skin shit fool you. Yeah, don't let the light skin bitch shit fool you. You're not in real life, right? You're a Latino man who cosplaying as being black, bitch. Shut up. Right. The only faggot is you, bitch, and your mama and your daddy if you knew him, ho.
There you go.
You know your father. This is an example of father. I claim a lot of black people who are right. Tori. This is an example of black women definitely just got because this is an example of black degenerate, right? This is an example of a black degenerate that black women definitely need to take accountability for. We cannot have these kind of You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 25,
you're single, and you are being a goer in a house. Bitch, an old bitch like you talking about this baby. Bitch, you're losing your real life. And I continue to let life beat your ass. I don't need to beat your ass.
I feel bad for your child. Your child.
You feel bad for yourself.
Baby.
Right? I feel
Is
bad
anybody
for
caring about the baby? Baby. Tori, the baby. The baby knows Tori. But the baby knows Tori.
Tori, the baby. You don't care about the baby. Tori, the baby. The baby.
It's not a dating app. It's not a dating app.
Tori, the baby.
Right? So that's
Care about the baby.
So that's the Uncle Ruckus. Don't speak on
You don't care about
You're
the
black
baby.
for a reason, bitch.
You don't care about the child.
Thank you.
She don't care about the baby, y'all. Wait a minute. Hold on, Uncle Ruckus.
Shut up, faggot, bitch. Shut up, faggot. Shut up, faggot. I'm doing this shit in real life. Bitch, you don't want to talk about real life. You don't want to talk about real life. That is move out the way. Stop being a bitch.
In your face. You need to be punched in your throat. That's what you need.
I don't need you to be punched in your throat, bitch. Not choking
You need to be punched in your throat. Right in your throat. Shut up.
Right? I understand you had your daddy in your life. You didn't have a father. You was raised by your
I
grandmother.
put a 10-minute timer on.
Go seek therapy, bro.
And it's
Go seek therapy. You got a lot of issues. Go seek therapy. Thank you.
You need to be punched in your throat. Call your husband so I can tell him to punch you in your throat.
You don't sound like you take it personal. You don't sound like you take it fucking right? So that's the content. And thank you for
I think this is strange.
This is nasty though. The baby. Did anybody think that the baby was in the background laughing and giggling, and she is saying F's and B's and O's and I's and U's, and I'm like, what? A faggot? F? Like what? Like, bro,
That's
how
a very dangerous woman to marry, though.
Yo, Bertrand, but Uncle Ruckus, I'm sorry. I gotta get on YouTube. Hold on, sir.
I don't take her.
No. You need to back off. No. You're no good either. You're no good either.
You've been talking back to me.
No, you're no good either. Because you did that, and that wasn't good for the woman. So when you're married, you're not good either. So you don't care, and that's the problem. No, that's not good either, bro. You need to be back into a corner too, my nigga. Like, you need to stop that shit too. That shit is not cool. You did that, and you hurt the rest in front of the baby. That's weirdo shit.
Just get out the way. Let them do their thing.
Okay, guys, don't come off mute. I was on the phone call. I'm sorry. I heard all yelling, screaming. That shit's crazy. So let's get back under control, guys. Let's please get back under control. Who was speaking last?
I wanted to bring up something.
Okay, go ahead. You got the mic in here. Go ahead.
And this is in line with the title of the room. And I know this is going to be a big story on Clubhouse once a lot of people get wind of it, but I don't think a lot of people are getting wind of it just yet. But the black woman who was stabbed to death at McDonald's by her employee, right? By another black woman. Stabbed her up. A mother of 6 got killed. She was a manager at McDonald's and was stabbed because she sent one of her workers home early. And the girl crashed out and stabbed her, killed her. Has anybody heard that story yet?
No, I haven't.
It's about to be a national story. Trust me, it's about to blow up on Clubhouse in a few days. So I just want to put that in the ether and put that on y'all radar so y'all can see it coming. And it talks about accountability. This girl here did not appreciate being spoken to. Let her tell it. She made a video and everything. The girl who killed the manager, she made a video talking about how her manager was being disrespectful, talking to them like they're children, being a bully at work, right? Fucking up her money, sending her home for no good reason, right? And the girl just had enough of it. Enough of her shit to the point where she crashed out and she stabbed her. And killed her. See, this is by you. It's up there in East Point, Michigan.
Oh shit. Okay, yeah, I'll have to check it out.
I'm looking at it right now. He's not lying. I just chat GPT.
Yeah, it's up there.
It happened yesterday. It literally happened yesterday.
Yeah, throw a link, man. I'll put it up top. Yeah.
What's up, Say? What's up, JB?
Oh shit, what up, dog?
What's the word?
Guys, long time no hear from.
Yo, is that KK?
Yes.
What's up, KK? Smith, how you doing, sweetheart? I ain't seen her in a long ass time. Oh, sick. Just a slightly derail. I'm gonna go back, but Sig, I just bought a new Smith & Wesson 5.7. I know you would be proud of it. It's such a beautiful piece. It's so beautiful. I wanted to get the FM, but it was a little pricey, so I just got the Smith & Wesson. But it still takes the same round. So yeah, shout out to that. I just want to
5.7. You said it wasn't what the rumor. You could save some more money.
Well, god damn it. But yeah, but it's smooth though. I don't know. I test fired it and shit. It's smooth. I liked it. I don't know. I should have looked at the rumor though. So I heard, I was on the phone, man. My apologies, guys, but I heard Tori crashing out. Did you guys kick her? Did she take off? I didn't touch her, but I don't know. I think she might have left.
I didn't touch it.
Okay, she probably took off then. But yeah, y'all see what I'm talking about? And here's the thing too, man. It's like you got another black woman, and I get it. You got shit, shit against black men. I get it, no problem. But you got Dr. Goddess who's been completely respectful and showing the utmost respect and decorum. And it's like, at least kind of some sense to not disrespect another black woman. But they don't give a fuck, man. And then they'll sit up here and say black men disrespect black women so much. Black women are the most disrespected, most unappreciated. But who disrespects and unappreciates black women more than other black women?
You know what's crazy, Sig? It's not like we weren't just clowning every black woman. We're not even we were reviewing a video and discussing that and for someone to say that, oh, this is fun for me. So getting irate, cussing, and your husband, you said, my husband's in the house with me, and he's allowing that. But I'm supposed to look at your husband as a man of respect. Like, what man would allow that kind of energy in his household? But why is that considered fun? That's an even bigger question. Why is going crashing out on the internet considered fun?
Because she's not happy. She's not satisfied with her husband. She doesn't respect her husband. Any woman who respects her husband is not going to conduct herself that way.
Or say there's no man in the house. Pause. Let's be honest, right? Let's be honest. I respectfully, if y'all's men's that I think y'all is, there's not no man in there. There can't be. And if it is, he got. I'm sorry to say it, but he can't be all the way. He can't be all the way right. There's either a stud, a lesbian. There has to be a stud woman who likes that shit, okay? Or a man who's not standing on square, bro. It cannot be. A true masculine energy will not. He would have came out the room. If he heard her in the phone doing all of that shit, he would have came out the room. Like, what are you doing? What is all of this you got going on? Even on the app, you would have heard the man in the background. Like, listen, I need you to calm all that down. You would have heard her mute the mic. Something would have happened. She's too loud. All of that spitting on the phone and screaming, a real man would have showed up somewhere in the background. You would have heard the baby get snatched from her. Something. I'm telling you, like, we gotta.
There's no way you go from that energy, to not being a loving and caring mom. It's just like,
That's what was like the baby. You didn't hear me say the baby though, but the baby.
But this is something that y'all need to understand here, y'all. When she first came off the mic, she had every single talking point of a misandrist, right? When have y'all ever known a misandrist to have a man in her life, right? The two don't go together. The two cannot exist in the same space with each other. You cannot be this woman in a loving relationship, a productive relationship with a man, but you're a misandrist at the same time. Either A, he's a bitch ass nigga for allowing you to goddamn have this mindset, or B, he is goddamn finna tell your ass, no, you're not finna talk like that, and we're together. A real man is not going to allow you to have these talking points about men if he's in your life, right? So that should have let you know that she does not have a man in her life. And if she does have a man in her life, It is like we cooperating. He will be on
we all know what he's doing, and we all know what he'll do. We can't offer up abolition's best legal prayer. His games and traps. Welcome to South Africa, bullets, slaves, and chains. 3 years ago, he said it at a comic book station.
You said that on the way in
You know, he's not trusting.
I'm sorry, this apprehension, you're trusting professionals. You never trusted the press. You never trusted it. I had somebody surprised you.
Mr. Stevens, he has
Nothing surprises you. Therefore, nothing surprises you. That's why your constituents have not really let you to come into
common life, not even life, and I have to gave them permission to drive on.
God forsaken Republican Party. He's asked us what gets him to accomplish the death of slapping in our road opposition. That's the
Calling out their first responders, right? The guardrails are supposed to keep you on the road, to keep you safe. This is what men's functions was supposed to be for women in life. But feminism removed all of that shit and told women, you can drive however the fuck you want to drive. And when people get into accidents on the road, who do they call? They call first responders. They come and help them, which are normally going to be men. They call the ambulance, the tow truck, the police, all of that shit. And when those men did not show up to help her out of that ravine, this is where the men bashing comes from. Men ain't shit because no one helped her out of her fucked up situation, even though she was led astray by women. Feminism was a bill of goods sold to women by women that were no good. I'm sorry, y'all, but that's just my observation of things. They removed the guardrails.
Backride bitch ass folks used to shit.
Exactly. But hey, but Sig, I put that story to the McDonald's killing in the chat.
Okay.
Anybody want to go and watch the video? Explaining her reason why she snapped that girl.
Jay, you want to go next? Welcome to the stage. You have a mic.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Sig. Yeah, I came in kind of early on the tail end of that. That's not the first time I've heard that particular individual yelling on this app. I mean, she's not the only one, obviously, but someone had mentioned something about being provoked. That's a cop-out and that's bullshit, right? We're all adults. We should be able to control ourselves and conduct ourselves in a manner that is respectful. I also agree that she probably doesn't have a man there, because I know my husband would have grabbed my motherfucking phone, okay? So there's absolutely no man there that I could definitely, he's probably, I don't know if he's at work or like you saying he just comes on the weekend, but yeah. And I also agree with Adrian about feminism. I'm not a feminist. I think feminism really did ruin a lot of women. It made women believe that they're the same as men, and we're absolutely not. Men are their own type of species. They're great. Women are great when you got a great woman. And so I think it's caused a lot of delusion for women to think that they're men. And I don't know about y'all, but I would not want to be a man. Being a man is hard, right? You got to deal with all the bullshit out there. Like you were saying, the first responders, y'all go in a lot of high stress situation. I'd much rather be a woman and, stay at home and cook and, make sure everybody's happy and do my thing. So shout out to y'all. That's all I got to say.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, man. See, this is what I say. Not all. There are some wonderful black women like Dr. Goddess, like Jay. There's several of them that we interact with, so it's not all folks. What it is there's just the loudest, squeakiest wheels are the ones that get all the attention. And they make black women look bad, man. And unfortunately, there's a lot of them. Like I said, not the majority aren't on the wild extreme end of the spectrum, but the majority do have the attitudes of Tory. The majority of them fucking do, and it's a fucking problem. And this is what's causing the black community in America to break down. Again, this is why our families are broken, our homes are broken. We don't have any fathers. We don't have any, and it's time for black women to start taking accountability. To say, hey, you know what? Maybe it is a problem that I'm laying down and procreating with men who haven't committed to me,
who haven't proven to me that they want to be my husband and they want to be a great father to my children, maybe I do have some responsibility to, at least not procreate with them. Not saying you gotta abstain from getting dick. It's 2025, we're gonna get dick now. It is what it is. But at least be smart enough and wise enough to not attach yourself to that man for the next 18 to 20 years of your life. That's all we're asking for, just a little bit of accountability. And maybe that the attitudes and the combativeness drop down to an acceptable level. You might see that marriage rate spike and get to 50% to where the Indian women, the Mexican women, the Asian women, the Native American women, they might be the white women. They might be able to hit that 50% threshold where all the other groups of women are. Right? So.
Well, here's the biggest issue. The ears is 2 ears in one mouth, right? And when you're trying to even attempt to articulate, even ask a question, like I do like that Adrian continues asking that question about are you also talking about the men in your family or the women in your family? Because it gets very daunting when you say black man, and it's like, okay, but you're not talking about your own, right? You're talking about everybody else, but not the people that raised you and put you out into the world, and now you have children, and this is what you're doing in front of the baby. And the baby is now going to think this is okay. This is why all the screaming is happening in the background, because you don't tame yourself and you can't tame the child. So I'm just saying, like, it's the single motherhood is a disease. Sorry, but not sorry. It's this. I think that's the next wave of the feminism, the single motherhood syndrome, the pretty privilege syndrome. They do want, and respectfully, I do think that black women want to be married. I do think that they want men in the home. I do think that they want y'all help. Here's the problem. They're caught up in this independent act. Okay? The independent act is a play game, again, to overshadow these daddy issues, but then it's getting bigger than the daddy issues now because, again, I expressed it yesterday. A black woman expressed that the accountability will only take place when black men and the world take account for the things that they've done to black women. And I'm just scratching my head, like, so what do you like? Do you want us to write a law? Do you want to do you want a parade? Like, I don't know what they want people to do, because prejudice and racism and pushback and discipline and order, all these things are part of being a human. So like it's a part of the world. It's what we have. So I don't know what extra special toot beep beep train, or I don't know if they want a car. I don't know what they want. So maybe we should ask them and find out what do they want to take place of this accountability that they feel black men are responsible for. So, in most cases, when you do negotiate with each other, it's usually a point of, this is what I'm offering, and this is what you're getting on, especially when it comes to this whole conversation about they don't want to negotiate. They don't want to negotiate. They want to give us our land so they can control it. That's what they want. They want control. And once I figure this out about what I say, about what I do, that's what it was decided on. Okay. I'm not going to deal with it when I discover lost evidence control. Because I know what control does. You have every single piece of history to show you. That's what control does. It's habit with the impression. I will shoot best for you. If you show up to me and say, this is what I need to do, I'm going to tell you, okay, so what you're giving me is whatever I want. But that's not fair. Based on my relations. That's what they want. So this is bad.
Yeah, he's right. It's about absolute control and revenge. It's about getting back. It's I feel slighted, and I'm not gonna feel at peace until I get back and I show these motherfuckers who I feel have wronged me that I can get back at them and have that leverage and control. So Isaac's absolutely 100% right. These women don't realize they're stabbing themselves in the foot from the very fucking beginning, man. The attitudes they have, like even on the dating websites, man, like you'll notice a difference in attitude between the black women and the non-black women when you're looking at these profiles. Immediately, the black women start off with contempt. It's my degree, my education, my job, my businesses. That's consistently what you would see listed on these profiles. And then you go to the other races of women, it's, oh, you know, I love my pets, I love to cook, I love spending time with my family. Even the pictures on the profiles I've noticed consistently. Black women are in bathrooms taking selfies. Ass is always poked out. There's rarely any pictures of these women with men doing activities, family activities. You look at the white girls, you look at the Hispanic girls, they got pictures with their brothers, 4th of July cookouts, barbecues, on the lake, on the beach, smiling, holding a fish in their hand because they're out on the boat, having a great time. I think mentally, these women are so fucking hardened and have this heavy suit of fucking armor on because in their mind, they have to fight the world. And I think a lot of these women, especially at a 70% single mother rate, they're literally operating like they're out here working, protecting and providing, taking care of an entire fucking household. So these women have become hardened and they don't realize that that's a persona that they give off. And it instantly comes across as unattractive to the type of men that they're going for. And then this builds more anger and builds more fucking resentment. They just get worse and worse and worse as they go on to where these women sound like Danielle and they sound like Tori.
Hey, Sid.
What's up, Dr. Long?
Is there also a weight problem going on?
Oh, yeah. We talked about that. Yeah, we were talking about that about 30 minutes ago, bro. Yeah, they're the most obese. And her thing was, well, black men are the most obese out of the fucking men. But, freaking,
JB read a stat.
Yeah, JB. No, it wasn't JB. It was who was it? Uncle Ruckus. Uncle Ruckus said that if you actually look at the stats, yeah, black men are higher, but it's so negligible. But if you look at the difference between black women and their counterparts and their peers, they are skyrocketed through the roof. They are several points above. As far as being the most obese. And again, everything that could be fixed in our community as far as black women taking accountability. Because as a black man, if you've been in these rooms and been in these discussions, black men will tell you, yeah, there's some ain't shit niggas, there's some fuck niggas out here, and there is some cleaning up that we need to do amongst black men. We'll take the accountability and we'll look at each other and say, yeah, we can do better. We can do some better. But whenever you try to point out some constructive criticism to black women, and again, not all, you almost always get pushback, and it's everybody else's.
Absolutely.
Can I say something about the obesity?
Yeah, go ahead, Jay. Oh, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I wanted to say something about the obesity with black women. I think also that has to do with an aspect of feminism, because I think with feminism, as we know, what the whole agenda was, right, it was to get the man at the home. Well, to replace that man, they decided to give out food stamps, right? And now these fast food restaurants will allow you to use your motherfucking food stamps there. So it seems a lot easier, if they don't want to cook, right? They don't want to be traditional women. Of course, they're just going to go to a drive-thru and just grab a McDonald's or whatever the heck. And that's contributing to the obesity. And another thing with the fast food as well, that has a lot of chemicals and hormones that mess with all of us, but women especially too. And that's another reason why I think a lot of black women and just women in general who go and eat that, they have these attitudes and they have these moods. It's the food they're putting in their body as well. So I just wanted to speak on that.
You're talking about the you buy we fry places. They charge like $1. They will fry your food for $1 and use your EBT card.
Yeah. Also, here's another thing to look at. Sig, I noticed you was talking about family photos and stuff. be with other members of their family in their family photos. I mean, y'all, we gotta admit, how many times have we seen on social media black women, black mothers having family photos with no father, right? It's always her and her kids all day long, right? Every time they go and do a family photo, the father is nowhere in the picture. And if he is, that's a rarity, and that motherfucker get praised. But a lot of times, it's just the mother and her 3, 4, 5 kids, however many kids that she got, right? Like, that needs to stop, because it shows the level of prioritization in our lives is that it shows that women rather have baby showers than bridal showers. They rather carry before marry, right? They put a lot of emphasis on being baby mamas and not wives, right? And a lot of women come in these rooms on this app. How many times have you heard a woman brag about how many times she's been engaged, but never crossed the finish line though, right? I got men proposing to me all the time. Yeah, but how many have you said yes to? How many times have you crossed the finish line? She can't answer that question. She can tell you how many times she's been in the race but not crossed the finish line. That is crazy to me. That's not the flex that you think it is. When you brag about how many times you've been engaged but never crosses the finish line. All right, and it shows a lack of self-awareness in our community, especially with our women. Also, with the obesity thing. Say another thing that you mentioned. The education, right? Black women, we know, yes, y'all are the most educated. And y'all also will use those degrees and stuff like that as a culture to beat men over the head with, right? Y'all will try to use these degrees to look down on men and try to silence men. Well, I went to school, right? I got a degree, blah, blah, blah. All right, so if you're the most educated, then how come you're the most manipulated? Then you got all of this education, but you can't tell when a motherfucker's manipulating you, though.
Right. Yeah, good point.
You got all of this education, right? You went to school to be a dietitian. How come you can't address your weight problem?
No, it's true, bro. It's fucking true, and that's why they did tout that black women are most educated, this and that. But once that got debunked and cracked wide open, we come to find out, you're not graduating, motherfucker. It's a finish line thing, even. We found out what? You ain't graduate, you're the most enrolled. But they took that to, again, use it as leverage over black men, to beat black men over the head. Say, we're the most educated, to again, put them at a higher status. It's about control, and it's about givebacks. It's about trying to be better.
And so the degrees are in social science and early childhood education.
Criminal justice.
They collect the rings. Collect the rings like Lord of the Rings. They just collect it.
Right. What's the ass wiping nurse? And a lot of them don't even become RNs. CNA. Yep. A lot of them. Yep. They stop at CNA. So their professional ass wipers get paid $13 an hour.
And why are they getting criminal justice degrees, like to get their relative out of jail? What? I have not heard of it. I'm not going to get that.
I mean, CJ's degrees. I mean, if you're going to go to CJ, if you're going to be like, if you're going to go into parole, stuff like that, cool. But most of them don't even go into that because they're going to get their ass whooped, so they stay away from it.
Well, I think the point is that the point that we're making is that there's a lot of starting and not finishing, right? We're getting to the engagement and not to the actual marriage, and right, and the point of getting to the finish line is to start a new race with that individual, like a baton, passing the baton type of race. But the issue is we're not being transferred. Like, when you're married, when you go through the marriage, and I'm not talking about, not even bringing up the religious or the law portion of it. I'm just going to the aspect of family, right? The father or a male figure in your family that you respect is supposed to pass you on right? He's supposed to the next leader. You know, there's a baton pass, and it's a whole conversation that's being had. So when we, you know, you go into what Sister Jay's saying about the feminism, the different waves that Black women have entered, and respectfully, I personally don't think that that's anything to do with us. We just need to back all the way the fuck out that shit, because I'm not seeing where we don't have right to speak. I'm not seeing where we don't have right to be. I'm not seeing, all I'm seeing is that we don't want discipline. We don't want order. We want to be chaotic. We want to be all over the place. We don't have to put on a certain act, and the things that we're assimilating to are not uplifting us as a whole. And it's always about the individual gender and not the whole race.
I like that. I like it. Another point that I've been noticing, so the other side that, and sometimes, you know, sometimes what they say is valid, other times it's kind of like, it sounds like a you problem. Then when you hear the woman talking about their issues, notice one thing, it's never about what particular problem that the man brings up. It almost seems like they're looking for men that are more female or feminine today, and that's what their issue is. So they don't really have an issue with who they are as a person. They just have an issue with, he wasn't nice or had a softer tone or something like that. And it's like, but it's a scammer. Or, my mom didn't like the way that, you know, planned out his life, certain ways and acts I just don't like. I'm like, but there's nothing wrong with the way he acts. He just might be a bit aggressive. If they're going to take another thing with Black women, they complain about a lot of issues. Some of them, they're more talking about how the guy is not feminine or soft as they like, rather than the actual problem. Anyone else notice that?
Yeah, they did that to me all day yesterday in Rich's room. I literally.
I need to get out of the bathroom.
They did that to me yesterday, all day yesterday. They literally bullied me and did not speak to any point that I was saying. So it's not just you, Isaac. It's not just men. It's anyone who wants to ask questions of logic, sensibility. Like if you're trying to have any conversation that is opening up the mind to let them look at themselves in the mirror, it immediately turns. And Adrian just said it, the accountability. If a person is not ready to hear or look into their own lives or see that it is spewing out into reality and creating people's actuality, then it's going to seem like an attack every time. They're not going to speak to any point that you're actually bringing up to have a conversation. So literally, it's not just you, it's across the board.
They don't have a tendency of, when you hold up a mirror to them and show them exactly who the fuck they are, instead of them addressing what they see in the mirror, they'd rather talk about the dirt underneath the fingernail of the hand that's holding the mirror.
Ooh, that's a bar.
For real.
Don't matter. They talk about shit that don't fucking matter. That's not the issue. Who gives a fuck about it? Address what's in front of you first. Let's have a conversation. But motherfuckers don't want to do it because, like I say, accountability will always seem like an attack to those that are not ready to face the consequences of their actions, man. I'm going to keep saying this shit. I'm going to keep fucking saying this shit because it's true, man. And accountability is not gender specific. This shit is universal. This shit crosses all racial lines, all goddamn gender lines, right? This applies to anyone. But motherfuckers rather talk about ancillary bullshit and try to become a landscaper and move the goalposts from this end of the field to that end of the field to shit that don't fucking matter. Nah, that's not what we're talking about. Let's talk about the shit that's right here in front of you first. But they don't want to do it.
All right, can you hear me coming out?
It's a little bit better, yeah. I think you got Bluetooth in, so it's way better. It's way better. But it is better.
What I was asking is, does it seem like a lot of Black women listening to men that have more feminine traits rather than who they are in person?
No, what these black women, specific types of
words black women are looking for is Tupac in a business suit, a corporate Tupac. They want the thug aspect, the masculine aspect, but then they want him to come with the freebie lifestyle where they can just literally just sit back on their ass, not have to do shit, and shop and go to boutique to bow down and acquiesce to everything that they want. So they want him to be masculine when it's convenient for them, but they still want to be able to control and call the shots with these men. And these men do all the work and take care of all the shitty parts in life while they get to enjoy the benefits of what his work is. Was an escort, an active escort with 11 kids. And what does she want? She still wanted a man that made six figures. She said she'd prefer if he was a millionaire.
I agree with Isaac. Yes, because they are raising these effeminate males. So I agree with you.
And how are they raising these effeminate males? So, like, when you look at it,
because there's no male figure, no masculine man. They raising these punk boys.
Well, no, but how are they raising them, KP? Look at these son husbands that are very common in the black community.
That's what I'm saying. They are feminine.
Well, no, but hear me out. Listen to me. Listen to me. Look at how they act. Whenever they get disrespected, who are the first ones they want to jump up and defend their honor? It's these fucking boys. But then they want these boys to cow down whenever they get pissed off and upset.
And that's why they are feminine. Because a man would say, hey, you're wrong, sit your ass down. You're not gonna risk my life because you're loudmouth ass.
That mother-husband thing's a real thing. One of my friends is, for years, you know what I'm saying? I remember when his dad left or they divorced or split up or whatever. I can remember that. And, like, after that, bro, my homeboy became his mom's boyfriend. She got mad if she didn't get no gifts on holidays, Valentine's days, hey mom, I wanna, we gonna go out of town. You gonna miss this, and I want you to be. I used to be like, bro, like we used to talk about it, and to this day, he can't shake it. But then when he get with women, he's like, he can't keep a girl, and this nigga, he can't keep him from cheating on him or nothing. And he's a good dude. I'm talking about good heart, red straight. Credit, everything you would think a motherfucker would want. My boy got it. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. It's something about when that daddy leave, bro. It does something crazy. And this is what we're dealing with. I think a lot of the women they don't want. You hear them say shit like, we want to cut our brains off when we go out, and like it's like the most ridiculous requirements. You know what I'm saying? From some of the like people that just come on.
So can I just say one thing about the accountability part, and that is that I believe that it is a parental problem. I don't know if you've ever been out and about, or maybe within your family, where you will see a black mother with a child, whether it's a boy or girl, whatever, and they will make a mistake, they'll spill something, whatever it is that they do, and the penalty for that mistake is so severe. Like, I've seen them in their lives, they're not loved when they make a mistake. And so as they get older and they are clearly making mistakes, because we all do, the first thing that they want to do is deny, right? They don't want to accept the responsibility because in their lives, and it's coming from their childhood and how their mothers are treating them. It's actually also from the dislike of the father and the man that was chosen. So this still goes back to the accountability of the woman. Women are doing this thing. You want the autonomy. You want to have full control of what you do, where you go, how you dress, everything. And again, not allowing fathers to be present, whether you want to co-parent or not, or whatever the case may be, being upset at the father and not allowing the father to be present with the child, regardless of how you feel about the man, is what's causing the breakdown. Mothers are disliking fathers because of the choice she made, and then abusing the child in public, and now the child is going to turn into a social anxiety, feminine gay boy who doesn't know which way or whatever, or even because like it's so respectfully, I'm gonna drop this last little piece. Look up Trevor's Project, because Trevor's Project is the result and equation to what you're talking about, Thunder. The children not being helped through and built up and putting confidence in, especially young Black men. They are not seeing fathers. They're not seeing examples. They don't have uncles, brothers. They don't have men around them to show them how to really chop wood and go play basketball and do stuff that boys are supposed to go do. Jump off a tree and scrape your knee or something, you know, not put on nails and women's heels and strut around like this it's a very terrible opposition. So again, I'll say it, single motherhood is a disease because it's diseasing our boys, and I want boys to be boys, not tuck their pee-pees underneath their legs. And this is what Trevor's Project is about. It's about they're literally promoting that all children are gay. They're saying all children are trans. Really quick. Just really quick. They're
But I want to piggyback off of Dr. Thunder. There's a lot of Black boys that get beat on by their mother, and the first thing that comes out that woman's mouth, you look like your Black ass daddy. Say, what? I hear a lot of young boys say that. They've been spanked, and the first thing to come out that woman's mouth, you look like your Black ass daddy. Crazy.
And you have to really look at like the root cause of that. You know, it all stems back from slavery. People like to say that's just an excuse, but honestly, you know, even scientists have recently confirmed that memory is genetically ingrained. It's like in hand with white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? Enacted the law. They were in charge of a lot of the, you know, positions when it came to the field hands because, as is said in the Willie Lynch doctrine, you know, you would control the man through the woman. You know what I mean? You can from yes, it's the fact.
Go ahead and finish, but let's break this down. Go ahead and finish it, but we're gonna break it.
Right. And then, you know, it even shows to me, just like the mentality, everything that you guys have said, it's fact, it stems from that. Like, why would a Black man that looks like you, have to go to these hoops and hurdles, have to make six figures, be obedient to your will, yet be masculine when you want it to be? Meanwhile, you can go to a white man who has literally everything in the opposite direction, and you'll bow to him, obey his every command, whether it's sexual or, you know, anything thereof, and there's no talk back. There's no conflict whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? Like this just happens out of a vacuum? No, it's because of the fear of God that they instilled in the Black woman for hundreds of years, right? So for a Black man, because their mind has been genetically warped through those hundreds of years of literal conditioning, right? For a Black man to even have half the value of a white man of no value, he has to have that for them to even in their mind think that it's okay for me to date you because you're not worthy of a superior race. That's the break. That's the program.
Okay, let me help you out, brother. Let me help you out. There's no such thing as Willie Lynch. That was all a lie. So you can kill that argument.
No, I don't need help. That's a known doctrine that's been around for some
No, nonsense. That was a lie. That's a fucking lie, man. It's not true. It's not true at all. Google it, bro. If you look at the language, how it's written, you didn't. That's bullshit. That's how it got disproven.
Yeah, thank you, doctor. I mean, clearly, you know, some people do like to defend that institution. You know, there really is a divide within the Black community between light and dark skin for a reason. That didn't happen.
Before you go into the light skin versus dark skin, let's go back to what you originally said. Let's break this down.
Yes.
Your statement and your stance was the abusive language coming from Black single mothers being perpetrated onto their children comes from slavery. I would like to correct you on that. That is not true. We have a shit ton of video footage, photos. Black women weren't acting like that. Our great-grandmothers did not act like that. Our great-grandmothers, the Black grandmothers, were some of the most feminine women you can come across, bro. Ask any older Black person that's 50, 60, 70 years old. Go through your photo albums of your grandmothers and great-grandmothers. These women were feminine as shit. If you look
at how black women were portrayed, even if you look at Good Times, even if you look at what you call it, 227, even if you look at what's the one with Weezy, the Jeffersons, what's happening? Yeah, the Cosby Show. No, our black women weren't acting like this, bro. It's once they started taking on the stress of trying to act like men by taking care of protecting and providing an entire household, that's when they started getting stressed out and started discipline, because they had to become the disciplinarians now. Our grandfathers and great uncles, those were the niggas that were those were the niggas that would make us go get a switch off the bush and whoop our ass with it. Our grandmothers and great grandmothers and our aunties weren't doing that shit, bro. So, and yeah, were black women a little more sassy and outspoken than the white women or the Hispanic? Yeah, but they weren't to the degree of what they are today, bro. So it doesn't come from slavery. It comes from the fact that they're donning this masculine persona that they're not evolutionarily fucking built for. They don't have that they don't have that evolutionary experience to take on that kind of stress of what a man takes on to bear an entire family and a household on his shoulders. So now what you have is you have a bunch of stressed out, erratic, emotionally exhausted women who are disciplining now out of frustration and anger instead of disciplining out of love. That's where that comes from.
That's it.
That's what you feel.
Talk about stuff like that.
I see things.
Let's give him a chance to respond real quick, and then Adrian, go ahead. But go ahead, you get a fair chance to respond.
No, I'm just saying that that's how you perceive that aspect of it. You know, that's your viewpoint. You know, I do agree with that, but I do feel that my stance is much stronger because what you said has actually only been. You can say that was appropriate for, let's say, Reconstruction period up till the 20s, but then after that, once we as a people have started to be able to provide for ourselves and acquire material possessions, I believe that because the black woman is very materialistic driven. Once this era starts coming to play, where we can start to interact with whites and shop at their so-called high-end goods, this is when the divide is happening. Because even then, during those times, and I'm talking about real-life examples, not really, let's say, portrayals of real life television shows, because those are fictitious accounts, right? We've seen this in the divest.
I'm about the Adrian. I'm about the Adrian. What's going on for you, Adrian? You got really what's up, Shay? What's up, everybody?
The sisterhood. I know what the sisterhood color is. When they don't hold themselves accountable, their sisters accountable for their bullshit behaviors. That sisterhood code here is fucking poisonous and is destructive. It's to the point now where I don't even know if that sisterhood code rivals the police blue wall of silence. I don't even know which one is stronger at this point. The only time you will ever see women hold their sister accountable is when they have a falling out or some sort of disagreement. Right? That is the only time you will see that happen. The sisterhood code, a lot of women will not go through it. They will not violate it because if they do, they get labeled pick-me's and pick-mishas and mammies and shit like that, right? And so for the women that do violate the sisterhood code and be like, nah, fuck that bullshit, I gotta call you hoes out, I applaud y'all. Because y'all get the most backlash and you get the most bullshit thrown your way by those that do not want to face accountability. Like Goddess, right? Goddess gets so much backlash from women on this fucking app, that shit is crazy. She even actually had a room talking about the unholy alliance or the irrational alliance between black women and the rainbow community. Right? Motherfuckers came in that damn room and was on 10 and was like, yo, what the fuck? Disagree with everything that she said. Even though she was speaking facts, they disagreed. When black men hold black women accountable, guess what? You're a misogynist. You hate black women. Well, let's talk about that. Even if he does hate black women, he hates his mother. Why? And this is going to trigger a lot of people when I say this, but why does everyone assume that every black man was raised by a stellar black woman? A lot of people have ain't shit mothers out here that raised them. They don't never want to talk about that ain't shit mothers. Even if he does hate his mother, I'm pretty sure he probably have a very good reason as to why he hates his mother. Because maybe his mother was a piece of shit. You ever thought about that? Maybe his mother allowed her best friend to fuck him at 14 years old. Maybe his black mother did not put food in the house and left them starving for the whole fucking weekend while she went out and got there, dropped it low. Right? Maybe, just maybe, she never attended any parent-teacher conferences or came to any of one of his sporting events. Just maybe. So even if he does hate black women or hates his mother, maybe he has a very good fucking reason. Right? Because a lot of men was raised off of toxic femininity. They talk about toxic masculinity to no end, ad nauseum. But they never want to talk about toxic femininity. Toxic femininity, what it looks like is a mother telling her 9-year-old son, stop crying, quit being a pussy, quit being a girl. She's teaching him not to show emotion. So when he grows up to be a man, now these women they're wondering why they're in relationships with men that are emotionally unavailable. Well, that's because he was taught never to be emotional by his fucking mom to begin with. It's cyclical. Toxic femininity.
Something.
My grass.
I want to address America. Okay, I want to address America Jonesy when you mentioned about. She turned the road down. She said, "No, I'm not going to be a single mother." Out of her own mouth, said, "No, it's going to be a united black family. There will be no good times without her." She said, "No, I'm not going to do the single motherhood. Hell no. I want a husband." And that's when they got John Amos.
I didn't know that. I really appreciate you for expressing that, because that is one of my favorite shows to watch. I love Florida, and I do think that I think age bracket does have a thing to do with this. You know, my grandmother passed away at 95, and my mother passed away at 68, and I'm 35. So if you see the 30-year, you know, like it's right 30 years, 60 to 90, yeah, that's 30-year brackets in between, you know, give or take a few years. But I do think age gap between a mother, grandmother, and daughters does matter, and it's changing very drastically. If women who are ahead of me don't have the experience to show me what I'm supposed to and how I'm supposed to operate and move in a world of where men are the ones who move this shit. Like, respectfully, this is what the real fight is about too. Getting into male seats, getting into men's places and spaces and wanting to see what men is doing. I don't really understand it. You know, Florida is I guess asked to be present. You know what I'm saying? Like, if Amos said, "I got this," he said, she very dynamic, but women, no, they're not sitting at home watching Good Times. They're watching Sexy Red on YouTube. You know, they're watching Shay House. You know, they're watching Island shit is or whatever's going on. They're going to continue to spew this quote-unquote reality TV. And as long as people have the reality TV in their reality, black women are going to continue doing this movement of the wave of feminism, whatever the fuck is going on. So yeah, thank you for saying that.
Can I give a little pushback to the Florida episode?
Yeah.
I said something in the chat about this is just my observation, my opinion. Right? It's not universal. But I think what Katie said about her stipulations on doing the show is admirable. But I'm highly critical of the depiction of her on the screen, right in the show. I said Florida was arguably one of the worst black mothers on TV history, and here's why I say that. Florida Evans single-handedly kept them in the ghetto. She, by herself, kept them in the ghetto. Every time that the man had an opportunity to get the hell up out the ghetto, she always had some type of pushback that resulted in them staying in the ghetto in a two-bedroom apartment with her up her tall-ass son on the itchy-ass sofa, right? All right, case in point. When JJ got a legit job just painting for Sugar Daddy, Sweet Daddy, right? Sweet Daddy would just go pay JJ good money just to paint portraits, something JJ loved to do. She made JJ feel bad about accepting money from them, found money when
he found a bag full of money and brought it home. She made him return that shit. She made him feel bad about that episode. Yeah, she made him feel bad about finding some fucking money that no one was coming forward to claim. And that money could have been enough for them to get their ass into a new job, a good job paying him good fucking money. She made James feel bad about working at that goddamn job because it was taking up all of his hours of his job, his good paying job, and died in a car accident. Yeah. Right? Which was some bullshit. Because why I say that's some bullshit? Because look what Florida Evans did afterwards. Right? The whole entire time. Remember when JJ painted Black Jesus and their fortune started to change? Because they had a Black Jesus hanging up in their home and they started getting good look out of nowhere? Right? Florida Evans argues with Michael up and down. I like white Jesus. The only Jesus that's hanging up in my house is this white Jesus, right? She said I only know two things that was in my life. That was my mama and this white Jesus. And when she made them take down that white Jesus and hang white Jesus up, and Michael had to go into the Bible to show her that Jesus was black, and she was like, what the hell? I didn't know this. And like, yeah, mama, it's in the Bible. So they hung black Jesus back up. Their luck started to change. All this fucking ghetto, only for her to turn around to marry an atheist that had an STD. That is some bullshit.
They killed him out because he said, you know what, I'm tired of people of my color being depicted as poor. He said, hell no.
Right.
That's why they killed him off.
Florida Evans kept that whole family in the goddamn ghetto in Cabrini Green, Chicago, because of her sanctimonious values. Because she didn't got goddamn one of the fucking things.
And that's when that show went down. All of people heard it.
Here's another thing, y'all. When Thelma was about to marry the goddamn football player.
Yes.
Remember Keith? She was thinking the fuck about the take that ass out. What happened? She ordered out the JJ take pictures at the wedding. That's how she was talking out loud. She told JJ. They had no all on stage in that goddamn in that two-bedroom apartment. I remember that shit. I remember Florida Evans kept him in the fucking ghetto.
Thank you.
She kept him in there all day. That's just my opinion about Florida Evans and the depiction of her on TV. That's why I said it in chat. She got one of the worst black mothers on fucking TV. That's not my opinion.
That's what he just expressed all my life. Now, goddamn it. Again, this is why, when black women right now would call me and Jay male-centered. They would call us women haters. They would call us, they call y'all big me's. And even that, let's make the high right. I twist everything up because I'm a rose. I'm a delicate flower. I am. Yes, they will call me, oh, you sound masculine, you sound aggressive, you sound all these things. No. Real women do real things, okay? And the real seasoned women don't sound like it. It's all, it ain't nothing too hard to understand, but what we're expressing is, if you don't like men, I think that's the whole point that I'm trying to get to. If you do not like men, honey, it's okay. Somebody told a statistic the other day, it's like 2.5 million, whatever, or 1,000 women that would be left over if there was one-to-one pair, one man to one woman. So if you don't like men, just leave the space open for women who want to be wives. Like, I appreciate logical, critical thought speaking where we can actually have conversation and hear each other fucking talk, because I'm telling you, trying to be in a space with only black women is like brain cell death at its highest fucking supreme level. I'm like, is this what went to high school. I graduated those 3 stages. I didn't choose to go to college. I didn't get no associates and all that stuff because I found out the scam early, and I was like, y'all not about to put me in debt. So I moved along from that, and I went along and learned some skills. I learned some trade. I got a few certifications that I can utilize throughout my entire lifetime that I know people are gonna need forever. So I'm just saying, like, pick your battles. If you don't want to be accountable for the choices you made in life, and you don't want to say anything to you about it, one, don't come on Clubhouse or social media or any open public forum speaking about anything that's impersonable to yourself, because people they clearly don't like opinions, and people have opinions and mouths to speak. So I just be thrown like just out of order, chaotic liabilities. Respectfully, they don't want fucking liabilities. That's not what they want. Insurance and business insurance for you, because they don't know when you're gonna spaz the fuck out and jump off a goddamn bridge and take the business, the house, and they baby switch your fucking crazy ass. Goddamn it, no. If I can't have you, nobody can have you. What the fuck is going on? Lady.
I want to know, doctor, where the fuck have you been?
I'm bragging.
She just be in her room and the space and shit. This is my first time having an encounter with you. When you dropping diamonds like Magic Johnson. Sharp, man. She's fucking sharp shit. You never told me about her. Because this is where the racism narrative comes in. That black women push so hard that, the country, America's racist against black women and disturb the scene. So then they get this bad fucking rep. So the women like Doctor and the women like Jay get fucking slighted, man. Because there's so many women on the scene that are so loud and so rambunctious and just put a sour taste in everybody's mouth. Then the whole world starts saying, yeah, fuck it. It's just not worth it to fucking deal with black women anymore, because I know the odds of getting a Tory and a Danielle are more probable than getting a Doctor or a Jay, and that's what fucks black women over, man. Hey, see, you can go back to optimistic. Stay optimistic.
Jay's already kid. Jay's a wife, so.
Hey, you can go back to the barrel of shit with diamonds. You wouldn't get better now. Yeah. It's if I got 2 barrels that I gotta select from, and there's diamonds and shit in both barrels, and the goal is to get as many diamonds as I can. One of the barrels has 70% of shit and 30% of diamonds. The other barrel has 40% of shit and 60% of diamonds. I'm going to the barrel where I have the best probability of getting a fucking diamond and don't have to sit through so much shit. It's really sad that, so many good fucking black women don't even get a fucking chance, because there's so many fucking bumquishas out here, chucking shit at the wall and checking the fuck out. That's why a lot of us black men are divesting. Not that we hate black women. It's just that when we typically come across black women like Dr. and J, first they're already snatched up because they're so fucking repaired. They get snatched up really fucking quick. So we don't even have a chance. And then it's like, damn, I don't want to sit through 70% of fucking shit. So I'll just go to the barrel that has my shit in it, man, Let's see. You remember a few seasons ago, this one, they had the narrative shit. All male black babies should be aborted.
Oh my God, I've heard that.
Remember that time? Yes. Oh, I don't know if it's even bullshit. Y'all remember that whole saga? I remember exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
When you don't remember eugenics is a big part of that shit too. You don't remember the eugenics. Exactly. Motherfuckers around here was championing the sentiment. All male black babies should be aborted. And it was 23. And it wasn't coming from white people. It was coming from our own women.
It was the femicide too.
A lot of the femicide. It was motherfuckers goddamn championing shit in the exoticals. Remember the exoticals that were a year and a half, and they were being led by the Pied Piper, who was a gay black man. Right? That was leading them down that fucking. Their leader was a gay black man on this motherfucking. Goddess know what I'm talking about. Goddess don't like that motherfucker. Right? The whole exoticals was championing
Black Vegas. Remember when the lady got hit in the face with the brick? And she indicted every fucking black man on the planet, right? These are the same ones who danced on the graves of Kevin Samuels. Dude wasn't even in the ground yet. The news wasn't even 45 minutes old. And they on this motherfucker. They had a clubhouse parade, literally going in every fucking room. Aha, he's dead. Fuck Kevin Samuels. Fuck black men. They literally had parades on this motherfucker. Because the motherfucker who was cycling through that bullshit was dead. And they was celebrating that shit. This is not the Mandela effect. I don't clearly remember that shit happening. Do y'all not remember that shit happening?
Oh yeah, and seeing you, I don't know you were around when Kevin Samuels was on Tommy's stuff on his platform and said, you know what, you need just to clean up your act. And him and Tommy got into it because Tommy wanted to be wrong. That's how far back I go with the Red Bill. There was no such thing as Kevin Samuels. Back in the day, that was what, 2014? When we was all speaking together, saying that 2014, 2016.
Yeah, 2016. But I mean, but even then, KB, like you saw the same song and dance, you saw the same shit. It was black women. There's some shit you need to work on. It just instantly, bro. The weapons came out, the tanks came out, the fucking RPGs came out. Like it's like you can't hold these women.
You just fuck out the shit.
Like I've never seen a group of people who you can't just have a civil conversation. Just say, hey, there's some improvement you can do. You know, we're not asking you to be perfect. You know, we're not. We understand our black women are a different category of women compared to the other races of women, and that's fine. But like I said, the Harriet Winslow's, the Claire Huxtables, even look at the women. What's that one show where they're all in college with Dwayne Wade? Different World. Like, look at all those black women. Like we understand our women. You know, our women are our women. But even back then, they were still feminine. They still understood Claire Huxtable. Like, if you think about the dynamic between Claire Huxtable, right, and Bill Cosby and the Cosby Show, she was the one that was in charge of that family, technically. Harriet Winslow as well. If you look at family members,
you remember in A Different Girl when Kareem had to go off on the light-skinned girl he was dating, when he had to snap off. You can go look it up on YouTube. He had to snap off and say, "Woman, don't you ever talk to me like that." And she grabbed that motherfucker and said, "I love you." Oh my God, I love you. She knew her damn place. Like when she was trying to challenge that space that I'm gonna take over, or you gotta get the fuck out. And he was like, nah. Yeah, I told you to be quiet.
Yeah, and he told her ass when he walked up to her ass in the cafeteria. He was like, look, I love you. I don't like fighting with you. We gonna go home, we gonna talk this shit out, and we gonna resolve this issue. He's like, come on. Right? And when he walked away, she looked at her girlfriend and was like, I'm gone. She got up from the table.
When they was in their own apartment, he had to step up to her.
Yeah.
She was like, I love you.
Exactly. Like,
she knew her place.
When that whole bullshit about them hating black men should be aborted, the brick lady and all of that shit, every black man got indicted. When it came out to that she was actually lying, that girl was actually lying, that she was scamming motherfuckers. We see
that was her second time.
Exactly. And we ever see an apology from those women who indicted black men? No. Not that I need an apology from the likes of women like that, but it's just nice to show that you have some sort of integrity. And the fact that motherfuckers did not have any integrity to come on the app and apologize to the men that they indicted and excoriated shows that you're not dealing with integral
encompasses on fucked up out here, right? Just like the girl that was just in the room. You sit up on this app and talking all of this shit about black men, but your ass is a single mother sitting there. That says more about you than anything. You're doing all of this and belligerent behavior in front of your baby, but you want to try to sit on your moral high horse in this goddamn room and look down on the motherfucker. I hate a person that try to look down on people or walk with their nose in the air knowing they got big boobs.
Hey, real quick, man, you know, that room of yours, me, Lion, Congressman, a few other people that was in the room, you know, going back and forth with these brides, these black brides that were talking to black men. And, you know, they're demanding all these fucking things like 6 figures, college education, all this other weirdo shit. And I'm trying to understand, like, what are you bringing to the table? And then my thing is, you know, the whole time, you know, especially with that bride Danielle, she kept over talking crazy for like 20 fucking minutes. The mom letting her do this shit. Moving everyone else down. And I'm trying to, you know, and I actually like where's the accountability on your part, on your end? Because it seems like you're putting every fucking onus on what's going on black men. And it's again, you see this shit all around social media, whether it be on YouTube or X or Facebook or Instagram and all these other fucking sites and shit. And all you see is the same stupid rhetoric. But and you know, she's throwing out fake statistics like black men are the most divorced, something like that, are the most single or unmarried. Was that me or him?
That's him.
You know, why are these statistics you're bringing out are arbitrary?
Breaking that.
Yeah, recently, you guys know how Derrick Jackson got his prominence? Derrick Jackson, right? Y'all remember him? The guy that Derrick Jackson.
Yeah.
Derrick Jackson was a motherfucker who was, I mean, the woman whisperer at one point in time, right? Women laughed up, ate up every fucking thing that he spewed the fuck out. Only for him to come out to be exposed to be a piece of shit motherfucker, right? Now, when he was doing all of this shit, black men was trying to tell black women, hey, stop listening to this motherfucker. Because men know how to threat assess better than women, right? That's just a fact. Men threat assess better than women. This is why when women are with their men, you know what I'm saying, they feel so comfortable just being aloof and being oblivious, being in their phone. It's because they know that us men are going to check our mirrors, we're going to check the surroundings, we're going to threat assess better than them, right? So, men try to tell women, hey, stop listening to this motherfucker. He's a scammer. Like, this motherfucker ain't shit. Those women defended him and said, you know what, y'all just some haters. Y'all just don't like a man exposing y'all toxic ass, blah, blah, blah. All right, cool, fine. You gonna learn. When it came out that he was a piece of shit motherfucker, cheated on his wife multiple times, all types of shit, tried to gaslight her in real time on the live, all of that shit. He broke that woman down mentally, emotionally, psychologically, abused her and every fucking thing. He was the exact motherfucker that he was trying to tell women about. But you see any women abandon camp? Nope. I'm gonna tell you why. That did not abandon camp. Is that when you ask the average woman to describe her ideal man, watch her describe a goddamn superhero. Goddamn, I mean, all the women want him, all the men want to be like him, he's financially stable, blah, 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 blah. Right? That's Derrick Jackson. Derrick Jackson checked off a lot of that shit on those women's lists, and they ate up all of that shit because in their mind, he was the perfect man. Right? Even when he got exposed to being a piece of shit, they still did not abandon camp. They did. Even more, they ate it up. He was going on speaking engagements, and all of those women was in the front row trying to get their book signed, trying to get pictures, all of that shit. They was in love with that motherfucker. We tried to tell them, don't follow that snake. That's a snake ass motherfucker. He ain't shit. Y'all men just hate him. Y'all don't like women. Y'all don't like women. No, he was a fucking yes man for you women. And a lot of women suffer from confirmation bias, right? They don't really want to hear men like us, our opinions. They just want their opinions repeated back to them in a deeper voice. That's all they do. And that's what Derrick Jackson was doing. Repeating back to them all of their opinions about men, but in a deeper voice.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, the worst part about that age range, so remember being rich in South Indian themselves. The exact men they complain about was in these areas that they a man has a soft woman here, that's a man has a basically it's okay inside the focus. And Derrick Jackson was a beautiful of it, but nonetheless, it is still going on. So every time I hear people complain, I swear I'm going to say literally, he was so rich that he was able to be alive. That's fine.
Yeah, that's great.
I need you to start talking to fucking what's up, again? What the fuck is going on? He said, I'm working with him.
That motherfucker got 2 cans of the shrink.
And Derrick Jackson was a total joke. But that's what they want, though. They want to do it was aesthetically pleasing and financially pleasing, but they want to fucking control. They still want to have the control and then to say so, man. So this man, a man who co-signs are fucking bullshit, and that's all they want, man.
They attacked his wife, see?
Did they?
Yes, they attacked his wife.
I didn't know he was married.
Yeah, they talked about she was homely. She was aesthetically like none of this shit. They attacked her for being the victim of his bullshit.
That's crazy, man. Dude, like I said, the most attacking of black women I've seen, I've personally witnessed, is from other fucking black women when you don't agree with them, you don't co-sign their fucking narrative, man. It's so crazy how disrespectful that they get, and it's like Tori, the way she showed her ass in here, dude. I'm like looking upstanding black woman just trying to have a conversation, and she just totally fucking. Oh my God!
It's horrible. Hey, this is what I've been asking men to kindly do. Just kindly, respectfully, stoically, confidently. Don't respond. Just don't respond, because it shows who you are, and it bubbles up who want to hear anything. Like you said, it's not the narrative. Not from a black woman, not from a black man. They don't want to hear from no one. Not even their own. I mean, honestly, I think if they own babies, we'll still look at them and say, "You're a bad mom." That's probably the thing that would turn over the pot cover. If the children actually look at these women and say to them the things that they don't like from early on, not waiting till teenager. No, children expressing like how we did back in the day. Like if somebody was ugly, we said he was ugly. We didn't know if he was a girl or boy. We tugged on our, no, daddy, mommy, like, what is that a boy? Is that a girl? Like we didn't know. And if we didn't know, we asked questions. But children are not allowed to speak aloud. They're not allowed to express themselves. Young boys, I'm sure young boys are seeing things that their mothers are doing and they want to say something, but oh woe is me if they express to their mothers that are paying the bills and taking care of them and putting clothes on their back and feeding them and giving them their whole entire. And if you do have a relationship with the father, it's at bare minimum. So I'm just go ahead. Go ahead.
Guys, there was some classic when Amber Rose came over here to the last lady mansion and she went upside down over her ass. That was I remember that, yeah. Amber Rose brought her ass in here trying to fucking promote that slut shit, man. Oh yeah, we went off on her ass, man, yeah. That's what we need to start doing as a society, man. We just need to collectively start shaming this shit, calling it out, not giving it any fucking room and space. And you're right, Dr. Goddess, the biggest reason why I do entertain these type of women because I like to use them as an example. You know, that's the only reason why I give them any type of space. But normally, I don't. You know, I shut it down. I don't even respond. Like yesterday in that room when they started getting all wild and shit, and started muting and doing all that stuff. I quietly leave. I'm not gonna sit up here and argue and waste energy. And especially in your arena where you got the biggest mic in control, it ain't gonna fucking happen. Come over here. We're trying to make range true. You're going to be the fucking example. You know, and again, they're too stupid to fucking realize it, but that's fine. They let them be that way. Know that, again, what I love about, like I said, women like you and Jay that come on the stage and are classy and extremely feminine is, it helps people to show that, hey, there is a difference. It's not all black women. It's just a certain type, and we know how these women maneuver and navigate in the world to stay away from give a chance, and we'll associate and we won't judge the book by the cover when it comes to women like y'all. So.
Hey, see that story up top, right?
Yeah, I was just reading it, Adrian. Yeah.
Now, I'm going to ask you a question, right? And this is a whole entire complete. I mean, this shit is fucked up, bro. It's fucking me up right now. Because I'm looking at who is the real victim here in this whole entire story. A, the woman got killed, right? She is a mother of 6. Those kids, their father is in prison, right? Now, she got killed by another black woman over their differences, right? And I'm asking myself, who was the real victim? Because if you listen to the person who did the killing, she's on live video saying that, hey, this woman was a bully at work. She didn't know how to talk to people. She's sucking up people's money. She's not taking accountability for things get fucked up at work. McDonald's.
Okay,
yeah. She said when we get busy at work, this is McDonald's, and we have a rush, of course we're gonna cut some overtime. She is the manager. She's not taking accountability for anything that she does wrong. And when she try to when she did fuck up, she try to cover it up and try to pawn it off on other workers. At work, I have to work with a fucking manager who's a woman, and I got tired of that shit, right? And so the girl ended up killing her fucking manager. I have to say that, hey, even though this woman got killed, she still has 6 kids. All girls and 1 boy. She got 5 girls and 1 boy. Those kids are going to have to grow up without a mother. And who's to say, hey, she wasn't being toxic to them at home themselves, right? But they also have to grow up without a mother who's dead and a father who is in prison.
You understand this is exactly the same situation as Carmelo in Austin. Is that one person bullied another, the other person got fed up and stabbed the other person because of bullying. So I wonder how many of these we should do a room on this show.
So here go to crapola, right? I'm a reveal, all right? A lot of these bitches should have got their motherfucking throat sliced a long time ago, cause I'm sorry, I gotta twist the knife a little bit. I gotta play devil's advocate. Some and not all. Listen, black women are fucking bullies. They bully. They is mean. They mean, bro. So and the fact that if you're seeing them doing it to each other, it's because this is exactly what I'm telling you. I was bullied by black women. Me too. These motherfuckers are not nice, bro. They don't have niceness in them. Women tell us that people y'all mean. They will talk about your mother's mother. You know what I find the most rudest thing to hear is when a black woman says that a black man should have been sucked back up into his father's dick or his mother's what?
Yeah, she said a person erased me. She said a person.
Somebody said it to my story in my hearings. Okay.
My bad. Yes.
I heard that shit. It sounded like my grandmother.
I don't fully support the narrative that some black women have about how they believe that black men should always be protected
Listen, it does not matter. I've been friends. I sat at tables with this woman. I watched them plan to jump other girls because you don't like what she. Hold up, pause. Wait, what are we doing? We ganging up to go jump Shorty because you don't like that she got her own hair and was young, was in high school, whatever. You know, we had our money, work our little jobs. So I ain't gonna lie, and sorry but not sorry. Some black women was lazy. They already had babies out of high school. Guess what the fuck they didn't want to do? Get a fucking job. Guess what the fuck they was going to do? Go to the goddamn child support. I literally had to back out of a girlfriend group because Shorty was like, yeah, I'm about to get this nigga. I'm sorry, black American women. The man just came from Jamaica. I knew the Bridger. He just came from Jamaica and she saw him at the club, fell in love with him, and literally found out that he just got a good job, just got his house, just got all the things. He came here, did all the right things. He didn't come here legally. He did the proper things. He was set in stone, had his work ready. And this girl planned and plotted on this man and said, yeah, I'm gonna his name was Jeffrey. That was his name. His name was Jeff. I'll never forget Jeffrey. She sat there and plotted on this man, sat at the table while we're smoking and drinking and having a conversation as young ladies. And she's like, yeah, you know, I really like Jeffrey, but I want to have this baby. Like, I think he's a good man. And the whole thing trickled out into her. She tore him down, the job, he lost the job, he lost the car, he lost the place. As soon as she found out she was pregnant, she went right down to the government. And I'm not lying to you, I promise you, on my dead mama, I never say that shit, I promise you. She went down to the fucking courthouse as soon as she found out she was pregnant. As soon as she took the test, she called all of us on the phone and was like, yo, I'm pregnant, y'all, woo-woo. And I'm about to go down to the courthouse and file for food stamps and the voucher. Because at the time, if you're pregnant, I was born in Massachusetts, so at that time the vouchers was up. So once you found out you're pregnant, they was doing a housing voucher where you could get the 2 to 3 bedroom house or 2 to 3 bedroom apartment already furnished. They give you like $3,000 voucher. You're just like, this shit is not. We not just talking about social media. We saying that this is a motherfucking disease. This is, as Tiffany had said, it's a mental illness. It is. This is are they having gender dysphoria? The WHO said gender dysphoria is no longer real. Bullshit. Black women want to be men. Why? Why do you want to have a big back? Why are you pumping? Why are you powerlifting in the motherfucking shit? Powerlifting 150, 200 pounds on your back. Are you going to carry the man and the children? And are you carrying the horse and the cow and the sink in the kitchen too? Like, why the fuck is you pumping so much goddamn weight? You still not carrying the whole family right. You still letting children down. You still not feeding them good food. You don't want to cook nothing that's not coming out of a box. That's not coming out of a motherfucking drive-thru. I'm confused.
That's great. And to that point, Dr. Goddess, it's it's real because we all don't know each other from fucking Adam. Most of us have never met each other in person. Most of us live in different sectors of the country, if not the world.
She was from New York. She literally told of my high school experience being in New York City with going to school with black women or black girls.
And I'm in California, so yeah, you come here, y'all.
Yeah, my ex-wife was mixed. Her dad going to school with these dark-skinned black. They would terrorize her. They would literally rip the hair out of her scalp. They would beat her up, call her a white whore, a white bitch. I mean, these dark-skinned black women were fucking ruthless to her growing up, man. Even her own sister, they got different dads. Her sister's dark-skinned black. And her sister's on this black girl magic, black women are gods and all this dumb shit. But she was even telling me when she used to get in fights with her sister would physically pummel her and call her white whores and white bitches and white sluts. And I felt bad. I said, holy fucking shit. And she was like, this is what I went through. Yeah, like being a light-skinned mixed breed black girl growing up with these black women. These black girls, she's like, they were fucking terrorists, man. They were terrorists.
See, they would bring scissors to the school and they would literally cut your hair off if you had the nerve
to have long, healthy.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that from several black women over the years. Yes, I've heard that.
They would really, I mean, respectfully, again, other black women, and the majority of the ones that we're talking about, they will come and say, oh my God, again, women haters, blah, 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 blah. But I sincerely am concerned. And I think everyone else who are speaking, they don't hear the concern. We're concerned about your mental health. We're concerned why you think that being single and by yourself and holding up an entire household, money, finances, discipline, pairing the children, feeding, like you're doing that, and then you get mad when a nigga don't want to come over your house to cut your grass. He don't want to just come over here to cut your grass. Like, you gotta pay him. Go call. You know, Mexican Poppy to come goddamn cut your motherfucking grass. Like, you not just gonna have no man coming to come over here. But there you go. Call him. You can't use my phone. You know, like, I'm just thrown. Like, why the whole independent, you know, my body, my choice, right? And then I'm sitting here like, okay, yes, you had a choice before someone took over your body. It's perfectly fine. Like, everything they say, I'm like, there's a twist and turn to this shit. My choice, my body. Yes, your choice before your body was taken over. Now that your body is taken over by another human body, you don't have no choice, my girl. Like, your choices are dead. Your choice is now that child. Like,
Guys, I read a stat. It said 56% of women. Okay, what about that?
Yeah, you're clear now. Good. You're good.
All right. I read a stat that said 56% of women are on antidepressants. You want to know what's scary about that number? The other 44 that's not on medication, right? It's the other motherfuckers that are not on their goddamn medication. Just think about all of these motherfuckers that are going around undiagnosed with mental illnesses and not being on proper medications, right? I guarantee you that chick who was in this room earlier, a lot of these motherfuckers got one thing in common. That they all on the same fucking medications in their goddamn medicine cabinet. I guarantee that's what's fucking them up. A lot of motherfuckers are on birth control that is fucking up their mood swings, that is fucking up their endocrine system, that is fucking up their emotional regulation skills. Right? Like, these motherfuckers are active psychopaths, like I call them.
One thing you have to look at is something which is probably 70% guaranteed of women as single parents, especially white women. They are popping off on that shit. Like, they just pop that shit.
Ain't you niggas black though? That's his response.
What is that? What do you mean?
Right, that's what I'm saying. So because we're black, we're not supposed to criticize and talk about how we can improve and do better. And your response is, you dark would not be here, so aren't women in your family dark? Just because I have black women in my family doesn't absolve me from being able to criticize shitty behavior. And he says, Dr. Goddess, you dark skin, so they talking about you. No, we're not talking about Dr. Goddess. No. We're not talking about come to the stage. That's what I'm saying. These slow ass, dreadhead ass niggas. There's consistency in where this bullshit is coming from, bro. It's stupid. It's fucking, bro, fucking retarded. It's the most retarded response you can fucking give to everything. Are you listening to everything that we've been saying? So because I work for Ford, I can't criticize Ford cars. If they have some fucking ailments and they're pumping out limits and there's some flaws in the engineering and the design, I can't criticize Fords because I work for them. That's your logic? Yes, it's a dark-skinned women. Again, not all you retard. You understand women aesthetics.
Criticize the internal water pump. God damn it. I hate that shit.
And I gotta call you out with this here. You're speaking over two syllables. Go ahead.
I'm entering the Minnie Mouse Mansion. I'm bringing my leftover french fries, but I got fresh egg rolls for your shit. And it's Friday night, so I'm gonna get some sushi.
shit, then you get mad at me. So Sid, I had to come up because I thought was a gentleman, but it's not a gentleman. It was the lady in the chat saying that I wasn't allowed to speak on you, Sid. And I wasn't allowed to have an opinion or criticize because I'm not a black woman. And now you're sitting here saying criticism problem.
Yes, we do. Yes.
Okay.
I'm just asking for a friend in the chat.
So if we have a problem, it had to start from somewhere, right? So the predecessor of the criticism or lack of criticism in the systems that have promoted the criticism and the issues that we're having start with the pale skin, clear skin. So, but I mean, that's fine. So are you willing to take the criticism where the root where it started at? Or because we're not up here having a problem just because we don't like each other.
No. Absolutely. And I'm just trying to understand why lived experience, why the black community is more critical upon not only their own, but people that want to understand exactly what I look like. Then you're not allowed to. And say, don't be mad at me because I got
No.
Sure.
Okay, he ain't mad. He ain't mad. He's not good.
What's the question?
No, Jay, hold on.
I was asking Sid, but okay.
I know what you was asking, but I'm on the stage too, and I've actually been questioning a little bit, not even like six stance, but just more so, why do certain particular women feel like it's necessary to insert themselves in conversations that they are the fucking predecessors of, like the feminism we're talking about? We're fighting for y'all shit. This is the reason why we fucked up. So we need to find out why the fuck y'all women don't want to criticize each other about the dumb shit y'all do in y'all goddamn houses. Y'all don't listen to y'all men. Y'all want to be in political spaces. Y'all want to fight with y'all motherfucking men next in the goddamn army. And now black women have got mixed up in this goddamn shit. And we trying to figure out what the fuck is wrong with us. But we know what the fuck wrong with us for real. We just don't want to hear it because y'all don't come to this space and actually represent and say, you know what, feminists started. Let's start with us. We couldn't cook clean. We couldn't go outside. We couldn't be ourselves. We couldn't wear our hair. We couldn't speak without our men. You know, men were wife beating us because that's where the wife beaters come from.
Very anti-feminist.
That's fine, but I do need promotion of Eurocentric white American, which is very important. Okay, so okay, well, gee, listen, you can call it what you want, but my eyes.
I'm not black. That's an issue. I'm not black.
Scandinavian, Slavic?
No.
Czechoslovakian?
No, that's my God. Hey,
Are you
Can I say what I am? I'm a friend of six.
So you're
Someone was trying to clap back in the chat about, oh, he's this and that, but he won't pick, he'll try to pick a white woman or whatever. I was the person I said, well, I mean, maybe there's a reason from his experience he makes the choices that he does. We can't judge him.
But there's black women being
He's a man. I thought he was a man. You know what, I'll rest my femininity and go ahead.
I don't know you like that.
I don't know you like that. I don't know these white women either, so I'm just doing what I can. I don't know. You sound like a white woman. Like, what you want me to say?
Look, doctor, you don't know me. I don't know you. I know KJ. Yes, she can be an asshole at times, but she's very, very close for you. Because if I came into your house, I would not talk to you aggressively. I have to know
and a black woman at the same time.
Okay, well let's do this. Let's reset, y'all. So yeah, Doctor KK is our big little sister. Like, yeah, she is a smart woman. She was married to a wonderful Marine who lost his life in combat. I mean, beautiful fucking family. She could be an asshole at times.
Okay, black Marine. A black Marine. Oh no, black Marine. Can I ask you?
Let me just reset. Yeah, 1 second, Doctor, please. I promise I'll let you go. But what I want to do is, we got a lot of respect and love for KK, and she does have a fucking mouth on her, but this woman is smart. She's got a beautiful family, beautiful black baby. She's married to a fucking amazing black husband. So this is, she's got our respect and love and admiration. She's part of the family here, been part of the family for years. But what I want to do is I want to reset and let KK and Doctor just kind of redo this, because I think your guys' conversation was very interesting.
But before you do that, I just have to ask you a direct question, because you say you know this individual, correct? And I'm here in space, in correlation. I did not know who she was, didn't care who she was, because she was in the group. She was on stage and not expressing. So my question is, in your experience with this particular individual, have you seen her in action teaching others about the bridging the gap and how racial rage takes place and white fragility, and has she done Jane Elliott stuff? Right? Have you seen her cape and stand on the pedestal? Because if you're concerned her, then she need to be important, and if she's not, then I need her to get the fuck about it.
Okay, so for one, to answer your question, what she stands on is truth and principle and honesty, and that's why she's got our respect. And she doesn't play any favorites to any skin color, any class, she just tells the raw uncut truth how it is, and that's who KK is. And as far as her getting the fuck off the stage like that's never gonna fucking happen. So we can go ahead and hit that in the book right now. But what I want to do is I want to bring it down a couple levels. Because what you ladies were getting into was very interesting. I'm going to reset it and give you guys a chance. So let's let KK restate her premise. Doctor, you will have the mic next to respond. And Mrs. DeGroot, we see you. We love you. Good to see you, sweetheart. Pretty ass smile. But let's reset it with KK and Doctor. So KK, you got it. Doctor, you can respond.
Thank you, Sig. And I will lead with this because I am a woman. Dr. Goddess, I apologize if I said some words that didn't convey what I wanted to say that would be palatable for all voices and ears on stage. I directed it to Sig. I listened for to know why this is. Listen, I've heard this conversation with Sig multiple times for years upon years, right? But then when Sig brought up that you were a man, the man or the female was saying in the chat, like, well, Dr. and Jay, they wouldn't take you, and Sig wouldn't want you because he are dead vested, and he would only pick the white woman. And I'm thinking, well, there's a reason for that. Are we going to judge him for his experience in life of why he chose that choice? And I am not white. I'm sorry that I do not live up to stereotypes. I did enter the room, though, with, the number one rule as a female entering the Minnie Mouse Mansion is you got to bring something to eat. And I brought up fried rice and fish later. Okay? So, I apologize. It was misinterpreted. I am here to listen and learn. And I'm flabbergasted that you were so offended by that, but I'm going to take that. And I'm going to work on that. I'm going to listen to that and try to understand the reason is. But the question still is there a problem within the Black community of having criticism? And it's not me saying this as an Asian woman. It's not me saying as a mother who has had Black children. I'm saying this as someone that wants to understand why is there so much more criticism in one cultural community compared to other cultural communities. What instincts or what factor is missing so I can be aware of it, so when my children, when they're young adults, I can understand why there is the kind of
assuming that the masculinity mansion was a safe place for me to ask a question like I have for years with Sid. So I digress and
some condescending vibration, and then the apology didn't, I don't, I'm in Las Vegas. I don't know where everyone else is, but Las Vegas is a very interesting place when it comes to prejudice and race. And I'm here with Asian Pacific Islanders. I'm here with Filipino and Filipina Americans. I'm also here with Koreans. I'm here with Vietnamese. I'm here with Mexicans. And I'm here with a very minimal amount of dark skin, black people, just black people in general, just black folks. Whether Black American, African, Afro-Caribbean, doesn't really matter. Very, very minimal amount. So the prejudices that I go through daily are not your own, but they are a part of the different things that have been pushed through systems. So what I don't appreciate is when I get the feeling that a particular set of persons are more versed in my culture and who I am and what I go through and the criticisms and acts that we, as us in the culture and community that we're talking about, that we need to get actually been detrimental to this particular set of people that you're talking about, that you say you love and care about so much, i.e. the Asian hate bill that was thrown over on fucking black people that we didn't even have nothing to do with that shit, and they pinned us in the middle of that shit, and I was like, I don't even understand. We eat Chinese food, we eat pho, we eat pho, we eat ramen. That ramen is the black college. We've adapted and utilized services from all different cultures. I just personally I'm not excited to hear that someone wants to, be given space, because Jane Elliott was I love that lady. I love her because she took time to teach her own people about the things that they need to fix so that other communities can go ahead and do their job within their own space. Because I do think having minor intruders, and I'm gonna call it like I feel it or see it, intrude, and then other ears are listening. You do get to take things back, but are you teaching anything? Is all I'm saying. Like, are you teaching persons to show respect to beings that are constantly under prejudice eyeball? We're constantly underneath the racial line. We're constantly being battered and pushed down because we don't get space and place to be individuals like doing right now. I know she's gone, but I'm still gonna finish my piece. Like, we're literally doing the criticism conversation right now. So it's like, why do we need to? No, it's not about blackism. It's about the conversation. It's about the conversation we had. And you let me just finish because I didn't interrupt you when I had to wait, right? You just let me drop the beat. Okay, all right. Y'all got it. I appreciate the space. Peace and love. Y'all go ahead, whatever y'all want.
Wow, go ahead, KB. Go ahead, man.
No,
Shit, I'm out in that light. Yeah, you knew it. It came out. KK got her.
I don't know what happened. I just wanted to know that I opened up with I'm sorry. I closed with I'm sorry. My nail salon was calling me, so I just had to take that call. And I don't know if she accepted my apology or not, but I came back and she got mad and then she left. But maybe perhaps she doesn't know me, so she thinks I'm being condescending and I'm not being authentic. But I really want to know, like, why the criticism? Like, it's harder within the Black community, and I think it's terrible. I think it's terrible. It's a problem compared to other communities of people of racial backgrounds, ethnic, or whatever. Because we've had this conversation, these types of conversations multiple times, am I seeing this right or am I not right? Because what I experienced in the chat and what the guy was saying in the chat, that didn't come up.
No, you're absolutely right. And here's the thing. You know, whatever team, like in most sports, whatever team's doing the worst, whatever player's doing the worst, they're going to get criticized the most. Why? Because there's a big light shining on them because they're not performing up to expectation. So yeah, we are the most criticized because we hold the trophy in all the worst categories in American society. And then too, as black men, it's our job to lead. Guess what? When you lead, it's your job to coach and mold and criticize and help those in your group to become better. So that's why the criticism is so heavy in our community. I personally love black people. I personally love the black community. I've seen black excellence firsthand. You can laugh all you want, but I actually do. And when you care about people, you're honest with them and you criticize them and you tell them the truth so that way they can see their flaws and they can grow and become better. I think when you don't care about someone, you just shrug your shoulders and turn the other way and you keep it moving. You let them keep acting the goddamn fool looking like a clown.
She was triggered by AK specifically because I've been in the room since you opened it, and I spoke directly to her, and she never came at me that way. You know, so I don't understand. That's why I usually don't like to have these conversations because it's always about not wanting to hear the opinions from people who are not within the community. I don't know why that happens, and I believe that when you love people, you tell them the truth. You have those honest conversations and you say, look, this is what's going on. It's not about KK coming in here or anybody else. Like, how to make this better?
Right, exactly. 100%. I know you wanted to go over it. You got the mic, sir.
Yeah, I did want to say something. Yeah, that was just a little bit weird because I thought everything's going good, but you know, things happen. I get it. My husband, so I get it. It's all up. I think that when we get into conversations about people can't say anything about another nationality, I call them nationalities because I do believe there's one human race. I think it's very weird. I think we all can have Asian nationalities, black, white, you know, all of them were welcome in our home. So I
But yeah. So none of what you said. None of it was ruining what you said, just ruining the fact that you were speaking, and she didn't want you to feel like you should be able to speak because you're basically not black, so it's just a bullshit way to take a shot at you or something.
Go fuck your to make sure they stay skinny and don't hide your hair. In the kitchen, they ain't eating.
You know what's really funny?
You're still bald.
Yo, let Jenny go, and then we gotta give the mic to Mrs. Degree. Man, we gotta hear Mr.
I was just gonna say it's so ironic that people come on a voice app and get upset when people use their voice.
Babies are fantastic. I just wanted to come say hi. I got a notification that KK was speaking because I stalk my Asian Korean like there's no tomorrow. So I was like, oh, I have to say hi. But anyways, love you all very much. That was quite interesting to witness. Oh, thanks, guys. But yeah, it's good to see you guys. It's good to say hello. It's been a minute. It's a little bit difficult. The little one is 17 months, so he's a terror because he can walk, babble, and he has a death wish. Every 17-month-old has a death wish. So, yeah. Anyways, it's good to hear from you guys. It's good to see you all.
Yeah, good to see you too. Tell her we said hello.
Oh, I will.
Give her some that. Well, brother. But hey, just for the record, look, we ain't got nothing against Doctor. You know, she had a little spaz out moment. Everybody's entitled to their little quirky shit, you know. But overall, I still got respect for her. She's more than welcome here. And I do respect the fact that she just gracefully bowed out. She was gonna start with that arguing shit, but I think she caught herself. So I gotta give her respect for that, man. So we're all human. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect.
You sound like you got the phone next to the toilet and we can barely.
I have a phone that I think it's about 90 degrees, so we're going to
much better. Go ahead.
The one thing I am seeing, not just point to one else, but the internet in general, black people start being black advocates. I am actually proud of seeing that because I used to be when I was a teenager and then I learned it's just full of scammers and racists. That's literally scamming and racist. Now, when people are getting out of it, and I think Dr. Goddess, she's pulling her way out. I'm glad they're doing it because this might actually start solving the problem that a lot of black Americans have. We cannot progress because ones that are doing the progression movement are allowing racism. You can't get anything done. You can't get initiative, sympathy. You can't even go to the courthouse because it's going to be like, all right, let these people start 20 minutes so we can start getting back to business. So yeah, the less black activists we got, the more people we're going to have. And I hope Dr. Goddess does get out of that so she can go back to the conversation and learn. AKA, participation. She knows how to make something like that.
That is true. That is true. Collard greens, cornbread.
Greens, eggs, she.
I didn't know how to make that. I have a tea too.
Yo, you ever want to notice like to eat collard greens with chopsticks? You can't get it.
What?
Don't ever wash your collard greens in the bathtub, okay? You'll be fine.
Sorry, I'm not Kamala. Oh, by the way, Judge Joe Brown is in another room on Clubhouse right now.
Oh, it's your boy, KB. It's your boy.
Yeah. Dr. Julio.
Well, yeah, but at the end of the day, it's like we gotta get off this black shit, man. Anybody can criticize anybody. That's where we need to get. And at the end of the day, when you're fucking up, anybody should be able to call you on your shit. Shut the fuck up, listen to it. And if it's valid, take it, fix it, keep it fucking moving. If it's not valid, then be a civil adult and just report That's what I'm
Good point for you. Good point. Yeah.
What's up, Alan D? Welcome to the stage, bro.
Hermit, welcome, man. Good to see you guys.
Have you heard, by the way, that in the comic books, Black Panther is white now?
No, did they change it over? They make it.
He's white. Yeah.
Yo, Alan, speaking of Black Panther, you know what's so funny about that fucking movie? How the racial undertones of that movie. Like, the first one. Think about this, and I saw the dude break this down. This is not my original thought, for the record, but I saw a dude break it down, and I was like, damn, there's so many racist undertones in that movie. So if you think about it, you remember that scene when they go to like the caves or whatever to meet with that other group to gain allegiance with them. Those guys are like dressed up in like the fur, like clothes or whatever. So they're sitting there. Yeah. So their original greeting was moving and hot like the drink that made Black Panther like human, whatever, was like a purple. It was a purple color. It was a purple form.
Yeah.
Yep. And then when the fucking spaceship or whatever landed in the hood with those black kids playing basketball, what's the first thing the black kids say? Let's fucking hack it up and take it to a chop shop. Let's steal it and fucking take it to a fucking chop shop.
Or even the first scene to have two black men fight each other was stupid. Well, yeah, I mean, that was in another review I saw. It's like, in the modern age, are you really going to decide the...
Yeah, but isn't that how all animals do it? Like, think about that.
That's just how animalistic people are anyway. Yeah, I know, but we do it in different ways. In the United States, we have debates between the candidates. We don't have Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump in a ring.
I need to see that motherfucker.
I would too, but, generally speaking, we don't win. I mean, that was just another point. But yeah, there was a lot of that. And the fact that, I forget, what was his name, Killmonger? The idea that, the uncle and the little kid who becomes Killmonger are living in America, and Black Panther comes and kills Killmonger's father. Well, bring him back to Wakanda. Why are you going to leave him there alone? He's still your relative. It's like in 300, the deformed guy says, I want to be a soldier. And, the leader, I forget his name, said, Leonidas says, no, you can't be. You don't leave him there to wander off to your enemies. Either kill him or put him to work. Some kind of genuineness was also in that movie. That was his original. Well, that's historically inaccurate. That was like one of the most accurate things. He always had a female mirror. A guy pointed out that it was fucked up how he came back to Chile and inherited the title. He actually lost it, I swear. So he should have never regained it. So it's like they basically betrayed the official king to go with the loser to get him back to the throne. So it was a coup for him to get back in place because he lost fair and square. So it was no reason for him to get back on the throne. But he never lost because he didn't die. Oh, he had to die. Okay, well, yeah, shit, they had to run it back then. I guess what I will. And that's when he ran it back. And was Killmonger. But she gave him some of the shit back, right? Because wasn't he dying? Like the other people found him and they saved him. So they broke the rules then. Because if he was trying, he would have died. And he did not do anything until later after Killmonger took the juice. Yeah, but was it another evil? Yeah, didn't you just have to defeat the other person? Was it a
They can't be valid.
They tell the person to become the king.
No, listen, remember at the end of part 2, old boy shot in the throne. So he's because is there somebody on the throne in the end of part 2? Was anybody? Because if he lost, that means you have to die. So I don't think you have to kill the person. I only had it again. But yeah, I think you just gotta win it out. They have to yield. Alright.
Yes, heal or die. That's the way it was.
Yeah, you didn't have to die. So you're right, free.
So it's heal or die. That's the way it was.
But he was saved, so he should have died. If he wasn't saved, he would have died. So he
didn't die, so he had to go back to reclaim it. But Kitover already took the juice and burned up all the fucking plants and shit. And they said, well, we got a little bit of other juice left. And that's when he took the juice. He said, okay, we're gonna make it eat. Because if you look at it, he was never challenged prior to lineage. He really never had to fight anybody. And he just whooped big boys' ass. He really was never challenged.
Well, in any event, I think in the comic books now, there's, who knows what will happen. Maybe, everybody will start using mayonnaise in Wakanda. I don't know. And put raisins in the potato salad.
Alan, nah, bruh. No.
And that's why they're gonna skip. They're gonna skip because in the last one, he had a son. So he may be the next Black Panther because the Black Panther and Storm married each other.
Yeah, but it's really kind of dopey because why are they loyal to this one particular family when there's a number of tribes who can put forth a candidate who can maybe better than this one particular family? If you think about it logically, though it is a comic book.
He's talking about Stan Lee. He was writing this shit.
Yeah, well, I know, but I mean now. Even now, it's like they're loyal. The storyline is loyal to this one particular family. When, if I understand it, it's not necessarily anybody could become Black Panther if they're the strongest person, So.
So that's why they twisted stuff up. That's why they going to get to it different. It's not 616. It's I don't know what universe it is. Now Dr. Doom is Tony Stark.
Yeah, I think the main thing is Marvel is that's the big
because it is everything sissified.
Oh yeah. I mean, Iron Man is now the Riri, that teenage girl, who, by the way, is so much better than Tony Stark ever was.
Iron Man is Dr. Doom.
Well, the character is, but the new Iron Man movie came out and it bombed. Like all their movies are bombing now. Fantastic Four bombed. They're just, as you said, they pussified the entire universe, and nobody's going anymore.
Yeah, they had a good run from Ghost Rider with what's his motherfucker? The original Cage.
Oh, Cage. Yeah, Nicholas Cage.
It started a whole run. Everything was good until they brought Lee. What the fuck is her name? Reason or some shit. It's Captain Marvel. That's when everything went to shit.
Yeah. Bob Iger fired Perlmutter, I forget his name, who was overseeing it. Yeah, by the end, look, and by
by Endgame, you had a story arc that went over several years and ended, and then they got woke. Yes, they changed all everything. Yeah, and Disney didn't know what to do with it. They just because between the late boomers and Gen X, we went through those comics, and they just went to shit. Plain dumb good. Now they trying to redo it with Deadpool. That's when they brought back Hugh Jackman. Because he remember he said he was done. He did not want to play this shit no more. Yeah, but then his bank account started getting horrible money. Because Thor was done. Oh yeah, Chris was done. He's like, nope, I don't want to play this role over. I'm going to get typecast. And he said, you know what? They moving in a different direction. And now he's back on the ass again and said, no, this is some pussy shit. No. Mm-mm. Yeah, I mean, I didn't see the last Thor movie, but I mean, the reviews I saw, he just gets totally emasculated. Yeah, it was unfortunate. Yeah, it's just terrible. Yeah, it was trash. Yeah. I always say superhero movies are movies for boys that girls can watch too. That's what Superman movie is. Trash. Yeah, I heard it's complete. It's now you know, but this motherfucker back in the original suit come out now. It's stupid. Because James Gunn like doing goofy shit, and I like James Gunn. He's a good director, good writer, but he has a habit of trying to undermine seriousness and stuff, which is competing with Marvel, because of course he's working Marvel. So he's trying to bring the element or whatever. It's like, no, fuck all that. I don't mind the darkness, but of course, if it's too dark, it's going to be a turn off. But I also don't mind the comedic part. But if it's too goofy, then it's not good. It's back to Marvel again. So it's like, have a fucking good balance. And that's part of the criticism I heard, that he kept killing good moments that could actually build the story and pull people. Because the last guy that played Superman was a great actor. He left. Henry Cavill typecast. Yes. And he did what was that movie? The Witcher. No, not the series. He did another movie. He was like a secret agent, and nobody knew who the fuck he was. And it became a great success. It was like one of those 007 type movies. And he had a great role. Argyle or something like that. I didn't see it, but it was like Argyle or some shit. Same shit. I don't remember. It's been a kind of years. Yeah, I know he did a Mission Impossible. That was pretty good. Yes, there you go. When he had a mustache, no beard, nothing. Yeah, that was good. And yeah, he played a great role. Yeah, and then he came back to something like this, like, okay, I'm gonna do it again. Yeah, if you ever watched the Tudor series about Henry VIII, he's in it as well. Tudor? The Tudors. It was on. Yeah, that's my ex-wife said she loved that English history shit. Yeah. But and nobody know about it. Yeah, I need to find a series of it. Yeah, I never watched Game of Thrones because there's no spaceships in it. It's gotta have. It's gotta have spaceships, or I'm not interested. Sorry, ladies. Boys are being boys right now. One of the actors saying, I mean, look, we're grown adults and we're dressed up in these costumes. You know, and it's like, you know, what, you know, a little boy sees Superman flying through the air and he thinks, oh man, I wish I fly through the air. Dare I say that little boys are going to fantasize about doing that and beating up all their bullies and having super strength more than little girls are. And so what Disney intentionally tried to do is say, oh, well, we're not going to market to boys anymore. We're going to market to girls. And so in order to do that, the girls have to be strong and the boys have to. But they were realistically strong in the fantasy world that was created. So it came at the expense of everything. So that you literally, the girl is a girl can never be seen as being weak ever. So literally, you have a scene with the girl hanging off a cliff by one hand, and if the boy is there or a woman, and the man is there, and the man can save her, the rules are that the man can't save her. So what will happen is he will try to save her, he will screw up, and she will somehow end up saving herself. That's just one of the rules that created, and it just becomes annoying because it's unrealistic, number one, and number two, it turned off the entire, your core audience.
Because men are going to go to movies to see that. We're going to bring our children, wives, and everything. Women are not going to the box office like that. No.
Anyways.
Hey, niggas are comic book nerds, man. I can't fuck with this conversation.
Yeah, did you see the John Wick stuff?
Oh, yeah, I got the whole, before, DVD collection.
There you go. We're bringing Sig back into the conversation.
Yeah, I can fuck with John Wick. That's my boy. Hey, that's me. I got guns.
Yeah, we used to know a friend of a friend of a friend, like, designed the handles for, like, some of the guns he used in the movies, but...
Talk about terror.
For one of the John Wick movies, and that's all the information I know about it.
Okay, gotcha. Because you're out in Cali right now.
Yeah.
Is he the guy out in Cali?
Yeah.
It's probably Terror Tactical. Yeah. I mean, yo, that dude's guns, some of the guns he fucking modifies and designs, bro, fucking amazing. I've shot, one of the gun shops has one of his guns, and these guns, man, he'll take a $600 gun and modify it, and then charge $10,000 for it. People pay for that shit. One of the gun ranges my buddy owns in Michigan, he's got one. Yo, that fucker shoots like a dream, bro. That's like probably one of the best shooting guns I've ever shot. Like, fucking amazing. It's like a Ferrari. It's like a Ferrari. He'll take a Honda Civic and like modify it and turn it into like a Ferrari, man. Okay, where you been? What you been up to?
Oh God. No, I just had a lot going on. I was living in London for a while. I couldn't turn it down. It was too good. So I accepted it, and then so leaving, they were going to buy my furniture in the house, everything, the curtains, everything. And then so I was planning on moving, and I said, this is the time to put my personal goods in storage and go live in London, because I used to work over there. I'm over there a couple times a year. Lived over there and fell out of escrow when the California fires happened. And then through the fires, since I was out of country, I ended up moving a couple of veterans into my house that lost their home. So I had like two or three blended families living in my house, my guest house. And then when they moved is your insurance and fire insurance you can get and the cost of it. And I'm like, what am I doing? And I'm like, I don't have any place else to, move to. So I just came back to the house and then took my house out of market. But then when I was overseas, I lost access to my Clubhouse account, my Google Voice, and my Telegram. So it was just like between devices, right? So I had to switch devices and everything. So anyway, that's where I've been. So sorry, I killed your room. I didn't mean to.
No, you didn't kill shit. Good.
I feel bad.
No, it's all good. We've been talking for hours about it. Topics get real.
I liked what she was saying, though. I agreed with her.
That was weird. I'm saying, like, okay, maybe it's me. Let me just shut the fuck up and try to follow this shit.
I'm like what I said, it would be problematic, and that's why I apologize. Started with apology, ended with apology. That wasn't the intent. But then when she started going down, like, have I done my work? And it's not something about the Agent hate bill. I'm like, oh my Lord, I don't know what's going on right now. But I was trying. And the thing is like, I think she thought maybe it was coming after you, and I wasn't. I was asking you a question.
KK, that's what I caught that. So it seemed as though, I came in at the tail end, but I don't know, Sig, if you guys started formulating. I know KK and I have both not been on the app for a while. So I don't know if you guys have formulated a deep relationship and then KK boom comes up being KK with, that being your sister, and that lady didn't know that. So maybe she was like, why are you talking to Sig like that? She kept saying, we don't need you to talk to Sig. You don't need to talk to Sig like that.
Okay.
I was like,
yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Now it makes sense. Okay, yeah. I'll give her some grace. She didn't understand it. Okay, that makes sense.
But I was calling Sig fat in the chat.
Right, but I'm very much that way.
You've been calling me fat for years, KK. That's why I was like, I'm tired of saying that. You want to make it funny.
Hello, Marie.
Okay, that makes sense now. Thanks. This is perfect.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it really was just, she was being quite protective, and she thought this, first and foremost about KK was white. So she was like, oh my goodness, there's a good black man, and here comes this white woman, and, who the fuck are you? And in my head, I'm in the goo like, bitch, who the fuck are you? Right?
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. All right, I'm back channel her, and then okay, so she was moving with good intention. She just didn't understand the paradigm.
Here's the thing, because I do the same thing for you or Brad or KK, right? If someone were to come at you guys, given the fact that we've been entwined since 2021, I feel a certain way, right?
Right, I'm like, the same thing here. Yeah, same thing here. That's why she's like, well, I'm gonna need her to get the fuck up. I'm like, nah, bitch.
Sig automatically said, quickly before I could even end my sentence, he said, yes. Yep, there is, you're right. And that's when she, came off mic and started talking with me, which is fine. So it's kind of like, all right, well, Sig is agreeing with me. Let's have this conversation. And I was willing to listen to her and try to understand, but she didn't even believe me that when I said I wasn't white. She's like, well, you don't sound Asian. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? We are talking about coloring nails for $1? Like,
Take your time.
what's that so good? Why would I come up to the stage and I brought, chicken fried rice and teriyaki with my sushi later, as a joke? Why would I? Anywho, I didn't.
I feel like she was listening, okay? I feel like she didn't know that you had an established, literal 5-year relationship with Sig. She got caught, being, crazy, and then turned around, and it was about Vegas and being black and how
Asians in Vegas.
It was weird.
It's like a white woman saying, I have black friends. That's what I'm saying about Asian, but I live in Las Vegas. There's the Latinos here, and I'm like, there's Asians everywhere in the world. kids, do dry cleaning and nails, great. Like you can't get things done everywhere. Right. What I did.
Y'all drive like shit. Yeah, right.
Shut up. Did you read in the chat? I had an accident where a ticket, like, well, you are very condescending. And I was like, oh, I didn't need to be condescending. So maybe she thought, like, you were being his friend. And that's kind of the point you made. Is you came but she didn't think I was. She thought I was being condescending. So I need to be aware of that and correct myself on that. I'm woman enough to do that. But, like, she brought up an Asian hate bill. I'm like, oh, this is a black on Asian hate right now. And I get it. I get it all the time, every day. And I love black women. I love black men. I love my kids. I love the community. I'm frustrated that we can't have, like, these types of conversations. And maybe I am ignorant of some things that I'm open to hearing what I am ignorant about. You know, but like to assume I don't know anything and I assume that I'm being racist and the way I'm acting. She wasn't backing down from that. She was like, I don't care. That doesn't mean anything, right? So that's why I was like, okay, well, I'm just trying to learn. She didn't believe me. That's okay. Yeah, I gotta learn not to sound condescending sometimes.
She didn't know what she was saying. She wasn't expecting Sig. She wasn't expecting Sig to stand next to you. She didn't realize you guys had a relationship. She was pulling shit out of her ass. It was really uncomfortable. Nothing made sense. And here's the thing. When it comes to community, like, why is the black community a lot more, what was the word you guys, what was it, like, judgmental, right, and critical within yourselves and other people? I'm gonna be honest with you, that's not the black community I'm familiar with in real life. I don't know if I just happen to have a token black family. Black Americans who are middle class that do not live in the city that have this issue. I really don't. Now, are there issues with our own homes? 100%. Are we critical of our own homes? Yeah. But my black family, we take care of things internally. And my dad has no problem saying, with my fucking almost 36-year-old ass, sweetheart, you're retarded, you're dumb, you're stupid, stop doing this. And it's like, okay, daddy, we'll do, right? But it's being critical of the little things, like the guy that was saying, saying to sit in the chat, like, well, you're talking about, aren't you a black man, N-word, whatever, like, that's what I'm talking, it's like critical of the little, understand it. Yeah, I don't think it's real. I honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you, this has to be a socio-economical, urban sort of phenomenon. You are city, but you're like the exception to the rule. I'm an urban city and louder. Exception to the rule, baby. I'm the black brat, okay? I'm an urban mountain bitch, okay? I don't do city. But I don't do it. I don't do it. That's a fact, Sig. That's an absolute fact. Okay? She got excited about some damn tactical pants. Like, what woman wears tactical pants? She's married to, of course. I'm like, tactical pants. I am a great daughter, great wife, baby. I don't know what else to be. But I look great in my dress. I still hold the classy look. I still have the DC sort of aesthetic, right? I can go the best of both worlds, but yeah, I don't do city people. They're retarded, except for you, KK. Yeah, I don't get it. It's like I said, bottom line, I don't know, yeah. Sounds rude, but it's...
It's true, yeah, no, I get it. I was in rural people, it's the same way, man. They don't have shit to do with city slickers. City slickers just come in and fuck everything up and convolute everything. And, man, y'all rural people, y'all just got a nice, simple, easy, stress-free world and life, man. I get it.
Now, you're more suburban, like you think about black ass, I'm only in the rural area. Fuck that. I don't want to see a nigga feet fast, though. I can't stand a nigga. No.
See, this is what I'm saying. Wait. When it comes to y'all are superior
7 million years. Mrs. Group broke it down. She thought KK was coming at me, so doctor was trying to defend me, thinking that KK was, was coming at me some type of way. So that's what that came down to. So I will give her grace. I'm actually back channel her and just let her know like everything's cool and apologize for any.
Well, that's why I had to stop her and say the relationship. Like, they've been knowing each other for years. We know each other. And then she just went straight from black.
Yeah, I call it fat every time. Like, who does that unless you know?
That's because you care about your big little big brother. That's
yes, get your shit together.
Oh, you're right.
Get it tight.
I lost 40 pounds, KK. I lost 40 pounds, so I'm working on it.
Fat motherfucker.
Yeah, no, you're right. I can't argue.
Yo, what's your jean size, man? Because I got a bunch of jeans right in the men's warehouse. I can't fit.
I don't wear jeans, bro. I wear cargo pants, technical cargo pants.
Okay.
Oh my God. Tactical shit.
They got pockets, man. You know how many pockets in wet pants have?
But sometimes you gotta put a jacket on and go out with the woman.
What are you putting in those pockets?
Fucking knife, flashlight, wallet.
This motherfucker always on duty.
Finger bar and a honey.
Oh, goodness gracious. Saying fasting is the way to go here. I'm going to send you this picture. Yes, fasting. This is 17 months. It's both me and my hubby, so I'm not being crazy here sending this. Let me see. Let me hit send. There you go. Take a look.
Yo, I just did, on the 4th.
Where did that? It's good. Oh, I'm gonna send it to you in your back channel. It's or in your Telegram. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. So it's sick. I mean,
you already married to motherfucking Dolph Lundgren. I mean, come on.
Go ahead, KK. Take a look.
Oh yeah, no, right. 17, yeah, that's what.
17 months.
Yeah.
17 months.
Oh no, your husband's fucking jacked for his age, man. That motherfucker's jacked, bro.
Oh my God.
Oh, here, I'll send it to you too, KK. Yeah. I just don't normally send pictures like this, and
Oh yeah,
lifting combined with body weight, body weight training. Okay, like animal flow movements.
Okay.
That's my warm up. 1.5 to 2 hours of heavy weight lifting, and I don't eat more than 1,600 calories a day. I eat one meal a day. It is dense food. It's wild rice. It's chicken breast. You can beat the hell out of it so it's tenderized. Endless vegetables. You need as much Greek yogurt as your little heart can imagine. A handful of nuts and fruit. You're full. Now the first week feels like hell. Okay, because you think you're starving, and then out of nowhere you're like, oh my God, I feel amazing. Like I don't need to. We eat way too much food. We do not need to be eating 3 meals a day. Whoever told us that was a fucking liar.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm a keto diet.
Same here.
Once you go through that first week or two, you gonna smell like shit. You gonna like shoot your brains out.
Right. I mean, here's the thing. I did it. If you can do a 48-hour fast and still be able to poop twice a day, you definitely have been eating too much food. That's the sign, because you're literally you're flushing your body out and you're still able to poop twice a day. You have way too much food in your system. So I just recommend saying you gotta cut back on the food slowly. I don't want you to like faint, but you've got to be doing weight training for at least 1 to 2 hours, heavy, intense training, and start eating within a shit for me. But I don't know if that's because I hike a lot, right? That could be the case. I'm very active to begin with, but say gotta hit the heavy weight training and you gotta cut back on your food intake, and I promise you it's gonna melt away. 80% of your body is based on your food intake.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, and that makes sense. I did the keto thing, so that's what I started dropping weight quick with the keto. I do.
Yeah, but the Japanese purple potato
bread, so it's got a lot of the Thai fiber and cancels out the carbs. And then I've been
It's about the type of carbs that you have. Look at your carbs and the glycemic index of each food type. For example, exactly. So when you're looking at carbs, readjust the type of carbs that you are consuming, and it'll help you drastically. Because what the fasting diet does is it puts your body it starts to put your body into like what is called ketosis, and that's where your blood sugar tries to neutralize itself, and it burns off all the leftover sugars first before it gets to actual burning the fat. If I want to like lose weight quickly, what I do is I go to one meal. If I want to like lose weight quickly, what I do is I go to one meal a day, and I eat around like 4 or 5 o'clock, and then that's it. Yep, one meal a day. So, but look at your carbs. So like good carbs would be like blueberries. Right? Blueberries are a great carb because it doesn't have a high glycemic index. Bad carbs would be white bread, corn, which has a high index with it. So, yeah, like let's eat oranges. No, you're gonna up and crash. Eat a pear. It lasts longer. You know, when they like kids because oranges and whatnot, but that's basically the name of the game. So if you can start slowly like delaying like when you eat your first meal of the day, when you wake up and your first hungry, have your coffee, no cream, no sugar, like just coffee.
No cream, none of that sugar, got rid of all that stuff.
And then heavy cream will not elevate your blood sugar. Yes, just use a little bit of it. But if you can start pushing back the hour that you have your first meal, it will greatly help you and train you to do that. Now, I've tested a whole fast. I did a 90 hours fast one time. I just really wanted to see what I could do, and yeah, I lost a lot of weight, but then I gained it right back because a lot of it is water. So you have to make sure you have a high water intake during that whole process. But I just want to say, Mrs. DeGroot, you still have that fat ass on that picture.
Girl, listen, I sure do.
I would tell you, say, going through that process, when you cut weight like that, you have to train yourself mentally as well, not physically. Train yourself mentally because you know when man, I'm just Jolly Rancher, whatever, you say no. That's in the trash can.
I have to say, what?
Turn that goddamn dad vibe into a father figure. There you go.
Make sure you're going to bed hungry, and this is what I mean by that. So I have a hard time getting to bed before midnight. That's just my kid's husband work, right? Just natural thing. My last food consumption is at 6:50 on the dot, so that 4 hours have passed. It generally takes about 4 hours for your body to digest your food, right? You want to go to bed without your stomach working so that you're in a complete equilibrium, your acidic levels, right? So you don't get heartburn. I love coffee. I could drink a whole pot. You'd think I was in the army myself. On coffee, you can stick anything in it to stand straight up, right? So I had a lot of acid reflux, but the apple cider vinegar was absolutely fantastic. Another thing, hon, is you have your coffee, but you need to have 2 liters, which is half a gallon of water a day. That really aids as well in breaking down your fat.
I drink some of these water bottles by this company called Zulu. You guys check them out. So on the sides, they have the measurements, how many ounces. Then on the other side, it has 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m. So it has lines of where you should be at by that time of day. So I've been consistently, it's a 64 ounce. So I drink 2 of those a day religiously. So I'm getting 120 some ounces of water a day from my intake with those bottles.
Do you have salt in that? Because if you're at 64 ounces, you're about half a liter, which means you're consuming a gallon of water a day. If you're at 100, you go to a health food section. So I use this thing called Aussie. It's basically like from the salt glaciers, and it's got every mineral you would need. And so you put in 10 drops into 2 liters. You
that if you're not having salt, you're not absorbing it, you're actually going into a heightened state of dehydration because you're flushing.
You might have a heart attack and die.
Yeah, if you get heart palpitations, right, salt's really good for keeping your heart rate in a great place. So if you're starting to find yourself like having a fast heart rate, right, it's because you're dehydrated.
Yeah, so actually I just got on my I just did my physical Monday and got all my blood work and stuff done. So it's definitely getting a lot better. My resting heart rate's at 69 right now. On my enzyme levels, like they did my heart, whatever the shit they pull from the heart, white blood cell count. Yeah, everything's good. Like because before, because you know I was like 298 pounds, man. That was at my highest. So I'm down to 254 now.
Fuck.
Yeah, I was a big guy. Yeah.
Sick.
But I'm not like fat. No, you're right. But here's the thing, like I'm not like sloppy fat, like I'm like a solid boy, solid like built guy. So it's I'm like a lot of people, 300 pounds. Most people thought I was like 250 pounds. So I carry my weight well, even though fat is fat. I'm not making excuses. But yeah, before when I was 300 pounds, like even my doctor, my blood levels for my physicals, she was telling me like my cholesterol was creeping up and shit like that. So everything's back down, normal ranges now. Heart rate's a lot lower. Sleep apnea is fucking gone now. I don't have that shit. I had that shit at 300 pounds. It was fucking horrendous. But yeah, so the keto thing, and you're right about the fruits. So the only fruits I do are berry fruits, so raspberries, strawberries, blueberries. My lunch meat sandwiches, I do like my turkey and Swiss cheese sandwiches, but the bread I get is this keto bread, so it's so high in fiber that it cancels weak. And then what my wife does, she weighs out all the protein.
Why?
Yeah, I got remarried.
What? I'm still shocked. I'm not proud. Oh, I'm still shocked. You put a ring on. Oh, I'm still shocked. Welcome to.
Yes, he did.
Okay, do we know this person?
No, I do. Yeah, KP's better. Yeah.
Is nobody?
Oh, 100%.
Nobody. It's nobody.
She is literally, y'all know Snow White, the cartoon, right? The original.
Is she whiter than my husband?
She's actually way lighter.
She's lighter than me? No, like
she's
okay. In fairness, that picture is with Jeff in his summer color. So she's whiter than a Dutchman.
She's like, I'll show you some lipstick. Like, give me a second. I'll show you.
Is this the girl that you were dating last year?
No, this is a different girl.
Oh.
Yeah, I had to get rid of that chick, her daughter. She had the eyebrows.
Yeah, and you were sharing she had some issues with her father and
with her daughter. Yeah, I was confused. Too much with her daughter, so I had to let her go, man. I'm not competing with another man's child. Fuck this shit. So, No. My wife doesn't wear makeup at all. Fuck that shit. So she meal preps everything. Like she's got these containers that are like portions, so she weighs out all my protein. She does a wild Spanish rice. Like she has a perfect measurement for that. And then like for the vegetables, like green beans, carrots, stuff like that, high fiber vegetables. So she properly portions everything out and puts it in a container, so everything's properly portioned out to weigh, calorie intake, all that stuff. Sets everything up in containers for me. So all I gotta do, grab the container, throw it in the microwave, boom, I got my meal right there.
What's your calorie intake? So given your weight, I assume you're at 2,000 calories a day.
Yeah, I'm right around 1,800, 2,000 a day.
Okay, makes sense. What's your activity level? Like, are you in the gym?
Yeah. So I'm going to the gym. Then what I do for activity, I start off doing cardio shit. But I don't know, man. Walking on that fucking treadmill for an hour, like it just gets boring as fuck. So I'm doing weights. So I'm doing low weight and high reps. Don't walk around me.
Well, I'm just gonna say sprinting is actually better than running. You can research this until you're blue in the face. So the reason that Jeff looks like that, my husband is sprinting. That's why.
Okay.
Jeff, because your body has to, when you sprint, imagine if we were back in the old days, right? We had to run away from predators, right? We had to explode. And so our body like, why is there so much weight? Well, when you sprint, it's the same concept. Your body goes into panic mode and it starts burning everything. So Jeff looks the way he looks because Jeff sprints any long distance running.
Okay.
It is sprinting.
But the other side of it, girl, when you speak about sprinting the old ways, that's how you chase down your kill. Because you would have certain people in different areas, you would chase them. That feed, you would sprint after they get scared. Because next thing you know, we can do what?
And body and mobility. Like, that's what Jeff and I live by. We sprint. We have amazing mobility. Like, we have dates climbing trees. Like, I know that sounds really silly, but that's honestly why I'm better at doing pull-ups and push-ups. I shit you not. I can't figure it out. Push-ups will be the death of me. But pull-ups, they're just easier, right? I can pull myself up on a tree. I can swing. I can do a million things, right? And it's so much fun. It's actually the cutest thing you can do in terms of a date night. Take your girl and go play at the park and do fun mobility in the grass with your shoes off. It's fun. Have a picnic after. And then
Weightlifting, there's different weights for different purposes. A lot of people that get like very defined muscles, they're not lifting heavy stuff. They're doing those like 25, 50 pounds, and it's just making the muscles look more refined. They pop out. Those are light, medium weights. Heavy weights, on the other hand, instead of doing tension lifts, which is what the small weights are doing, you're doing load lifts. Heavy weights are what builds actual muscle. Load lifting, that's essentially why you do heavy weights. And I'm not talking like 50 or 75. I'm talking now you gotta get yourself up to where you're lifting 100-something pounds. That is heavy. Even if you're like a pretty big guy, that's still gonna do a lot of load because of what your body has to pick up. Because remember, the body pretty much distributes your weight across its entire surface, so you don't feel it. Your arms, on the other hand, your legs, if you're just lifting 100 pounds of that is the load building. So that's why you do really heavy weights. And yeah, when I was a teenager, that's pretty much why I was like at 11 and 260-something pounds because I lifted and did martial arts and I could that was 100% correct. If you do the correct workouts, it's not just you be healthy.
with these overly muscular people's lack of mobility. So sick. I cannot stress this enough. Before Jeff did calisthenics, Jeff looked more like Johnny Bravo, right? Like just massive on the top. He couldn't stretch his back, couldn't touch his toes. I mean, strongest dude in the world, but it was bad. Like he couldn't move. And he started following this guy. So he got into calisthenics, which requires a form of gymnastics, body weight, and proper movement, mobility, right? My husband got heavier now than he did when he was freaking jacked and on steroids, right? So, mobility, heavy lifting, sprinting, lower your calorie intake as long as you're moving, and I think you're going to look amazing. Give it 6 months before you really start to see a change. Don't be a chick like me and expect immediate changes.
So that's the thing too. What I don't want to do is I've been trying to lose the weight like slowly because I don't want that extra skin problem. Losing too fucking much. Yeah, so muscle. Don't worry about it. Yeah, but that's the thing too with the heavy lifting. So I did a lot of heavy lifting when I was in the service. Like I bodybuilt, like I was fucking stacked. My joints are fucked from the heavy aspect. Like I really so I had to take it easy now because I started off trying to go heavy again and it was just fucking killing me. So that's why I just switched to the lighter reps. The lighter weight with the higher reps. And then too, like I don't like part of the reason why like I'm so heavy is like I got a lot of muscle underneath. Like I'm a pretty muscular guy underneath my fat. I don't want to carry that muscle, that weight around. I kind of want to lean out more like your husband's kind of tone, that leaner in shape. So that's what I'm trying to work towards now. It's just more strength, more
the strength and the like I said, low weight, high rep core, I guess workout or workout.
Yeah, like a front house. Get a parallel. Do you know what a parallel is? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
What you can do, when you go to the gym, just say you're doing curls, right? Yeah. Just do curls on the bar. No weight. 20. Put 10 on. 20. Put 20 on. 20. 30. 20. Till you get to the peak. And then you have to pyramid back.
Whatever. I was an exercise physiology major in college, so I understand exactly where you're going from. Like, okay, I was in great shape. I've got great muscle mass and or muscle rest aspect with it. So what pyramiding stripping is you start at a lightweight, like let's just say dumbbell curls, really lightweight. You do 12. Easy peasy. It should be easy. You rest. Yeah. Well, not for him.
Yes. It's too late. It feels weird, but then, like, that's 45.
No, listen.
No, I started around 30. No,
Okay, listen. You need just to dump. I'm just going to give you an example of dumbbell curls. You can implement any exercise that you do. So you do lightweight and you do 12 repetitions. You wait 30 seconds. Then you increase the weight just a little bit. Then you do 10 repetitions. You weight your heaviest weight. Then you do not rest. After you do that 6th heavy weight, you go back to your first weight and you burn out 15. If you're doing it right, when you go back to that lowest weight and try to do the 15, you're going to be hurt by 5. So what this is doing is you're waking up your muscle fibers, you're increasing it, but then when you do that burn weight, you're causing little micro tears in your muscle mass that will actually help your internal fat burning engine, so that you'll naturally lose the fat. You do that for every exercise. It's called pyramid and strip. Pyramid up, no rest and strip for 15. You will be hurting. It's the best way to do both ways. Yeah. So, but it's the 30 seconds. You only want to do 30 seconds rest in between each of the set. The last set, the heaviest weight, you don't wait. You go past 3. That's the best way of what I would suggest for you to get in, like to maximize, do the heavy side, but then also.
Okay, and also I would tell you when you went to go get a timer, just get the bar 45s. That's all it is. Just 45. That's all it bar is. And go fast as you can for 1 minute. Then put 5 plates on it. Go fast as you can. Then put 10s on. Man, you gonna kill yourself.
Yeah, do dumbbells though.
45.
Well, really quick, if I can interject here, do dumbbells. Don't do the straight bar. That's how you tear your shoulder. Jeff had the same issue. Jeff is actually going through physio because, just like you say, say hi, babies.
I gotta speak to you. What's going on? What's up, sister? What's up, sister?
I know. Sorry. No, my husband ripped his shoulder because of the bar today. So do dumbbells.
Yeah.
Don't.
And that's what I do. I do dumbbells anyways, because like I tend to what I don't like about single weight, like even if it's machines or it's free weights, is that one side of my body could be working out and my other side isn't. So I like doing independent weights like dumbbells and shit. Or if I do machines, like I'll do machines with independent arms. So that way each arm is independently pulling that weight itself, and I don't run the risk of one side doing more work than the other. And make sure you do a roll machines.
Well, I love you guys. Hubby and I are heading out. It was good to hear
All right, good to see you. But nice to hear from you, Mississippi Bird.
That has like a craving for ice cream or carbs, just send them my way. I gotta put on some weight. So send them directly to Florida.
Another good thing, I gotta give you some money. You must win. You best not. Another thing, if you can, they're hard to find. Instead of like the regular dumbbells, try to find those like cylinder weights. Those
empty to where you grab something and it feels like you're taking a beer. It gets that insane. Okay, I used to have.
Look at me, I once started masturbating once a day, and I'm now at 8. Why do you think it's so complicated?
I think you're just genetically different. You're a fucking beast, man. Love it. Yeah, you're a fucking beast, man. Those like a fucking great guy, man.
Well, twice a day, 6 days a week for 2 decades. I mean, it should pay off, right?
You got that leg arm.
Fucking 2 decades. Like that. I never got fucking paid for this shit. I almost feel like scam.
Yeah, I appreciate the advice, guys. Thank you very much. Yo, KK, check your back channel. Plus, sent you pictures of the old lady. You know.
What is the purpose? Ladies trying to lose weight?
Me losing weight. Because KK's been ragging on me, calling me fat. Fat ass for a couple years now, so I'm tired of it.
Say it's the weekend. You could work off a lot of that weight over the weekend. Yeah, get sweaty. Yeah, get dirty. Mm-hmm.
In what way are we talking about?
Your wife might not agree.
I check your text. No homo. Yo, I've been working my ass off, bro.
I'm gonna send you as soon as I get to my computer. I'll send you a link. You watch that.
Not even a full-fledged nigga. Goddamn. Goddamn, nigga got incredible vocab. Holy fucking shit, dog. That's. This motherfucker ain't even talking like that. Yeah, it's fucking holy shit, nigga. That's fucking holy shit, bro.
What did you say is going to happen?
No, you want to rub my legs down so maybe hold for competition.
I'm not part of P. Diddy's group, but I might be able to find somebody.
No, you would do it.
I have to say that was one of the funniest things back in the day. Law enforcement, when my husband was working in Virginia Beach, our ex, if they put stuff on them that would make their muscles like stick out, but half the guys like passed out because it made their body real hot. I don't even know what it was, but it was my.
And this is why I wear big clothes. Because I don't like people looking at me like that.
He doesn't like to look like a piece of meat that women want to jump on.
Right. Yes, I know. Oh, man. That's my nigga right there. Wallace got his black card fishing. William Wallace? Yeah. What's up, man? What's up, Arrow? That's my dog. What's up, Wallace?
Oh yeah, what's happening, dude?
Same shit, different toilet. Just on here. I'm in Dallas right now, working, waiting for a fucking trip. But it's been slow. It's been so fucking slow because nobody's buying cars right now, so the auto manufacturers aren't pumping out as much product, and so we've been slow for like the last 6 weeks. Well, literally, July is the 10th summer, don't you? Well, no part of it too, because we actually had a meeting, our company had a town hall meeting, and they were saying that they ramped down production has gone down, so they expect a little bit slower because we're usually not this slow in July. We usually have enough work to where I can at least do 7-8 trips a month. But I haven't got one trip so far this month, man. We've literally been
sure if you had the quota.
No, I get my salary, bro. Yeah, I still get a salary. I get salary. Yeah, my salary's good. My salary covers everything, so I'm good. Just my flight pay, I get my commission on the trips. That's just the extra money, but no, my salary covers. Yeah, I'm good on that, bro. Yeah. So either way, if I'm sitting here, I'm still making money. I'm still getting paid. So okay.
That's how we take care of each other.
I can fucking go work a third, fourth fucking job before getting money else for money, bro. So,
You remember, I pulled a prank on my brother. I said, man, I'm in jail, man. They said it's $1,000.
So he called me like 2 o'clock in the fucking morning. I was 18.
That motherfucker said, let me get my keys.
You called me 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm waiting. I'm like, yo, what's up? You're like, hey, nigga, like, I'm in jail. I need $1,000. He's gonna be. I'm like, fuck, man. I'm like, what the fuck did you do? I'm like, all right, man, I'll be there. I'm this motherfucker.
That's my dog. He's like, fuck out here.
Sid, I just saw your pictures. Was the first picture of you standing with the airplane, was that the before you started losing weight?
No, that's after. Yeah, that's after.
That's after?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your wifey, no Lesbo, has a big ass booty.
Yeah, she does. Oh, yeah.
Oh my God. Like, just her arms. She's got her arms by her sides and her, like, breast is halfway across her bicep. Like, she just standing there, too. She's not even trying.
Yeah.
I was like, good Lord.
Yeah, she got speed.
And, like, she got some oddly big breastises. And then, black does not crack. Like, your second picture of y'all in a bowling alley or something like that, like, black does not crack. Your skin is silky smooth. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Well, she's 5'1", 130 pounds. Yeah, her tits are fucking huge, man. They are. And she's 5'1". Yeah, she's 5'1".
She's 5'1". I'm 5'3". GPS, good pair of shoes. So she's shorter than I am?
Yeah, she's short. She's a little tiny little thing. Yeah, she's short as shit. Yeah, she's tiny.
Because when she reads something to me, say, oh, you came to me. Give me a hug. I'm like, go get this side. When he turns to the side, she's rubbing up her midget. No, I took her to the side. She's a midget. I'm like, you still have my foot 6. No, she's short compared to me.
I'm the same height as KK, and I don't look that short up against like 6'1", 6'3" guys. I mean, but I'm not right at their wieners.
Like me, I'm not going to hug you straight on. This is my brother's, not wife now. Fuck no. I'm gonna hug you to the side. And she is a midget. Yeah, respect.
That's true. I'm gonna call you today.
We might jump in from. No, I will hug you, man. No, straight up, man. You gonna feel this. This song gonna be a motherfucking DJ.
What?
I gotta let y'all get acquainted first, and we'll go out on a second meet up. We'll do a group date on a second meet up.
Yeah, when she come out, nigga, how about fight she talking about my hoes? Okay, instead of throwing that bust out.
I gotta sit down with Mal, man. I gotta let you and KP, y'all have that first meet, man. I'll sit down with Mal. We'll get after it. Once you're able to walk again, we can all do a couple of things.
laughing.
I think it's funny you assume that I listen to them.
Asshole, you're an asshole. See, you're a fucking asshole. No, I ain't gonna be no fucking doodle. It's gonna be some doodling, motherfucker. So how's London, KK?
It was good. I'm there like several times, not several, like 3 or 4 times a year anyways. But it's good. It's good. It's changed though. Can I tell you, it's changed. Like it's from last year to this year, it's really changed.
For better, for worse.
For worse.
Tell us what it means.
Ooh, just the crime. Like you can't, like you can't like be on your phone looking down, trying to like look for directions or hold your phone just in your hand, because people will run by you, just swipe it, keep it going, or on the little scooters, motorcycles to do it, and then they tell like especially the ladies, if I'm traveling alone, they tell me put your purse on a crossbody on the inside of your jacket, so they can't see what type of purse it is, or that they can easily just flip it off your shoulder. So it's got to be on your cross, or it's got to be attached to your wrist. So I had to get one of those crossbodies just for my phone, so that way if someone, they can see it, like it's almost like a deterrent as well. And even in like the nice parts of London, like in Mayfair and Kensington is where the palace is, right? Where Windsor Palace is, and even around there are the Somalis and the Middle Easterners. They come over there, and I was told at a coffee shop I was declined service. I mean, it was a place that I've gone to multiple times. It's like right around the corner from the hotel that I usually stay in, and it's like I was shocked. I've gone there so many times, and I usually don't go and sit down and whatever, but I'll go get a bottle of water, I'll grab a croissant or something, a piece of fruit, whatever, that I take up to my room, and I got declined service. Like there was the person standing there, and I thought he was just going to welcome me, like, hi, come in, welcome. He's like, can I help you? I was like, oh, I just want to grab some water and, a bite to eat before I go back to my room. He's like, no, thank you. I was like, what do you mean, no, thank you? What? He's like, no, not today. And I said, well, why not today? He's like, no, you can go now. I was like, the fuck? And I looked around, and everyone there was Middle Eastern. They were all Arabs. And I'm like, okay. And I knew it was an Arab-owned, little coffee shop or a little place. I mean, I've never had any issue there before, but I asked the concierge desk and the manager, and I'm like, is there something that I'm doing? Like, and I explained it to him. He goes, no, we'll make a note of it. And I'm like, well, what's going on? She goes, well, they're basically deciding who can and cannot, and they only want to like serve Middle Easterners. They have like the Palestinian flag and whatnot. So I'm like, I'm fucking Asian. I have no skin in your little war game that y'all got going on right now, other than I think people dying on both ends. But literally, that's what the problem is. Like, my client that was there, he's like, I don't wear my nice watches anymore. I go, what do you mean? He goes, I don't even wear my nice watches. You have to be a member just to even enter that place, or you have to be with a member. It's a very high-end social club. And I was like, I don't even wear tomatoes anymore. I'm like, why? He goes, because there have been men that have been in the restroom and they bump into you and they pickpocket you, or they take your watch off of you. Like in the bar, the lounge area, like they've had a lot of problems with it. He's like, the crime has gotten really bad. And I was like, wow, I was shocked by it. And then one time when I was leaving Harrods, and the only size bag, distance from my hotel, and the only size bag I noticed these people, they're following me. And I'm like random from some random home that was like close to my hotel. And I came back again and I walked past the bellman again, you know, by the entrance. And he looked at me and he's like, okay. And he knew exactly what I was doing. And then he walked up with me and then just like followed me for a while. And then until they walked away, and then he escorted me back in. So I was being followed back to like my hotel, which was wild. Sorry, Katie, was that?
Oh shit.
Yeah, so he probably was
Too much money. I'm saying, my house was talking, we're already.
I know. Shut the fuck up. Don't ask me a question then.
Yo, Sig, I want to toss a question to you. What do you think about the Sig? What's that 550? Wait, Sig 55. Sig 550. What's a Sig? I've never heard of that. 550. I think it's something new. No, it's open. It's space. Sig, I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, I never heard of Sig 550.
And I'm sorry that lady was upset with me. She sent me private messages this morning asking me what I meant by why black women. She was very nice. I was like, I don't know, I was just asking. Like,
Bro, you did not get a chance to speak a whole lot because I was trying to cut in for you to speak. I don't know what that asshole was doing. Go ahead.
I don't know. She was nice though, right, Sig? It's just she went wild out of nowhere.
Dr. Goddess Collection.
Yeah, that's right.
She's nice. She's nice. She just got on a tangent. Yeah, she misconstrued something, and I'm giving her some grace because I don't think she understood the dynamic. But no, she thought KK was coming up to attack, and so she got on the defensive. I didn't realize. So I think she was, and I think her intentions were good, but it was just, it was kind of fucked. Execution's fucked up.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I'm gonna send her a DM for F. You don't know the history. And that's when the shit went left. It's okay.
I don't think she liked it that you were fighting for a non-black woman. And she swore I was white.
Because she was about to go attack my baby girl. What's her name? What's the baby girl name?
That cute little girl, like shit. I forget all
that. Just left off with her husband. She was gonna attack her. She has a pro-black memory.
Before. And then she said, why do you think black women wouldn't get a criminal justice degree? And I just responded, I have a criminal justice degree, but most of my black friends that got that are, does that ask a question? I mean, I do know that every weird messages, I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. I hope you have a great night.
I just found out I did a gossip profile. I just found out that Dawn sent pictures to her out. Now, how's that going? I can only imagine the dirty pictures that people be doing and shit.
You know what I mean? I think they actually, though, like, you can't send, like,
dirty pictures. I don't believe so. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit. This is what I don't check. External DM somewhere. Fuck y'all know.
I wish I could just clear these notifications on those messages. So it's like all these numbers on the bottom right. I'm kind of like, can I just clear all the notifications? Right.
Man, sitting outside in this heat getting drunk from this shit.
We have to send her a DM, just let her know. That's really great for your contributions to the topic, but yeah, it's just harmless misunderstanding. We're all human.
We're gonna blame the nation.
Okay.
Yo, I'm just glad Brad was not here to see what went straight left.
Oh, yeah.
He went straight the fuck off.
Yeah, as soon as she said, and she needs to get the fuck off the stage, Brad would have came in and fucking.
Oh, yeah.
I would have just moved up. I'm like, go ahead, Brad, you got it, man. I'm not even gonna fucking stop that bitch.
Motherfucker, come on here with fucking sword and shield. That's my girl. Fuck you. Like, no, okay, no.
Yeah, I wouldn't even step in front of that bull, man, if I'm good. Go ahead. Oh, yeah, so I just looked it up. So that 550. Yeah, so that's 6 version of the AR-14. Yeah.
What's that stuff? 6 39 or some shit like that.
So no, they got
like an AK-47 round.
So yeah, they got 2 calibers. Yes, I just didn't know it was called the 550, but yeah, it is. Yeah, it is Swiss name. So yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about buying one, bro.
How much are they running?
I think used in the U.S. I think they about 3,300.
Okay.
If you get it from Swiss, it's gonna be like 30 grand. It's fucking ridiculous.
Well, yeah, because that one's a fully auto. That's the Swiss Army version. Yeah, that's the one they issue to their military. So yeah, it's gonna be a full auto. Yeah, that fucker's gonna be around 30 grand. Yeah. Well,
you'll be alright.
You guys have a couple military bases near you, right? And so you should. And that's where we've gathered up all our guns.
Yeah, so we don't get it.
You don't have a gun, man. You have fishing rods. What are you talking about?
We have guns in our house.
I know you have fishing rods.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, we do have it with hooks. Yep.
There you go.
Yeah, we got a National Guard base, Selfridge Air Force Base, pretty big base. But that's the only thing we have directly in the Metro Detroit area. You go a little bit further north, you got Grayling. You got Army base up there in Grayling, Michigan. But they don't. Yeah, we don't get any military like trade-ins or anything like that. We do get a lot of law enforcement trade-ins and a lot of our gun shops. So, like you go and I have like shells that are like the Marcus Elio trade-ins. So a lot of department issue weapons that they're getting rid of and replacing, and they'll sell them. And yeah, you can get pretty heavy discounts too, really good price. But they're kind of beat up. That's the only thing that sucks. Like scratched up and beat up because these guys, they've been in service for 10, 15 years. So.
Yeah, I pay attention to one shop around here that sells fishing rods. Because most of the guys don't go, they never use their fishing rod. So I just go there. I guess that's my code.
Because what's the word on you?
What gun shop? KB.
Base.
No, that's Selfridge. Yeah, Selfridge.
Selfridge.
Yeah.
Because we had ships to go there, or airmen to go there to 9/11. We ain't got food from here to there. That was the first launch. If you know about it, They had on the
kids. Yeah.
Fucking Disney girl. I'm just teasing. Maybe you know planes they got there, so that's one thing for the while of Missouri, out of St. Louis area. Oh, I don't know. Motherfucking man, when I was just laying over there in Iran, man, dog. Oh, you're talking about the B2? Yeah, B2, yes. Dog. B2 is a motherfucking BBC times goddamn 30. You ever seen this motherfucker? You ever seen that round that shooter that motherfucker? Yo, I'm telling you, seeing airplanes when I'm starting into this shit. Yo, this motherfucker here. I'm going to my phone for a second. Your motherfucking refrigerator, not even damn tall. You can't even say, hello, your ass gone. Your ass is talking to Jesus. You don't even know. Yo, I was motherfucking there, man. Shit. We had an air show. When I was in North Carolina, we had an air show at the base. I got to see a B2 fly in person. Yo, it's the weirdest shit to see in person. That big ass flat triangle, like, and this thing is quiet. It's fucking silent. And you don't hear it until it passes you. I mean, this motherfucker creeps right up on you, and it's over you. You don't even fucking weirdest thing, seeing this thing fly in the air, bro. It's hard to describe, man. You see it in person, it's fun. It was developed in cats, skunk works. Yeah, skunk works started working in the 50s. Right, I actually have that book. Skunk works, but it's a great book. Yeah.
It's like I'm just looking at the titties. That's it.
No, I would tell you to see the Blue Angels fly over, and your motherfucking ears will bust open with a hit mark. Nah, they don't hit mark. That's an afterburn you're talking about. You can't hit mark. It's illegal to hit mark that close. That should blow your eardrums open. Once you have to hear this motherfucking round, there's a size to your kitchen cover hit you, and this shit is gonna bring shit. Yo, if you go Pensacola is where the Blue Angels are, and they fly every day to practice. Beth, you probably, how far are you from Pensacola?
They don't fly out of here, but when I lived in Virginia Beach, they did. But this weekend, the F-22 demo team doing an air show down here in Cocoa Beach.
You just see them?
Yeah.
Is that aren't they some badass birds? Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, they start tomorrow.
They're fucking mad. Yeah, they're fucking dope. I was when I was in Japan. I was in Okinawa. We were stationed there. We were right next to the first F-22 squadron that got commissioned. So we got to go over there and check them out personally. They wouldn't let us climb on them because it was still like super, super top secret. But they let us go in the hangar, and they gave us the respect. You'll see one of the motherfuckers in person up close like that, and then when you see them fly, you see them taking off because we shared our ramp and our runway with them for our planes. You'll see the motherfuckers take off every day, bro. It's like, you're right, KP. It gives you so much respect for America, the technology and engineering and fucking brain power that we have as a country, bro. It's like, dude, it's amazing. Also, 22 to the 24s. Which one? Yeah, 22s, yeah. Dog, when Rock came through, I think it was 09, through Detroit, and you had that motherfucking stealth. It just shoot. I said, we been a couple years. It kills me that you mentioned A-10 Warthog. That shit will make me giggle fart because when that thing fires, it sounds like it sounds like a big fucking fart blast.
I heard a man say
It's a giggle fart. That thing launches its
So when they designed that plane, they designed the plane around the gun. Put it up in Jumbotron so people know. Okay, yeah, I'll find a link to it. So they designed that plane around the gun, and that's the most notoriable thing about that plane. It's a fucking gun, like John B was saying, just a badass fucking gun. But they designed it, the cockpit. Goddamn right, the cockpit, not the pussy bit, the cockpit. Damn it. It's fucking 40 tons. Let's go. But yeah, the cockpit is sitting like in a titanium bathtub because those things fly so low. Because they just come in and shoot shit up and destroy shit. So you know, a lot of the hotties and shit, they'll be shooting at it with AKs. Like it flies so low on its missions, you can actually hit it with a rifle, AK-47 or RPG. But those things are designed. You can literally shoot off a wing. It can fly. When you're out there in the field or whatever, you see an A-10 coming, bro, you know you're fucking done. Because those things get so low, and they're like coming right at you, and they're lighting your ass up, man. Yeah, that's pretty much the best transport to date. Yes, yeah, because issues like that, you really don't have any fixed wing planes like that can get that low and get that fucking precise. You know, when it comes to shooting shit up, shooting tanks up, shooting ground support up, you know, for the opposing side, so they can't decommission it. You know, it's just a device. Man, they would drop a motherfucking bomb in your ass. You're simple. Goodbye. Yeah, the triangle check we were talking about earlier, right? Yeah, shit, just trying to do that again, right? Man, I'm just telling motherfuckers about our military. For these motherfuckers in the backstage, yo, these guys got some shit that will fuck you up. But that sound of that damn warthog fucking makes me crack the fuck up. Like, oh, you put shit on the right side of here. That's about to keep shit on you. Yo, I heard that motherfucker go off. Plane. Bust my motherfucking ears. Empty. Crazy. I saw like you said, and everyone else said, sir, yo, you're fucked. You motherfucker. The cannon. Can you imagine someone trying to hold that cannon and shoot? Hey, you're not gonna be able to see like that. You're not gonna be able to see like that, you know. Yeah, they will go in. Good, but not even close to that was, what the fuck was it? Iron Dome. It basically isn't the same as an Iron Dome. Isn't it the same as a KP? Yes, what's that? What the Warthog is? The Iron Dome would shoot. Oh, no, yeah. Kitover kind of cannon. Yeah, it's, I forgot, it's like 39, 42 millimeter, big ass fucking rounds, so they're fucking, they're like the size of your fucking, like, if you took the top of your finger and kind of went like halfway down your forearm, that's how big those fucking rounds are, man. You know, shit, bullshit, them motherfuckers, all the refrigerators. No, they're not that big. No, they're not that big. Oh, man. They're about the size of your forearm, like, from your fingers down to halfway about your forearm. But they'll tear some shit up, bro. Like, you get hit with one of them motherfuckers. Even the kinetic energy from just saying that night, just by you, you're fucking done. Yeah, you're done. Just say that night. That's all you gotta say. Hey, y'all, love her. Hey, what's going on? I just shot a gallon gun. I just shot a gallon. Didn't know these gallons. On the stand. It'd be cool to have handed out kids. And I was 6 feet, bro. Man, shit. I was like, fuck this shit. Cackle fart shit going on right there in the States. Fuck this shit. And I shot the whole goddamn, the stadium. What the fuck was you shooting? What is the cover range? Yeah, the cover. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's my noisy cricket. Yeah, it's just it's a 6-inch barrel AR. But I got a fucking 3-chamber muzzle brake on that bitch. Yeah, it's loud as fuck. It'll thump your chest right on your teeth. Yeah. Motherfuckers, like, what the fuck is that? I said, well, I got fired one down range. You'll see if that legal in California can get one. Oh, no, it's illegal. No. Yeah, that's still the scare sometimes. I'm just kidding. I think that was the name.
What's up, man? What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, Kurt said F-35. Yeah, F-35 is badass too, man. F-22. So F-22 is still, when you talk about air superiority, F-22 is still on paper technically a better plane. But yeah, F-35 is a beast, man. It's a beast.
It was a beast, man. Yeah, that was 86.
You're talking about the Bravo version?
The one that critical takeoff, the one that goes up 50 like.
Okay, yeah.
So I was going to ask you, what's the difference between the Marines version, which has a dual jet, and then the Navy version, which is what he's talking about, has a single, and they can stop in midair and do like a 360 or a 180 in midair to stop. It's pretty crazy.
So that's
for about 4 years. He was in charge of the 40 or 50 plus or 35 Viking 2s. His task was meteorology for strategic air traffic for those kind of vessels. Like if there are missions where they're heading, making sure it's clear. He's now involved. That's I believe where the B2s either took off or went from this mission in Iran. If my memory serves me right. I haven't had a chance to talk to him because he's been busy. He's been working 12-hour shifts.
Yeah, that, so you're right, Wallace. They've got 3 variants of the F-35. They got the Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. Alpha's for the Air Force, which, it's just a basic stock model. And then, the Bravo version is for the Navy Marine Corps, which is the vertical takeoff. And that replaced the Harrier. Yeah, they took the Harrier out. That thing just had so many fucking problems that bird was a piece of fucking shit, man. It was horrible. We were at my home base in North Carolina. We had about 3 or 4 Harrier squadrons. I actually saw one crash live in person. But those things were always fucking broken, always had problems. So they needed a replacement. So that's why they came out with that Bravo variant for the vertical takeoff and landing for the Marine Corps, Navy, simply for the ships, Wallace. So then that way they can embark and debark from the aircraft carriers a lot easier.
The cargo bays are huge.
Oh yeah.
I went to an air show. We did a low fly. It turned on its side in front of the stands and opened the cargo bay and then closed it.
It's like 2 seconds. Yeah, it's like 2 seconds.
Totally insane. And like I said, it stopped in the middle of the crowd. Super low to the ground. You can't go stop. It turned around and took off from the way it came. And absolutely amazing. And this was 8 years ago when I saw it demoed. We weren't expecting it. No one knew it was going to be there. And so when everyone saw it, it might have been actually 10 years or more. But when everyone saw it, no one knew what the hell it was. And everyone in the crowd was talking. No, everyone. You just hear everyone talking, what the hell is that? Oh my gosh. The oohs, the ahs. And absolutely an amazing display.
And it's fucking awesome to see that shit in person. It's unexplainable, man. When you see that shit locked into it, it's holy fuck, man. They're badass birds.
They say those the F-35. There's F-35A, B, and C. Which one is the one that seems to move as vertical?
Yeah, so the vertical one is Bravo. That's specially designed. No, I'm sorry. No. Wallace is right. I'm sorry. The Bravo is for the Marine Corps, and then the Charlie is for the Navy. So the Alpha version is your stock standard one. If you actually look at the differences, the nose gear one for the Alpha is designed for the Air Force. Air Force has normal runways. You'll notice the landing gear is a lot bigger and it's titanium enforced, just because of so much what is it called? Carriers. They need that thicker titanium reinforced landing gear. So that's the immediate difference. Looking at it, just straight on. The Navy version. The Navy version has that bigger runway for aircraft carrier landing and takeoff. The Marine Corps has the big fan door that opens up in the middle, so then that way you can vertically lift up and take off. I forgot exactly why pieces. They're just extremely short. There was not enough fucking runway, so they needed a plane that could put in the Vietnam territory that would be able to vertically take off and land for that specific purpose. So they got rid of the Harriers and then replaced them with the F-35 Bravo. And I don't really think they need the vertical takeoff and landing because we're not in Vietnam or anything like that. But Marine Corps still likes to have that variant, to be flexible for whatever comes.
Yeah, it's a clear asshole. It's safer to be used as a short takeoff and landing as a veto. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's now. What's that F4?
Oh, F4 Phantom. Yeah, that was a tank plane. Yeah, F4 Phantom. Yeah, that's actually my squadron I was in. I was in an EA-6B squadron. We were electronic warfare attack plane. But before my squadron picked up the EA-6Bs, they were an F4 Phantom squadron.
Were those trainers in the beginning? I think trainer jets.
Yeah, the F4 Phantom. Yeah, it came from a trainer airframe. Yep, and then they kind of reinforced it so we can carry bombs and be an attack plane. Yeah.
Yeah, that last jet we were talking about, the fascinating thing too is its full arsenal was contained inside, so it could be fully loaded and you wouldn't see anything on it.
Yeah, that's the help with the stealthiness walls, because whenever you arm it with external missiles or guns or bombs or whatever, all that stuff creates a radar signature that makes it easily detectable. So the F-22 and the F-35, everything's internal to help with the stealthiness. Same thing with the B-2s.
Now you're talking about military side. We're buying this shit in the supermarkets. Just being out here as boys. Man, we had some bad shit. Goddamn.
Aren't those phantoms like super small? I think they're smaller than an F-16, aren't they?
Yeah, they're smaller than an F-16. Because if you ever seen those T-jets, the trainer jets at the Navy, Air Force, and Navy, Air Force, and Marine Corps use a really, really tiny jet. So they're single-engine aircraft, and they have those two ducts on either side of the fuselage. Those ducts are like really, really big for the size. The duct ratio is pretty big. You don't really see that a lot in military aircraft. But they took that trainer platform and airframe, and they just kind of beefed it up. And that's when they came up with the F4 Phantom. Yeah.
ChatGPT on the F-117s. There's some interesting history on that.
That's the Raven, right? The F-117 Raven.
It looks like a mini A2 bomber.
Yeah.
Yeah, it came out in 1983. Compare the when I was reading here, check this out. F-117 was when it came, back. I just had it over there. In 1983, it was its first operational stealth aircraft, but in the late 1990s and 2000s, newer stealth aircraft like F-22 Raptors. The F-35s were more advanced in radar evasion, speed and maneuverability, sensor fusion, and multi-role capabilities. The maintenance apparently was really expensive, so the F-117's radar-absorbing skin was fragile, requiring intensive and costly upkeeping. It says its stealth shaping is based on 1980s computing limitations, less efficient than newer designs compared to modern aircraft. This is the thing that was fascinating because I did not know this. It says vulnerability was exposed. In 1989, during NATO's bombing of Yugoslavia, an F-117 was shot down by a Serbian SA-3 missile. While the Air Force emphasized that this was a rare scenario, it raised questions about the jet's survivability in evolving air defense environments. Just a fun little share on that. So that was such a cool ass aircraft because it reminded me of the mini A2 bomber.
Yeah. That's honestly the F1 U-17. Why not? So the Raven's F-11.
They're black.
Yeah, it's black, but it's got a vertical stabilizer on it. It's got a triangular shape. It's like a smaller aircraft. It kind of looks like a B-2, but with a vertical stabilizer in the back. That kind of sticks up, that back fin that sits up on the back of the plane. But
it would be like a jet version of a UFO. I can only imagine.
Yeah, all in one, we lost.
What we have, can you imagine stuff they have not unleashed on anything yet? Can you imagine what's behind this garage doors.
Oh yeah, there's already been some prototype. What's like now is down to the size of a goose. That's how that motherfucker's smooth. Go ahead. Let's see. What are you talking about? The radar signature, maybe? Yes. No, not Bumblebee, bro. The F-22. Yeah. Radar signature is a beat. Yeah, it's a Yep.
It's crazy. It really isn't. Oh, you think that's because they're not going to show you what they really have with the drones. The drones we have. Oh shit.
Yeah, you know I'm fucking around with American to find out
what our drones can do. We don't need 900 drones. Like 10 drones pretty much can take out.
There's the footage from Russia and Ukraine. The drone footage and the use of drones. I mean, that shit's scary.
What we have is even scarier than but as soon as you have that stuff out in public, it does allow for other countries like China to Alibaba the technology, because that's all China has is Alibaba rip-off versions of what they've discovered from what's been unleashed in war. I mean, it's like the Black Hawk that went down with Osama bin Laden. That Black Hawk that went down, that was something people forget about. That was an untraceable helicopter. Yeah, that was something that we never even seen before.
Yeah, digital devices now that you can set up and it puts out pulses and will disturb and break down drones, small drones.
Yes,
I can never do that shit here in this one of my territories. Man, will fuck me up.
Yeah. I don't even think it's nuclear anymore. I don't even think nuclear is a concern anymore, to be honest. We have technology that's beyond what nuclear is.
Well, you know about electronic warfare planes, right? Electronic jamming. You guys know about that? I think that's what I was mentioning. I don't know really I think that's what I was saying. Our planes, what they would do is they fly about 35,000, 40,000 feet in the air while the troops and the convoys were on the ground traveling and moving. They would just fly, and any signal that wasn't a friendly signal, they could jam and stop. So when the Hajis were set up, I could stop that signal and jam the signal, so our troops would get hit with IEDs and shit. But yeah, they would. We had a couple times we had two instances where our birds went out for training missions. They would do like a cross country. They'd go out for like 6, 7, 8 buckets set off because they still had the fucking jamming pods activated when they came in, and maintenance control would have to radio up to them to turn that shit off. And then as soon as they did it, like all the power and shit would go back.
That's wicked. That's wild. That's like next level. The one that I never hear anyone ever talk about. I was gonna say, allegedly. Make sure I'm clear on this. Allegedly, Vandenberg Air Force Base, which is now Vandenberg Space Force Base, had neutron bombs, and what those would do is the same as what a nuclear bomb would do, except all the buildings would be stay intact, but wipe out all electronics and people. Like literally, the reason why the kids continue to talk about is either they wanted to be silenced, or it still exists, or it was so deadly that they did that it was uncontrollable as far as the power of it. But if you chat GPT just for your own interest, what a neutron bomb does, it's fucking weird. It's like, what does Geneva think about it? I don't think Geneva would know what to do with it.
Yeah, some of the technology though they have on the planes are fucking crazy. Before I left, we got assigned surveillance missions. So they gave us surveillance. Fuck, man, what would be the best? What can I? Okay, like a paper plate, right? Oh no, okay, never mind. Like the circular baking sheets. Like you can put a cake on and bake. Like the big ones that are like probably maybe 16. I'm pretty sure like a 16-inch. So like that's the diameter of the fucking candle that's on these fucking pots. We got to go into the war room. We were in Las Vegas for a red flag training mission, and they let us into the war room where you can see all the images, you can see all the places. Big black room that's super dark, and it's kind of like a globe-shaped room on the top. And they have a projector that projects all the positions of all the airplanes, both friendly and enemy, and you can see them like moving live. You can hear all the radio
the sky, these cameras can read the fucking Lacoste alligator on a fucking polo shirt of a guy walking on the ground.
The VJ can use the batteries of electronics and stuff to absorb a lot of that EMP energy that someone might use it. Because I've always thought, like, what's the point of sending, I guess you say, soldiers if somebody could do what you guys are talking about? But apparently you can actually put a coaching on there, right? So, wow, man, I mean, you guys are really excited, but maybe your children or your grandchildren will see a different kind of world, man. Humans won't even be deployed.
What tribe are you from? Because I asked.
Yeah, but yeah, definitely. I'd love to see that, but yeah, just wonder what both of them do.
Yeah, they're trying to, excuse me, curse kids. Don't do what?
Some of these motherfucking African motherfuckers.
This is bullshit.
Guess what? Yo, I had to interrupt my fucking dinner. Sitting with my brother. No, that's it, dirt ass. No, you're not gonna do that, boys.
This is all shit on Google. KB, this is all public information. Well, yeah, Curse,
Let that motherfucker go look it up.
they're trying
to get my line.
They're trying to they're trying to get to the point where they can eliminate the human element out of warfare, man. You know, humans need rest, they get injured, like the bionic suits they're testing out.
Yeah, on soldier for yeah,
like the exoskeleton suits and shit. Yeah, so they've been testing those out. And with those suits, they're able to carry a lot more in their packs, a lot more ammunition, a lot more gear, water, shit like that.
Talk too much, man.
I think we'll come to know.
I'm ready for drone boot camp, sick. I can't wait drone boot camp where they just tell you you gotta play a lot of fucking video games and you better win. That's what's gonna determine if you get to fly with this fucking drone. The hand-eye coordination shit. Wow, that's like the best video game ever. I swear to God.
But that's actually what it's like, man. They actually, like, when they recruit for the drone operators and shit, yeah, they recruit these kids that play a lot of video games. That's exactly what's.
Yeah, the drone forms are crazy. Like the reconnaissance drone.
These are clear. Like, what we're talking about.
Let Curse finish real quick. Yeah, exactly what Curse.
Just saying, batteries, so far they don't last as much. And the problem is the combustion engine will be too loud. So obviously, there's almost no point in putting a robot with such an energy source. So I think definitely having a stronger battery can last, let's say maybe 10 to 11 hours, right? That would be long enough. That's when I could see like at least a fast track to like a lot of the, at least I would say fully replacing units, but maybe the exoskeletons like we're talking about. But I think it's a battery thing for now, to be
I was going to say that they run on, think about satellites. A lot of satellites run on nuclear power, nuclear fuel engines. It's like submarines, nuclear subs. Like the battery power isn't an issue at all. And even now, just for local consumption, we're just less than 5 years away from solid state battery technology that weighs less than the current batteries that are in your average cyber trucks or whatever else you really go. We're talking 800 miles of power, 800 miles of driving on a 10-minute charge. Basically, you go take a shit, get some food, pay the bill. By the time you go get back to your vehicle, you got 800 more miles. Wait till they turn them into cartridges where you can basically charge up 10 cartridges at 800 miles per cartridge. That's what's coming.
Yeah, we just need thousands of more.
No one is talking about us. No one is saying how AI just turned on Elon that quick and said he's him.
Yeah, or the developer who tried to shut it down.
Or the first, or the standards. When AI came out and they had to unplug this motherfucker. When us off. What the fuck's y'all doing?
Right, did the AI like blackmail him through the darknet, like planted like compromising stuff on
If you know about darknet, it's not no HTTP shit. It was way back.
All I know is we've been around a great kill switch to cut that shit.
There's no real switch when you unleash it.
I know.
Yeah, they Terminators that
actually
something on.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say
You can't. You can't.
It's a reality. I do believe that could happen. That's a very good possibility.
You cannot get ahead of it.
RoboCop was better than Terminator, I think.
Well, here's the thing about AI. Once the TI's game over, they learn so quickly, which we're trying to do right now, and buy whatever the fuck it is, and just say something. It will come up with a whole story, a whole character, and a whole storyline to make a movie. You don't have to think about it. Are you fucking retarded? Hello?
Did you say T.I. KB? T.I.'s gonna come and do a concert? You mean T1? When the T1s came in and Terminator, you said T.I.
I don't know fucking want to call it.
They said wait till the concert arrives. Well,
Whatever you want to call it.
It's a concert of some serious advanced artificial intelligence. Yeah, when they
I'm trying to interrupt my goddamn dinner.
Look what they're doing with like amputees and replacements. Like transhumanism is something that's in the process. I mean, even Neuralink would be an example of that. That they're looking at people assume literally instead of wanting to get a facelift, they're gonna be literally going, I want my right arm to be strong as hell. I want to have all these abilities. And they're gonna literally have their arm chopped off and get a literally like a robotic arm attached or a knee replacement. I mean, literally, it's called transhumanism. But it's a real thing. It's something we might not see in our lifetime, but it's definitely in process.
Yeah, I was a volunteer for a robotic dick. It's not trying the enterprise or bullshit. Yeah, he just doesn't respond. I don't ever have to worry about social diseases, sexual STDs.
You know, it's going to be all on that. I mean, what happened to that guy? How's that thing working out these days? Not that I want to know, but
well, I can tell you,
it works.
I can tell you straight up personally, a lot of this shit that's going on, it's gonna come in fucking young guys over, young women. Who the fuck? You can look at a big eye right now. You can tell. Let's say, what's up? Old school people. I'm getting buzzed. Old school people on AI. Looking, from 1979, like Chuck Norris. Yeah, they look straight up athletic men and cracking jokes or doing kicks. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, you're about to be fooled.
Yeah, it's important.
You didn't notice this during the late 90s.
Yeah, it's important everyone knows that their eyes aren't going to be fooled. And so, KP, that is super important that you share that message probably daily because people aren't going to be expecting for their eyes to be fooled, and it's going to happen.
And you didn't know this shit through the 2000s with our presidents. You saw this motherfucker 6'10" come out.
We put it together. I mean, look at what's being said. Cell phones are going to be a thing of the past. It's going to be meta AI. It's going to be glasses. It's going to be your cell phone. You won't even pull
somebody to introduce you with lectures.
It's gonna be a chip in your ear.
Yeah,
chip in your head.
no, you're right.
You need a physical thing to do all the shit that all our technology does.
No, because sunglasses are always cool. You wore sunglasses first. For us as Gen X and boomers, we had that. Now to have it in your ear, if you remember, they introduced sunglasses with Bluetooth. So you can see
Black Mirror, with a little chip on the side of your temple. You see Black Mirror.
I never watched it.
Oh, KP, you're gonna see that. We might.
Yeah, if it's a chip, I'm gonna put the chip in my dick that way. If I'm fucking a woman,
Now the chip in the dick.
yeah, and then I'm in the middle of fucking a woman, it'll be, my dick will ring and oh honey, I'm sorry, I gotta take this call. And then
I'll take it.
When you put on pause, what do you do then?
yeah, exactly.
I'll take it back, bro. I was sitting on the couch. My wife and I were sitting here, and a friend of mine introduced my niece. Yeah, they put this shit in front of me. And then I introduced a good friend, goddamn aunt, and said, yo, you're getting fucked. Go, I'm gonna tell you who's gonna be that was sitting there at the stage. Gotcha. And Alan, you know how fucking Hollywood is. I'm gonna go back to eat my dinner.
Well, I got something to complain about. Abrams.
First.
Yeah, but nobody's around. Oh well.
KP, what do you eat for dinner? Computer chips.
Flattened pizza.
Nice. That was fun.
Go to sleep for 16 hours. Damn right, you gotta heal my body.
Is that Adam's good work? You just sure you see it. How you been?
Oh, good. Just doing personal work for myself, trying to catch up on my own projects, put other people's off, and yeah, ate some lunch, so I'm just relaxing, waiting for the heat to kind of die down before I go outside.
Nice. I did see you. Special ops. I didn't see you. He was in the dungeon. He studied.
So, wow, it's been around 40 years.
Oh, I know he is. No, I know. Jeez. You know, I know. That's good stuff, though. We were just talking about you.
Was that 4th of July? I don't know.
No.
It was way before the
Yeah. So, since I stopped drinking, I kind of just sit down in the audience and listen. When I get a few beers in me, like, I'll get on stage and just talk, and not give a fuck. But, yeah, lately, my hands are moving so much, I just listen while I work.
Naturally, there definitely needs to stop the ball on stage, for sure.
Oh, liquid courage. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's the best jokes you ever gonna have in my life. Because I'm on stage, I don't drink.
It's Coca-Cola and cherry juice. Yeah. Yeah, the Marciano cherry juice. Marciano cherries.
This is why I like white people.
I heard
come up with some new shit.
You got Roy Rogers.
Coca-Cola developed.
Cowboys and Indians, I like it. Don't make it quiet, motherfucker.
Waltz, what were you saying? Waltz is busy.
I just said the other day I heard, or I saw a thing, and it said that Coca-Cola, because no one would drink Coke in the wintertime, so that Coca-Cola developed Santa Claus.
See, I like Coca-Cola. You put it in a cooler, ice cold, all day.
Yeah, all day. Coke is it. Remember back in the day, they said Coke is it.
But no, when Ray Charles came up with that campaign, everybody, and I still have those old golden cans of Pepsi.
Then Coca-Cola would just go off the shelves, especially in summer, and then they couldn't sell it in the winter. So I don't know if this is true, but Santa Claus was kind of taken off of Kris Kringle, and Santa was developed for marketing Coke. And I would think that Santa's older than Coke, but then when I started thinking about it, I was like, yeah, how old is Santa? You know what? Coke might be that age, right around Santa.
When the fuck have you ever seen it in your lifetime a Pepsi Cola truck with lights on it? Never. You always saw it in the Coca-Colas through the 70s and 80s. I know they convinced. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So then they convinced you that polar bears drink Coke, so expanded the marketing.
Well,
When
they first started talking about it, that's what I was thinking. Before they even mentioned Santa, I was like, oh, they're going to get people buying Coke in the winter. I thought polar bears. That's what I thought of. But they went on this marketing. And I worked there for 12 years. I was told they used their syrup to make their agents.
No, the marketing.
Well, I don't know.
Why would you do that?
19. Oh, did you ask when? Or why?
No, why? See, I'm directive for it.
Sell Coke on your own. I don't know. Makes sense to me.
Have a seat. Listen, listen. You say you work for Coke. I'm not a chair. I'm about to sit down in my chair. Why would you do an advertisement during Christmas for Coke? What's Santa? I'm asking you,
It's sell more Coke. What do you mean?
why
I guess
would
for Coke in the winter, you gotta think of some way you can sell more Coke in the winter.
you don't be a fucking mouth, you don't even know.
No, I mean, yeah.
This, I'm gonna tell you something.
Myself.
You're talking to the wrong person. When I sit down at a table to come in and get shit correct, why are you doing this?
No motive.
Okay, you know why you sell Coke? Christmas.
Coca-Cola. Yeah. I don't drink that shit. I saw what it does.
She's a fucking, I didn't ask any person to speak.
Hey, relax, man. We're just chilling, bro. Just relax, man. It ain't that serious, man.
No, I'm having a board table right now.
What up, yo? What's going on, brother?
I didn't say that. No, I don't need anybody's. I'm going to tell you why.
Relax, bro.
trying to suck somebody dick. The fuck? I'm out. It's 5 o'clock. I'm gone. Y'all doing the fuck y'all want to do. So yes, when you have serious conversation, yeah, that's how it goes. When you're arguing and everything. It's not fun. It's not. And I'm an old man. You know, you young cats picked up and said, like, hey, yo, sit up. This is what I do and what I've done. I dominate a room. Well, leave this shit. Just chill, bro. Chill. I didn't say goddamn word. I should say start doing some somersaults right now. That's what we're right. It's a crazy thing. Calm down. He's like doing gymnastics. They want to see the whole grizzly bear come out. Yeah, that's what you get with all your turns. Yeah, we're gonna do the motherfucking grizzly. I'm chill talking to you guys, and this time I'm watching the street over here. I spoke for this like little low-key private parking lot. And I saw this dude running like fucking must have been running 20 miles an hour, and he had a whole stash of clips. And I saw some dude, like Hispanic guy, chasing after him. He was about 250. This guy was like some white looking dude, skinny as hell, by on that, running fast as hell. This guy's trying to keep up with him. Because I know he was running those clothes and sweats and shit. Yeah, everybody knows me. He hasn't run that fast in a long time. If he could run that fast, he could probably actually pay for the clothing. This guy was running fast. It's like, no, she don't run that fast. This guy's slipped up too. Yeah, his clothes were all on his body. Just across the street, almost got hit by a cop. And that's still into it. I kid you not, I don't know what a store. I'm gonna do it in California because I decided to point you. Right, trying to do some shit. I'm just gonna take you out. Well, you work for me. You're really good.
Hey, what was that model of SIG you guys were talking about? Since Ghost is here, I'd like to hear his opinion on that action at Kitover.
That was the
51
550. Yeah, the 6 hour 550 rifle. Yeah. Never heard that one, Yoshi?
That's a long gun?
Yeah, long gun. It's like you know the old AR-14s.
Yeah, he said 7.39, I think.
The African issue rifle. Yeah, it looks kind of like an AR-15, but it kind of more resembles AR-14. Yeah, it was African issue. Africans, some of those African countries adopted that. That was their military issue rifle.
Then they corrected it, made it the AR-15, and sold those to America and left Africa with the 14s.
Yeah, left the dirty, so with the whole shit.
Yeah, most people don't realize that there's an AR-10, there's AR-50, you know, there's a lot of models in that Marmalite line. The AR that shoots a the AK round, what is that, 39? 7.62? Yeah, what, is that a different model, or are they still considered AR-15? You know, I'm more a handgun guy than a long gun guy. I have like teenagers now. I really stepped out except for reading and looking around, but like the new truck guns that accept your pistol mags, like, what's the one else? The JR. I have a Ruger PCC, which is basically a 1022. Right now. Yeah, it tears down into halves, like you can throw it into a backpack. Oh my gosh. Well, that's great for the truck. As long as it's disassembled. Yeah, and I saw the Ruger one like that. That kind of came in a backpack. Yeah, it's kind of cool. It used that 9mm, which is attractive. Standard 9 takes a standard block magazine. Yeah, Yeah, the GR carbine was interesting to me because I could get it with the Spirited West and NP mags. But I stopped looking. But yeah, they're cool truck. I guess they're labeled as truck guns.
Say, what the hell was KP smoking?
So that was KP drinking, man.
Oh, I think that was stuff.
Yeah.
I thought he said he doesn't drink when he's on the
Yeah, Hammer, he's too serious. I'm like, bro, just relax, man. It's all good. Just chill. Just chill.
at the boardroom. All of a sudden, William's trying to defend his comment of I don't know.
He starts hitting the lead quietly, but instead of the mic button, when he gets to that level, he'll start hitting the wrong button and he'll start kicking it and he's himself out. It's okay, though. Come on, it's okay.
I was gonna throw in now this other thing. I recently heard that Dr. Pepper now has supplanted Pepsi as the number 2 most sold soft drink.
Yes, soda I drink. If I drink soda, it's Dr. Pepper.
So you're saying Pepsi is number 1 or Pepsi was number 2?
No, Pepsi's 3. Coke's always been 1.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I was like, oh shit.
So it's supplanted Pepsi as 2, and now it's number 2.
Okay, gotcha. It's so it's regular. I know Coke Zero's been shooting up there. I was reading something like Coke Zero's gotten so popular now it's hitting some pretty heavy numbers.
I didn't follow that. I was just listening to something and they were saying Dr. Pepper is number 2.
Well, what makes a zero zero? Is it something other than the?
It's got no sugar and 0 calories. It's got all the chemicals in it.
Yeah, I'll drink a glass bottle.
Zero sugar.
Yeah, it's because the diet, I think, used like aspartame or they had some funky concoction to make it diet. But Zero's got like the chemical makeup for all these Zero products is that Diet Coke diet drinks always had that weird taste to it, weird funny taste.
Yep.
The Zero chemical makeup gives you more of the flavor where it doesn't have that weird taste, but you get the benefit of not having the calories. Well, 0 calories and like 100% cancer, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to go to no one's ever gotten out of this place alive. So,
hey, I used to go to a warehouse, and this warehouse must have been like maybe 600,000 square feet, and it housed all the preservative and flavor chemicals that they put in all of our foods. And I used to go in there, and the smell and the smell, it was so freaky that all these chemicals with these hazardous labels all over them because of the quantity of them.
And the backlash to all that is how popular when you go to places you can buy Coke with real cane sugar in it.
That's all I drink from
Everybody's like, screw this, I'm going for the real stuff.
Yeah, that's how they have in Mexico, the glass bottle Cokes. Like when we go to Mexico.
Our Costco all the time has
just go to Costco.
Costco sells glass bottle Coke?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, shit. We got to
For years.
What?
Yeah, the Coke bottle got so popular, I heard that they were going to try to put the canned formula in a glass bottle. And I think it got turned away because people found out they were going to do it. People were like, well, I'm not going to buy it. Yeah, the regular Coke's great. You can't get it in Costco. It's still expensive.
Yeah, when you use real sugar.
They are true.
Oh, they taste better too, and you can taste the difference between that and the high fructose shit. Yeah, it tastes a lot better. That's the thing too about Mexico, man. When we're down there, like all their bags of chips and stuff, like they have like these big warnings on them saying like high in sodium, and like they put all these warning labels on all their shit that we don't have here. And it's a lot of their stuff that they sell there, like if you like they don't allow like a lot of those chemicals and shit like that in their products, man. And you can tell, like you got the same product from the United States and got the same product from like Mexico or another country, like way less chemicals in the shit in the other countries compared to all the bullshit they put in our food.
Well, when the whole Maha thing started with RFK Jr., they were breaking down Fruit Loops. And Fruit Loops in other countries have like 4 ingredients, and ours has Yeah, I heard about that.
Well, and recently I've been like questioning this, and I think Yosh, are you in California?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, me too. Unfortunately, California is really good about labeling every single thing and every single building on every single sidewalk, every single product is labeled cancer causing. Like their liability is insane when it comes to that.
Oh, so that's the one thing that California does well.
Yeah, it's not the products you were just talking about. The Takis are not labeled. Like there's all these products that these kids and my kids enjoy. Like all these products that are not labeled, and I'm thinking, how stupid is California? Are they like, they're not that stupid, so why don't they label? I guess they can't get the manufacturer to label the bags because of what state who requires this. But what a conflict of, it's like, it's just a conflict because everything is labeled. I want a $5 pen for my kid. I'm sitting in the dentist. I said, "Bitch, there's one of those signs in here." He goes, "What sign? What are you talking about?" He goes, "I'll bet you $5." So I went around and I actually found it because there's one in every building, and there's material in this building that causes cancer. Da, 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 da. So yeah, with the foods that have been being sold and that are going to get canceled by RFK, like I don't understand California's worry and protection and liability protection for themselves when the last 5-6 years these products have been flying off the shelves with no warning.
Well, how many times in California you go to McDonald's or Burger King or these bullshit ass fast food restaurants? Like you order fries and like that Proposition 5 sticker on the box of fries when you get it. Or the chicken buckets.
No, and maybe the reason is because these things haven't been proven to cause cancer, so that is the stipulation. So until they're proven to cause cancer, they don't have to label it. Maybe that's the
Proof in reality has no bearing on the California state legislature. They pass stuff every day has absolutely no basis in reality.
Yeah, it's true.
I feel like it's gonna make things better or, make things feel better.
Yeah, about
how much money it costs.
Right, criminals are being given rights. Like you have a duty to retreat, and now it's going to be put in stone. Like if you try to protect yourself or your family, like that's why you just gotta have a bunch of holes in it.
So that's why that was proposed. It was in committee, and it had so much backlash that it actually died. About next session, but it died in committee. Because it was batshit crazy, and that's one thing. It got a bunch of people, not only the 2A people, but anybody who did martial arts or anything like that. Because if you defended yourself in any way, basically you were supposed to run away. Somebody's in your house, robbing it, confronting you, and you're supposed to leave.
Even though you're trapped in the closet, you have nowhere to go.
Right. Well, that's one of the things. One of the techniques I've told people over the years. That if you're intruders in your house and you get your firearm, retreat to someplace where you can't leave. There's no door or window for you to leave. So that way, when they come and investigate, they say, nowhere to go.
Is there any
my firearm?
Any SCOTUS 2A stuff currently that came out?
I'm wrapped on it. Some of it's good and some of it's really bad.
But they're still holding on a bunch, right? I think I talked to you maybe 5 months ago. There were stuff in line we were saying they probably won't get to more than 1 or 2.
Some of them have been given cert, some that didn't, that should have, or the magazine ban, the quote unquote assault weapons ban stuff is supposed to decided not to hear. Just
because they're slam dunks and easy to decide on, and it interrupts attendance. So it is crazy that they can't just go, all right, yeah, this is obvious that you can't restrict these things that pertain to 2A and the right of. So, anyways, yeah, I was just gonna pick your brain because I have.
Yeah. Well, we've been having some wins in the Ninth Circuit, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, they just struck down the 3-judge panel in the Ninth Circuit. We had a law in California that passed that basically stopped children's kids programs for shooting rifles and clubs and things from talking to them because they were marketing towards children. And they just came out in a 3-judge panel and said, nuts against the First Amendment. It's really a First Amendment case. And they came down on the right side of that. So if California will just go ahead and challenge it and move it up to the outbound and get it up to the Supreme Court and spend California taxpayers' money on lawyers on things that they know will not succeed when they get played out. But then they get to play it out for 10 years. Some of these things have been bouncing around for 10 years. They've gone all the way up to the Ninth Circuit on bond and then sent, vacated, remanded, sent back down to the district judge. And then they take attorneys spending millions of dollars to defend these. And he's so brazen, he gets up there with Monta and he'll actually say, oh, I think this is probably going to get challenged eventually, but we're going to do it anyway.
Yeah, don't they call this like judicial tyranny?
It sure is a misappropriation of funds because, you know, and they're in these committee meetings and they're trying to pass this stuff and they're filing saying, this isn't going to make mustard, this is going against the most recent decisions of Bruin.
Hours ago. Man, I had my whole spiral notebook of my grievances. Oh, and I was going to say, one more thing in California, that tunnel. Up here in Northern California, like the word's out that Trump supports tunnels, the water coming from our delta down there, down south, and Trump supports it. So I think all these red Trumpsters up here in NorCal are getting pretty pissed because he's pushing for the tunnel.
You know, the California delta is a huge problem. It's still in the early 1900s, right? Chinese, and it's man-made basically. And nobody's done anything with it to disrepair it. And they're snapping with this freaking stupid Delta smell where we've billions and billions of gallons that would have gone down in Central Valley. Help us feed the world. Went away, and the farmers had to increase their drilling and basically take all their water in their area down because we realize this, but they sign contracts with the government saying that they're getting a certain amount of water. They go buy any contract, but then the government comes back and says, oh, we're only going to give you 40% of your allotment.
It sounds like homeowners insurance. There is no food security issue. Okay, there's no healthcare security issue. There's no social welfare security issue. Okay, we need to cut fat, disgusting, piggish people off of our healthcare system. See, you wouldn't believe, I got a call earlier today. This person called, and they called yesterday, and I didn't call them back because they sounded like they had no money. So it's like, what is the point of me calling you back if you can't do any business with us because you have no money? So for the reason, he was trying to apply for a voucher. He says that he's 26 and autistic, and he's trying to move into a senior care facility. So I tell him, I was like, listen, this is a facility for old people. He goes, well, I understand that, but I mean, don't you guys have any space? I mean, I'm technically disabled. I mean, this is the mindset, Sig. I almost wanted to ask him, like, were you raised by a single mother? Like, what is wrong with you? 26 years old, and this kid is trying to move into assisted living.
Maybe he identifies as an old person.
Yeah, he might be trans and he just may come on out.
Probably 89% chances in a single family.
Yeah. They're lazy now, Adams. They just know this junk. They're fucking lazy, man. They don't want to work, they don't want to do shit. They just want to live off everybody else.
Yeah, and then he was like, can't there be an exception that's made? And as I was starting to ask him, like, have you ever heard of Golden Girls? I thought about it for a second. I was like, that show was off the air before this kid was even born. And I just hung up the phone. Like, I didn't even give him the pricing. Like, and you thought that you were going to save money here? Like, my cheapest unit's almost $9,000 a month. Like, are you stupid?
I'm very back off the shower.
It's one of those buildings save money. Yes!
$9,000 a month?
Yes! For a care. No, the care is they can rate an assistant.
That was in here with
a diaper. He had like a full diaper when he came in and make him water. You can't have somebody under the age of 55 that's disabled. Like, you can't have somebody under the age of 55. And even with 55,
65, there has to be certain medical exceptions that can be made. It's very licensing restricts you in the age of the people that you have moving into your building. You know what I mean? When you're a senior care residential facility, you see what I'm saying? You can't just move disabled people and young people in there.
Governor for their mishap to COVID with our seniors?
No, supposedly they're looking at, I know, corona for sure.
Yeah, that was wild. And it'll never leave my mind because I dealt with my grandparents during that time. I forgive them because I'm not going to carry hate around with me. I'll tell you right now. I didn't get to see my grandparents when they went prematurely.
Well, remember the 26-year-old that they placed into one of those homes and he beat the crap and beat to death his roommate?
But as a tenant, or
put him in there because of the COVID thing. They were putting people with COVID symptoms into those homes with the most vulnerable people in the population.
Well, that's what I was asking, if anything was going to be done, because the actions they took were, even when they were doing them, were what are you doing? It looks like totally, they're totally in the wrong.
I think in California, they only put people in there that were, they were on certain vouchers. You see what I'm saying? Those assisted living waivers that I'm always complaining about. Okay, when you accept government subsidies like that, you lose your rights to be able to say no in certain situations. Does that make sense, Wallace?
Yes. Are you saying that a human being loses their rights when they go into retirement?
No, you lose your rights as the operator of that facility when you're accepting government money to be able to create a hard line between the standard that you're marketing to the public and your obligations behind receiving that money. I understand.
So in this instance, the Cuomo administration might have directed these people because they were receiving COVID money that they had to take these COVID patients from them.
Right.
No, it was until before. You heard it right. Well, supposedly the DOJ is looking into Cuomo's actions during that time frame. The whole board of the NIH at that time got removed from RFK recently as well, I think this week.
Yeah, that was 3 weeks ago, maybe, yeah.
So one thing that people need to understand, and while it's very sad what happened to their house with their kids until COVID blew over, some of them chose not to for numerous amount of reasons, but nothing legally stopped them from being able to do that unless their loved one was under a strict conservatorship where it would have taken a judge to be able to authorize the said conservative.
It was locked down, and it might actually be safer in there. Well, is that actually true? I saw that husbands and wives were separated. I saw that children were even able to visit their grandparents, and they were told that they would kill their grandparents if they breathe on them. So if you have an entire kind of ecosystem surrounding this whole COVID thing, wouldn't that be criminal?
So you're not listening to what I'm saying. If you choose to continue to live in that facility, yes, husbands and wives are going to be separated because nobody who does not live in that facility is able to access that facility during COVID. But again, that same husband had the ability, if the wife was in memory care, for example, and she doesn't have the ability to make her own decisions, and he's doing so as you have a need to put your loved one into care like that, especially a married couple, it probably means that they weren't able to medically support her care at home. So it puts somebody in a situation you're either going to have to pay up the ass to replace that care and to bring that person home, or you're going to have to leave them where they are because that's the only facility that's able to support responsible care, especially if you have somebody with diabetes or if you have somebody with ports or catheters or things of that nature. These are all very common things when somebody ages.
What I was going to say, with the unknown of C-19, I bet people did feel like they would be safer in a medical setting at the first.
They did.
Yeah, no, totally. I agree. Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, Adam, is that if you pretty much do give up your autonomy, accepting the care and the funds to prolong your life or take care of your life, you kind of almost do give it to unless you, like you said, have somebody come pick you up and bring you home.
So that means America can run concentration camps in America where they can terrorize elderly and going against the Constitution. That's fine.
No. There were not constant from boarding school during the pandemic. The same way that people had the option of moving their parents out of those facilities. Nobody was keeping them there and holding them hostage.
I don't think there were government facilities.
No, they were not. But what I was explaining to you is if they're receiving certain type of government funding, meaning like those waivers and those vouchers and pay, well, for a building to be able to accept money from the government like that, they have to be enrolled to be able to accept money from the government like that. And through that enrollment, it comes with specific terms as to the regulations and like standards that you have to follow. You see what I'm saying? To be able to receive that money and to be able to be in that partnership.
Right, but Fauci broke that compromised relationship. Because once he said in Congress, he made all of his mandates, all of his directives. It was then upon the NIH, and it was their fault for everything they did during COVID. It was their fraud. It's for food poisoning stream.
You won't try to be arguing. Yeah, I think Fauci's his whole protection thing going on is going to get tossed out because of the Omicron. I don't think he's going to be granted protection, especially from things that he's never been charged with or accused of. So it'll be interesting to see what sticks when the peanut butter does fly. You know?
It's gonna be crazy. Coughing. It's gonna be crazy if the opt-in puts all these people in jeopardy when my administration thought they were doing them a solid and giving them a pardon as they're going out the door. And when it comes around and bites them in the ass, it's gonna be pretty ironic.
Well, you know what? Right? They can't get pardoned for being a traitor to or treasonous acts. And I don't think they can get pardoned for being part of a genocide. I don't think that's a possibility for
more broad sweeping protections through pardon. Like that is kind of, which that might be iffy, it could be debated, but how does it make sense? Okay, like Fauci, why would you ever even give him one? Isn't he just the hero of the century? Why does he have to be pardoned? It makes no sense.
Yeah, what's so funny was that the Hunter Biden pardon was.
What has been come to find about the laptop? Oh my gosh, it's so obvious and so dumb that it's not even debatable what transpired and what we witnessed, and when the timeline and the events are all lined up, like, yeah, I don't know how mainstream still has any relevance to anything that goes on today. It's like, it is truly all entertainment, programming entertainment.
The linear media is pretty much dead. I mean, they can't. They got people that are YouTube streamers that are getting more views every day than they actually get in their audience. They're 3 times as many views. So people are going in with their feed. You've got Paramount and ABC trying to get rid of their television side because they just know it's a dead medium.
So what about mother people actually suing the media for fraud? Like the situation that happened yesterday, right? They picked up some little kids who worked on the platform and said little kids got tear gas. Why is Trump tear gassing little children? We really and truly would save them from child labor. We can sue them for that. That's misrepresentation.
Yeah, so have something happened, and I bet you Yosha's familiar, but somewhere between the beginning of Obama and quote-unquote news, that it was no longer journalist standard reporting, but it was actually entertainment. And it did do the change post-08, as far as I know, but I could be wrong.
You know what it was? It was the invention of the 24-hour news cycle. Because now these companies needed to fill 24 hours a day and keep eyeballs on them. Because clicks and eyeballs are the only way that people in media make money. And so when we got a 24-hour news cycle, they're all sending the crap. You got to fill out with content.
Which is ironic because it's the same way with YouTube. And what people are choosing and feeling is more reputable. It's totally ironic. Journalism as a whole, not just television, program.
The dying of journalism could be the thing that brings this country down because it's the only 1,000 scientists out of work.
Right, they would advocate for the cancer. You're totally right. Cancer would win if the leftists had to win.
Well, I think he said, Josh said something very important, right? There's supposed to be checks and balances in journalism. They're not supposed to be able to slant the argument. So they can trust and bring more straightforward information until they no longer bring that straightforward information. We can put them on the TVs. We can get rid of this trash.
Yeah, I come from a newspaper family, and it is a shame. I mean, I'm sure my dad's rolling in his grave to how it's treated today. But I encourage my kids. Like, I would love for them to be writers, be journalists, and I highly, even though they probably want to do other things, I always say that because we don't have true journalism, and it does go away. Like, all our worst nightmares will come true, and get all this information without mainstream. It's great, but at the same time, I guess it's probably just more work. If you're interested, you have to put in more work to get the truth or close to it.
You have to realize that, 30 years ago, there were thousands of independent newspapers throughout the country. Now they're all owned by the same company. There's only 2 or 3 corporations now that own this whole mechanism as far as linear media is concerned. Owns the whole mechanism of how stuff's delivered and what message is delivered. And that's why it's funny, because people realize that the independent journalists are all on YouTube and X, and they're flocking that way to find people that they think can actually give them a story without the bias.
Right. The only journalists we have, it seems like, are war journalists. Unfortunately, journalism's kind of tossed in their towel, whatever, however you want to say it.
Even the war journalists can be manipulated by where the army that they're attached to lets them go when they see.
Oh, totally. But I mean,
many times in history where they were asked not to report on certain things that they didn't even have out there.
No, you're right. I guess the whole Russia-Ukraine thing kind of showed that, like, you don't know what to trust or believe unless you do, like I said, lots of work on it.
Unless you do all the time to sit there and get it verified when 2 different people are saying the same thing. I didn't like to line together, then you can start to say, but who has the time to do that? That's what's crazy is that you're pretty much picking.
They're winning the literary battle, but they're not winning the financial battle. That's why I say we can put who we want on these teams. See, we don't have the structures. Independent journalists don't have the structures. They don't have the people working for them. They don't have the researchers. They don't have the teams. They don't have the software, the hardware.
So, there are people on those spaces right now that are making tens of millions of dollars a month. Tim Pool, Gambangino, before he left the Trump administration, those guys were making much more money than they ever could. Maggie Kelly, now that she's left and gone on her own channel, they are making buku bucks because they're drawing the people that want to see them and see what they have to say. So they can make Rachel Maddow's $35 million for one day a week look kind of silly because they're making so much money hand over fist, just being in center spaces. So I kind of say it's not the only way to go anymore. And once these ideological billionaires get tired of throwing money at CNN and MSNBC because they're not getting any viewership, that money's going to dry up. And we've seen that already because a lot of their talent that's been overpaid is starting to get fired.
We just have to might just go back to soapboxes and pamphlets. Keep it simple.
What truly is scary is that this AI is getting to be so good that we're not going to be able to believe our own eyes, because once they get the finalization of making sure that everybody's mouth movements are exactly synced, they're not going to know what was AI generated and what wasn't, and that is going to be really tough because they'll float somebody out. Most people read the headlines, they don't read the story. And a lot of these headlines are slanted, and when you start reading the story in the 6th paragraph, you see the real truth of what's going on. But they just put the idea in the headline that's maybe totally opposite of the story, knowing that 95% of the people are going to read the headline and believe that's what the news is.
Well, yeah, and most people know what they're looking for. So that right there kind of somewhere else that they're almost bled more than, yeah.
Listening to the average American is a fucking retard, bro. Like, man, you gotta think, like, there are millions who are informed and we know this shit. Like, we're a very, very small segment of the population. The average American is a fucking retard and will fall for that shit. I was here.
You see these people that are motivated to go out to these protests, and when they get questioned by somebody, well, why are you here? They don't know. They just absolutely don't know. They can't, well, from the river to the sea, well, what's the river? They have no idea. They're just lemmings.
Especially with the anti-two-way protests. I'm sure you ever watch those videos when the guys go up and start asking them, well, why are you not in support of this? Or, what are you looking to get accomplished here? And start asking, digging a little deeper, asking questions, and they're just fucking, it's just crickets, man. Then they get all pissed off and want to walk away from the camera. Like, I'm fucking.
Yeah, you get below the surface of what they're supposedly protesting, and they have also related knowledge about it. Somebody told them to come out, or it was something to do. That's the problem with our culture, is that we have been granted so many conveniences. We have the ability to have clean water at our disposal, electricity at our disposal, hot water. That's my hot water heater's broken. I'm getting a new one. But all of those things, a lot of people in the rest of the world wake up and they've got to first think about their security. Is something going to kill me today? They got to think about, am I going to eat today? Can I prepare something to eat?
You have third world problems.
Exactly. And, we have so much free time that we're allowed this ability to stare at our nables and start complaining about who gets to use what bathroom. And how the rest of the world sits and goes, what the fuck are you guys thinking?
Yeah, I'm about to quit my water heater. Since you said that, I'm going to stop procrastinating because I got the whip for it and all the stuff to clean it out. And I'm going to do that because I don't want to have to replace my water heater.
So I had a water heater. I had my, in 2015, I had my whole air conditioning unit replaced. And the original water heater, 25 years old, was sitting there next to it. And I said, we just go ahead and replace it over doing everything. So we did that. So here it is, 10 years. And I've been told, hey, it's 10 years. These new water heaters, they just stop working. We can go buy a new one. Land obsolescence. Get a repeat customer. Thing fail.
What's going on, Miles?
Chillin', brother. Can't complain, man. Just here listening.
Difference, right? I think he's correct because it makes it smart.
It's 112 here where I live right now, so the water coming out, even though the water heater is inoperable, is still pretty warm.
Okay, so yeah, he technically has it. Yeah, that was my ex-brother-in-law. He's forget the water was hot when he needed it. I was like, that's fair.
Because you're probably taking cold showers anyways. It sounds like.
Yeah, I'm a practitioner of that, but it's challenging at this time of the year because even instead of cold, it comes up about 75, 80 degrees. So we have little tricks. So it's take that, put a bunch of ice in it, take a shower, and you throw that over the net right at the very end of the shower. And you get 30 seconds of cold water before the ice melts. So we have ways.
I think that was too weird for anybody to respond, bro.
So if you've never looked into cold immersion stuff, guys, there's so much research that's been coming out talking about how beneficial it is for your body. It takes down all your inflammation. If you look at some of the Scandinavian countries, they'll build a dock out over the water and they'll put a sauna there. And the dudes will go in their sauna and then they'll jump out and jump into the freezing lake. And when you put your body in cold, you have this thing called the vagus nerve, which goes through your entire body. It resets that. And taking inflammation out of your body can be very helpful. So there's just a lot of benefits to it. You don't have to be as extreme to jump into a 34-degree cold plunge. If you just trigger water to the cold at the end of your shower, if you're doing whatever you're doing, you turn it there and just rotate your body. You don't have to put your head in for 30 seconds. You'll get the benefits of of doing cold plunge, out doing that.
How funny, as teenagers, we would go in the sauna and then we would do the plunges. We would do it multiple times a night sometimes, and I never knew the benefits of it until like my adulthood. But yeah, like I want to build a sauna, and I'm going to put it closer to the lake so you don't have to walk so far when you want to jump off, into the lake.
So oddly enough, I learned about all of this during the pandemic on Clubhouse. There was a room called Cold Showers, and people would get on and would actually take cold showers at the same time with their mics open. And then that led to one of my friends now, Miles Lucas, who's a jiu-jitsu professor and a level 2 Wim Hof instructor who trains with Wim Hof himself, was the OG that brought about a lot of the techniques that people use as far as breath work and cold immersion. And he was taking us through breath work exercises, which is another big component. And I learned all that here in Clubhouse. And I'm actually friends. I actually rolled with Miles last weekend, and I go to some of his breathwork seminars. So yeah, that sent me down that path. It was Clubhouse.
But yeah, quite entertaining hearing him get in it. Because he literally, I hear him like putting, 60 pounds of ice in this thing or more, and then filling it up with water. I was pretty fascinated watching him because I don't know how to do that. Like you said, just cold tap water probably would suffice the effect you're going for. The ice water, I don't know. Yeah, as a kid, it was like a high. Being in the sauna, being able to sit in there for 10 minutes, as long as you could. That was the effect we were feeling as kids then, and how good it felt after.
It's like Vegas about it's like Vegas about the AIDS. U-G-U-F, P-G-A-S or U-S. I guess, whatever it sounds like they're saying Las Vegas, so they're saying.
For me, the last 6-7 years, daily fast, I'll be eating 5 hours a night, and getting under a regimen like that, I lost 70 pounds. Like, I don't really drink anymore like I used to. You might have heard me out here talking shit, drinking beers, but since I stopped drinking, like, doing the fast and drinking, more than a half gallon of water a day, like, it's amazing the health benefits. And so the cold plunges, like, I'm almost gonna start looking into doing that, because it's super attractive, the benefits.
I've been intermittent fasting for about 6 years now. I don't do anything from midnight till at least noon, and if I can go to 2 o'clock, I'll do that, depending on what's going on with the day. But I have 2 cups of coffee in the morning. Other than that, I don't take anything until the afternoon. And it's been very helpful.
Yeah, I'm 9 p.m. till 3 p.m. I don't do anything except for, like you said, 2 cups of coffee, pure, and water. And I'm a laborer, so I'm constantly going through lots of calories every day, sweating, so water's important. But my wife's like, how do you do that? How do you extend that many calories? And you know what? I take in probably 3,000 calories a night. But that's it. And I tell her, oh, well, that lasts me to the next day. She goes, it doesn't work like that. I said, well, it must work like that because I'm not getting headaches, I'm not getting nauseous, I'm not having these issues people get who are used to eating 3 meals a day.
Well, you think about it, us as a species, hunter-gatherers, we were never guaranteed to eat every day, not specifically 3 meals a day. So our bodies are kind of set up to have periods where we don't take anything in. And, when I was really getting into that, I was getting really disciplined. I was getting to the point where I was doing 24-hour fast. I have friends that do 3-day fasts a lot, like once a month. So I want to push it, and they're training jiu-jitsu at the same time. Nuts. So it can be done, and it's amazing how if you don't answer that call of, I want to shoot a snack on something, how it goes away. And then 2 hours later, you're like, oh, yeah, I was hungry.
For this, most of the time I was just thirsty. And now I'm finding myself drinking, I want to say almost a gallon a day, because of how active I am. But most of the time it was thirst. Yeah, food is energy and it shouldn't be over-consumed.
Yeah. Welcome, Chris.
Yo, should I return that pink ticket in, man?
I guess it can keep.
It's been, what, 3-4 years?
I'm just lazy. Just lazy. You like to click on, I click on my.
Click on the house at the top. Ask what you
The house. Okay. Yeah. That's why, because I'm stupid too. So
it's a pleasure, Yosh, seeing you and Rose, listening to you, because I'm most of the time in the audience. But just the wealth of knowledge you are when it comes to SCOTUS and the things going on. So yeah, enjoy it totally.
Well, you'll notice that I only try to talk about things that I actually know something about. I'm with a lot of people on this app, so when I get in, on a lot of these topics, I have absolutely no experience. I am a pseudo-minority living in this country, no experience with whatsoever.
42 years, Yosh?
42 years. We've been married for 37.
Fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome, man. That's fucking awesome, brother. Oh, yeah.
It's too late to trade her in. The warranty's over. I was joking. I was with my brother and sister-in-law are really close. It's her sister and her husband. And they've been married 28 years maybe. And I said the other day, well, we're not going to trade you guys in because I've seen these 30-year-old women. I don't want any of that mess.
Yeah.
I can't imagine these 30-year-olds. Oh my God, that would drive me insane.
Yeah, it's a hot mess out here, Yosh. It's a fucking hot mess. It's so retarded out here with these women in the dating scene, dude. Ugh.
Wait, there was a return policy?
Yeah, you didn't read the fine print?
In California, it's just before the 9th year, because that's when it becomes common law marriage.
Oh, gotcha.
That's why all these stars get divorced at 8.5 years.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, in California, does your wife come with a Prop 65 sticker slapped on her, too?
and a 3-figure or 6-figure career. 6-figure guy. She actually did really well. She just actually retired. So, she's basically she was on family leave because her mom's really sick, and then she's taking the rest of her accrued vacation. But in a couple weeks, she's going to be officially retired.
Yeah, that money ain't worth a good wife, man. So I just want to understand it's like they get out here and stress themselves out prematurely for no reason. It's like, man, just like you not being stressed out and just being pleasant, and that's worth its weight in gold, man. Worth way more than a fucking paycheck.
The problem is they impose their own stress, right? And they never really get the money that they say they're trying to get. Not only that, when they do get the money that they say they're trying to get, they spend most of it because they have no money management skills. I just see it happen so many times. About when it gets a nice job, automatically she goes into debt. Running a house, trying to build a house and maintain a house that she can't afford. And therefore it's like you impose your own stress. It's not your job to build a house in the first place. You force your husband. Now you gotta do it.
Well, I thought right because she's extremely sensible. She's not into shoes and all that kind of shit. She didn't want surgery or she's against all that. I had nothing going on in my business. She was killing it. So, but she was an essential worker, so she had to show up every day. So, and she worked in a large organization and saw a lot of people who lost their loved ones during that. That was hard.
She in the medical field, was she?
No, she actually worked for a school district.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And she was one of the directors, and there's like 20,000 employees or something. And clubhouse and all that stuff with different groups. All of my friends had parents. Some of them died during COVID, and none of them died of COVID. You know, I didn't know one person who died of COVID. Yet she was coming home every day saying so-and-so's husband's died. She had one friend who lost her husband and 2 children. She buried 2 children on the same day. They were grown from COVID. From COVID.
Holy shit, man. Wow. God damn.
She's like,
my circle that knows anybody person that's died of COVID. So
yeah, I'm older, so I had a bunch of friends who were losing their parents, but they were losing their parents for other things. And then I had a friend here on this app in my town, and she was telling me about the story and stuff, how everybody's body was coming in and it was marked as a COVID death. And there were a few families that took exception to that, and they challenged the county, saying, hey, this wasn't COVID. They didn't have COVID in their body when they died. They had stage 4 cancer, and they finally succumbed, you know. The only thing that the county would do, they would put a supplemental paper, which would be stapled to the back of the death certificate, that said that they removed the COVID thing, but the actual original still said COVID. And I'm sure that they got paid by whatever facility they were in, you know, for treating somebody with COVID.
Yeah, the COVID shit was the biggest scam ever, man. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, and then meanwhile, this very same woman had her nephew, 20 years old, die from fentanyl overdose. And we don't talk about that shit at all.
Right, yeah, exactly, yeah.
You know, there's over 100,000 people in the United States that dies of fentanyl, and there is no reason that they should be getting fake pills or marijuana or cocaine that's laced with fentanyl. The only reason to do that is you're trying to kill people. It's not giving them a better high or something. It's in there because it's going to give you a good opportunity to die from it. So talk about a major conspiracy. We don't talk about it at all.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but
China's at war with us because they're sending that shit over here.
yeah, it's coming.
It's not
It's coming through Mexico, man.
Yeah, and what's the profit in that? It's so cheap to make. It takes so little to kill somebody. It takes like 3 to 5 grains of fentanyl to kill somebody.
What?
So I don't understand why this is legalized. To see these kids going to a party and taking, you know, Molly or something and it's laced with fentanyl and they die. Why the hell is that happening? Why do the dealers want to do that? They're killing off their customers. It's so nonsensical to me.
I was watching something on it. Real quick, Rick. Sorry, man. Welcome to the stage, Rick. Real quick. I was watching this thing. They were saying the drug dealers were putting it in because it actually is more addictive. We're guaranteed to come back and spend money with them. They were like, you can do, like heroin's highly addictive, but they were saying like compared to fentanyl's like 10 times more addictive. Like all it takes is one, and like you're guaranteed to come back. Versus heroin, you might be able to try it one time, and you know the odds of you.
Well, they're sure missing on how to mix that stuff into these other things because they're killing too many people.
Yeah, Rick, you want to say something, bro? You got the mic, man. Go.
I just want to say, I came to the conclusion that I think many of these dealers are actually agents at this point because I understand is the logic behind, okay, we're going to make it more potent and they're going to come back because, of course, they try to reach the same high, even though it's so dangerous, but it doesn't make any sense. You know, the risk is too high. I mean, it's a 50-50 chance. I mean, you can hook up somebody so much that it comes back constantly, or you can kill this person and you're losing a client, you're losing a customer. It doesn't make it. I mean, from a dealer point of view, I think it doesn't make very much sense. But if you're somebody in charge of an operation, you know, for a plan or something, you know, to steer up chaos, to then propose a solution, of course, is open. Then it makes more sense to me.
Yeah, I wonder what the ratio is for customers they actually kill to how many customers they get addicted, you know, and start bringing them more money.
It doesn't make any sense. Like if I try to put myself in their shoes, like
No.
I would not sell something extra. Why kill the customer? You know, from a money point of view, I don't understand it.
Yeah.
So you might have hit on it. Maybe, you know, from a numbers perspective, it's a small part of their quote unquote clientele. So they're just taken as acceptable losses and they just don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
It's probably what it is.
Okay. Yeah.
Sick shit, man. I hope there's karma and hell for some of these people.
Yeah, my wife's cousin, he just passed away 2 months ago. He OD'd on that shit. He was taking the what's that horse tranquilizer? Oh, ketamine. Yeah, he was doing ketamine, man. That shit was laced with fentanyl, man. Got him. Died in his
Crazy world.
Yeah, that, man.
So sorry to hear that.
Yeah, and this kid, I mean, he well-known DJ, entertainer in Detroit, man. Like, yeah, we went to his funeral, had it at his mom's house. Her aunt, and I shit you not, man, it was like 450 people showed up to this house to pay homage to this kid. He had people flying in from the UK and shit, other DJs and producers, and like it was mad crazy, man. But the drugs and that entertainment music scene, man, it's huge. I didn't even realize it because I've been out of the game for so long. But yeah, dude, the level of drugs and the type of drugs these kids are using, it's like, man, when I was in it, like everybody was just smoking weed. Like all you did was drink and smoke weed. That was it, man. But they got ketamine and shrooms and all this crazy shit they're doing now.
Sick's so old, he used to scratch on real record.
That is true. Yeah, that is true. That's actually I still DJ on records, man. Yeah, I still use records. I don't use that fake press button.
Where are a lot of the drugs coming from, though? Is it in-house, made in-house or something?
Mexico, and like your shit, the fentanyl, a lot of it is China's producing a lot of that shit, and then they ship it out to Mexico, and then the cartels batch it up, cook it up, and then they send it up through the southern border, and then the dealers here, and yeah, they cut it up even worse with their product.
But they're getting some of these busts and coming across the border, and they're saying there was enough fentanyl in one bust to kill every American.
Yeah.
335 million people. Do you think that China should be putting restrictions on how much of that they produce, trying to constrict the flow of it, and making sure it just goes to medical places?
So do you think people, the way you guys made it sound, right, fentanyl, it sounds like something that someone would use if they're suicidal. Do you think that people are not using it?
Most of the people that OD are buying something else that's laced with fentanyl, and they don't realize how powerful it is when they go to the place. They don't realize that whatever their drug of choices is being cut with it.
How can you even cut something like this? I don't know. It's in the micrograms.
I don't know. I just know that people are dying.
Yeah. I'm not surprised, but because with such a little amount, how can you even do this? Like, it's almost impossible to get the right amount, in a bag of whatever. But what's this guy was talking about the ketamine, yeah.
Wait, so, oh shit, man. So you're saying even the smallest gram is mixed with money or something?
No, it's in the micrograms. Yeah, it's in the micrograms. So the fentanyl is in the micrograms. It's like, it's not even milligrams, it's micrograms we're talking here. So how did you heard it? Can you imagine? Yeah, sorry.
I said, I don't know if you heard it earlier, Chris, but they were saying it's 3 little tiny pieces. I mean,
it's
talking about, it's nanograms.
Nanograms, curse. It's on like millions of a gram.
Yeah, that's times -6. Oh shit, but so it's in nanograms, it is still analyzing you.
Yes, yep. That was a big controversy with the George Floyd case, because the original autopsy.
When you said the bus was able to kill every American, he kills in nanograms. That's just crazy. Because I was wondering, what did they beat by that?
Yeah, we're talking 15 pounds of fentanyl, and it was enough to kill every American.
This is multiple times a year, curse, that they do these busts, man.
What about the DEA, right? The guys that work with drugs?
Yeah.
How would they deal with this?
They're not. That's the whole point. That's why you say it's a conspiracy.
When you allow 20 million people to flood across the border, and any one of those people could be carrying even a pound of fentanyl, I mean, it's out of control. You can't keep up with that.
If you listen closely, you start seeing the pattern. Someone once said to me, I think I saw, no, not someone, a TikTok, saying something like that. Because how do you feel that you have it? But when you think a lot of government,
he was very blessed. Children of the treasure.
These issues, but it's almost like none of them really get it.
But the problem with the, let's say, Western people, for the elites, is that we have rights, that we complain, that we need to vote, that we did this and we did that. The life of the type of world that they're picturing, let's say after 2030, when everything allegedly should be digitalized and everything, it's not a democratic situation. So I think they have a big problem with people from the Western world that do have all of these rights and all of this Western style with it. So they have to depopulate a little bit, more than a little bit. And all methods are valuable. Let's say all methods are, you can use propaganda, you can use LGBT, you can use drugs, you confuse the youth, you do all this crazy stuff and to reach the goal. And I think they're going to be successful. Let's say in 10 years, I think they're going to be successful.
Oh, your microphone's really low, Garrison. Can't hear you, brother.
Because you said was you saying about how they allow so many immigrants to pass through. So you think that all ICE was doing those Cuban thing and whatever, it's just all play. And they're just gonna come back and maybe one of them will drugs on. But the way it sounds, I'll be honest with you, because it's so scary. Just like you say something, during the Biden administration, they were doing 1,500 to 3,000 stops a day. Now it's under 90. So we don't have the problem of the drugs as much coming across the border. Maybe any other type of drug use, it's like none. But just the mass number of people who are coming across every day, there is no way for them to stop enough people and try to intercept drugs that are coming in on the backs of those people, which is the way that some of them bought their passage from coyotes was to go ahead and get me on drugs.
The shows made a shit can maker
So just
pretty
I want to say, but it's pretty obvious. I mean, you can't. You're doing some crazy technological projects and Project Stargate, and how much is it? 800 billion, whatever. You're doing the impossible, but you can't find fucking fentanyl in another truck or whatever. You can't do it in America today. You're letting the stuff in because you need to fabricate prices to then propose a solution and change the whole situation. So every method is allowed.
Yeah, I just asked ChatGPT about the fentanyl deaths in the last 5 years. So, last 5 years, you had roughly 312,000 fentanyl deaths. That's 1% of the population in half a decade that has died off because of fucking fentanyl. That's fucking crazy. Fucking crazy.
You tell me that's not a declaration of war. If China's feeding us that shit, that's an act of war. So you don't think your government is in it? You just think it's just the Chinese? I mean, the way the fact kept us doing that way. Unfortunately, we found this after COVID. We don't make any pharmaceuticals in this country. We have pretty great pharmaceutical manufacturing business in Puerto Rico. But during George W.'s term, they found out there was a lot of corruption and stuff going on there, so they shut it all down. So what that left us is that all of our pharmaceutical manufacturing then was coming from China, and a lot of the PPE was coming from China. So when we locked down the entire world, and the United States was looking for PPE, and they were looking for the pharmaceuticals that we needed, we were at the total beck and call from China to do this.
By pharmaceuticals, you're talking about, are you including generic?
We're talking everything from penicillin to vectormycin to, we didn't make anything. Aspirin.
That's strange. But don't you find that's strange? I mean, you've been, China's always been somebody who's.
But that's a direct effect of the environmentals, because they made it so hard to produce anything in this country that all of these pharmaceutical companies fled to places where they could get it made cheaper and where they could have it without all these restrictions that drove the cost of producing those pharmaceuticals up.
I hear what you're saying, but don't you want to know why use your head for saying? I hear what you're saying is. No, why drugs specifically or put yourself in a position where you put on someone who potentially you see as your enemy in the future?
Oh, yeah, that's the question everybody started to ask when we realized, we've outsourced all of this stuff. And if there's some kind of a major beef, China could just decide to not give us any drugs. We found out the same thing with, we outsources a lot of the parts that are in our military airplanes and things. If we can't only produce it ourselves, and there's some kind of big, international brouhaha, and countries decide that they're not going to supply us with the things that we need to keep our stuff flying, what are they going to do? One of the biggest reasons that we won World War II is that we were self-sufficient and we could do our own production, and we outproduced Japan, who didn't have any resources. We outlasted Germany, and we just were able to keep that machine going and keep putting in thousands and thousands of planes and replenishing the ones that we lost, where they were starting to get into finite resources. We also had all kinds of people to draw from. At the end of the war, Japan was barely training their pilots how to fly and just telling them to go crash into the boats because they just didn't have anybody with any skill, or they didn't have anything to draw from. In Germany, they had 12-year-old boys on the line and 70, 80-year-old men on the line because they'd gone through all the military age people. And it was our last effort to try to keep an offensive going or defense going when the war they were at. But that's, we just thankfully have so many natural resources and so many people to draw from that we were able to create our own war machine and keep it going until we could do it in our atmospheres.
So here we are like this. Supposedly today in China is the adversary, right? Alright. So tell me how actually both Europe and Italian, Europe and America are somehow using the same method or trying to hold the same method in the social credit system that they're using in China, basically on us too, right? With CDCs, with Internet of Things, digitalizing everything. But supposedly these people, they're our enemies. We don't share the same values, yes, supposedly, but eventually we're doing the same. So no wonder today we see such a denied but factual collaboration between the U.S. and Europe and China regarding supplies, regarding, like you said, BDIs, medical gear, medical stuff, pharmaceuticals, raw powders, and everything. Because of course they've been together. They've used China for so many years too, as a, let's say, as a testing ground for the social credit system and see if it worked or not. And they see that it's properly working. The control grid is actually in place and it's 101% working. And now they want to propose the same here in Europe and America.
So this whole narrative, I think, of, I think it's too surface level. I mean, we have to dig a little deeper. I think, in my opinion.
I mean, there can be more than one warfare, right? I mean, we could have a country that's flooding our borders with drugs that are killing thousands of Americans. And we also could have people that are here that have different ideology trying to work their way into positions of power to where they can influence which way the country goes. We start accepting some rules that are going to degrade our ability to control ourselves, control our population, which, there's a major brain worm that's been into a lot of the Americans' heads, and they're believing a lot of stuff that hasn't worked. And somebody said it great the other day, I can't remember what it was. They said that last 100 years, socialism and fascism killed 100 million people. And somehow the hubris of current Marxists or communists is that, well, they didn't do it right. We're going to do it right this time, and it's not going to get out of control. Which gets out of control.
Promotions Incorporated.
Because it's counterfactual. I mean, Marxism, socialism, they're trying to promote something that is pragmatically unfeasible. It's impossible. But you see that today we have, let's say, a conversion of two things. Methods that were taken from fascism in Italy through Mussolini, and Nazism through Hitler, and socialism and communism through, whatever USSR style method is. Because basically, and so you see the implementation of certain technologies toward social engineering. Yeah. So basically, like what they have in China, the social credit score system, you're using technologies to basically shut people down, to impose a certain way to do things in society. You can close people back account, you can do whatever to people if you control them digitally. And I think this is the last resort. It's like a nightmarish type of situation. It's the web dream of a tyrant, basically. And again, I want to stress this because this is crazy. Like, there's a narrative for people to view China, Russia, all the forces from the East as the evil forces. We have to fight them. But somehow we're doing the same. How is it possible? You're telling me these people are enemies, but you have these projects, Project Stargate. It depends basically everything to artificial intelligence. You digitalize everything. You control society through digital means, ruled by AI. Like in China, you're doing the same. How are these people my enemy? You are my fucking enemy. Your own government is the enemy. Not these people.
As I said, you could be attacked from multiple fronts. And everybody in this room, listen to this carefully. When everybody starts talking about U.S. going to digital currency, oppose that with everything you have. Because just as he said, if it's all digital, whoever's in power can decide that they don't like Jumpy one day and just turn off all their accounts. Trudeau did that during the trucker protest. He went and not only turned off their business accounts for these trucking companies, these single owner guys that were just trying to provide for their family, he cut off their personal accounts. He basically cut them off from their money because he could digitally take control and do that. And so when I hear them talking about, let's just do an American cryptocurrency or American currency and make it all digital, get rid of real money, you don't want to do that. I'll tell you, that's between us. The day that happens, I'm going to start making a hell of a lot of money in that market because if you're not going to play that, and it's going to be the big
time, and this one she lives in San Diego again. So she was telling me the other day, like maybe she received a message on this application that basically she had to go to the government building, basically to give her biometric data, so voice, face, digits, and then everything. So basically, everything except the retina scan, everything except the blood samples, let's say. And if you refuse to do this, they block your SIM card, they block your bank account. You can't do nothing. Yeah, it's still Russia. So even for people who view, because maybe not you in this room, but they see Putin like the savior, because he's opposing the crazy West and this and that, the degeneracy through the Orthodox Church. And no, they're all the same. Okay, they're all the freaking same. It's just a geographical difference. Let's say what they're trying to do the same thing.
If you hear us talking about the social credit score and you don't understand what that is, go check out Black Mirror on Netflix. There's an episode with Dallas Bryce Howard and Ken Howard's daughter, and it's all about a future where we're using social media to rate everybody that we meet. And she starts having a bad day and things start going wrong, and pretty soon she's kind of locked out of doing anything she wants to because people are down rating her. It's kind of just with the credit score, it's kind of the same thing. If you don't behave the way that the government wants you to behave, they start down rating you to the point where
Yeah, I was watching this special. We have all these birthdays. They were showing in China, the WeChat app. I don't know if you guys know what WeChat is, but it's pretty much a government-sponsored app. All your banking, your social media, all your healthcare, all your phone calls, your messaging, like everything's in this one app, and the government monitors it and controls it. So China's going to put it up. China has the most security cameras, public security cameras, government-owned security cameras, publicly placed all over the place compared to any other country. And even small businesses, private businesses that have security cameras, the government mandates that they allow the government to tap into that footage, to tap into those cameras all the time. So they've been using facial recognition. And in China, if you jaywalk across the street, those cameras will pick up your face, recognize your face, and you automatically get a fine deducted from your bank account. You'll literally see that jaywalking, and 2 or 3 minutes later, you'll get a note on your phone that they deducted the fine automatically based on your facial recognition. And then you get your social credit score points deducted, just like a regular credit score. You'll get your social points deducted. And also, if you buy too much beer, if they see that you're swiping your credit card or using your digital tap pay or whatever, it's linked to all your personal information, your banking, whatever this one for 5 cases of beer a day, it's probably your social credit score will drop. If you curse too loudly in public or you're being unruly in public, they pay the neighbors to cut each other out. Your social credit scores will go down. Once it goes below a certain threshold, you go on and happen to purchase a plane ticket or a train ticket or a hotel, you will not be blacklisted if you want to be in this. There's a reporter who actually did a story on one government officials about corruption, and because they didn't like it, they automatically dropped their social credit score. And this was literally confined to like the 2 blocks. Within 2 blocks of the building, you couldn't even use the app to get a cab. You couldn't buy a plane ticket, you couldn't buy a train ticket. Essentially locked down 2 blocks.
You're basically a serf at that point. You only exist to win with the government, whereas there's a power at the moment. And that's a very, very scary thought.
But say, my daughter lived in China. She recently moved to Korea, but she was in China during COVID when COVID was opened up. The United States was formed when we got the signs out. They used that system, facial recognition, had to be cleared to go into even just a certain building. They checked the police everywhere you went. Just so you could get into your building, then they would shut you off for some reason or another. You shouldn't be there. Like they tracked you and monitored you and make sure health-wise they really. It was scary that they know exactly where you're at and how to touch you.
What, 27?
Trump pushes here in the States, man. Everybody being dumb on technology. You know, that's a big point of selling everybody convenience. They marketed everything as convenience. So everybody's like, well, it makes life easier, it makes life easier. No, that convenience is for the purpose of getting everything into their grasp. They can control you, control your assets, control your finances.
We're going over the 27-year-old Marine Corps officer for dinner. Date number 2.
They want to get everybody off of fiat currency, off of gold, off of silver, off of anything that has any back tangibly. Get everybody off that. And imagine how scary that would be. We got all
digital. The anthrax vaccine may have caused her some problems. Or she's just a jarhead.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have so many Americans that aren't aware of any of this type of thing, and they'll just go home and get it.
But you know, to impose
Congrats, soldier on the same thing for your sacrifice and service. Service of Indian Guerrilla, the 27-year-old Marine Corps officer for dinner in Hannah. Date number 2. I think the anthrax vaccines may have caused her some problems, or she's just a jar.
So they need prices to induce a response that symptom duration is an uncertain utilization of CBDCs. So, knowing the fact that
I just wanted to say you should look at the sexy tonight. You gotta see our girl. The girl that does. Hey, I got my first electric bill with my air conditioning going on. Like $49.
I'm expecting those changes of the prices in 2025 and 2030. Including the possible second.
About it. See what the next one.
I think it's a hell of a lot easier.
Anyway, just wanted to tell you, look hot, get in the shower.
Basically, all we do is
have a good time. Bye.
Signed by law, we're going to go to an American digital currency. So basically, you have this date to convert your United States fiat dollars into medium cryptocurrency. After this day, 6 months later, you can turn it in if you're going to be resistant, and you only get 75% of that fiat currency in the new US currency. And a year later, it's going to be 50%. And if you don't do it in the time frame that we want, by the time you're done, we're not going to exchange your fiat currency for anything. And it's going to be non-negotiable in any place in the United States other than some kind of free market. And they can just force you to turn over your dollars for their new crypto space money just by that kind of knowledge.
But you can induce a civil war with it. Because how you know, it's not something like
motivated enough people to get upset about that when we have generations of people that have grown up in the digital age and everything they do is on its own. And they're like, oh, I don't care, that's just easier. I do that with Apple Pay anyway.
That is also true, yeah.
When they were doing the Hong Kong protests, the CCP got China to deactivate the airdrop feature on the iPhones because that's how they were sending each other information over protests, how to setting up the demonstrations. So, obviously text messages can be monitored. Email can be monitored when you're within a vicinity of hundreds and hundreds of maybe if not thousands of people. AirDrop is the most secure means of communication. China didn't like that shit, so Apple incorporated an update and killed it to where your AirDrop feature turns off after like 5 minutes or 10 minutes or something like that, so it can't automatically stay on for a lengthy amount of time.
Okay, I'm getting depressed. Beach the subject city. When I think about this stuff, and it's just a little scary, and I'm kind of glad I'm older, so maybe I'll time out before this thing comes to pass. Be somebody else's problem.
What do you think about it?
It's very exciting, actually.
What do you think about it? Like, think about our cell phones. How many physical updates we've had, like our cell phones were 10 years ago. Where they're at now. Everybody thinks smartphones,
just a jar.
facial recognition. Everybody thinks that's remote secure, so if you lose your phone, or when your phone. If you think about it, remember it used to be back like 10 years ago, you could pop the battery out of your phone and swap it out with a new battery. All of a sudden, all the phones are sealed. The batteries are sealed. Why is that? Well, if you think about it, when you shut your phone off and you take the battery out, there's absolutely no power going to that phone, so nothing inside internally can work. Well, when you seal the batteries in, yeah, you can hold that button down and shut the phone off, but that's a soft power down. That phone can still be working in the background. I was telling you, like 6 years ago, I was telling people this. I'm like, yo, you think your iPhone's off, it's still running in the background. I'm like, no way, no way. Well, you guys noticed probably about 5, 6 years ago, it had been a little bit sooner than that. When you turn off your iPhone, what does it say on the top? It says that even though your phone is off, the GPS and the tracking feature is still working, so you can use Find My.
Because it makes a Wi-Fi triangulation. There's constant Wi-Fi triangulation when the GPS is off. Both Android and iOS, they do Wi-Fi triangulation, so they try.
I have to say that that's a horrible analogy. If I'm a police officer and I see somebody who I suspect is high on drugs, and maybe it's because I profiled them and I'm not so certain that that was a proper stop to begin with, but at any rate, he's trained to spot drug dealers. Look, I've ridden with cops in the Michigan State Police. This one guy, Delgado was his name, and he just had a way of sniffing out which car to pull over. So his partner would be driving, and they're doing traffic enforcement, the state police on the highway, and we'd see people violating the law. That one, no. That one, Barry Shaw would say no. That one, and we pulled them over, and sure enough, they would have drugs. Somehow, he was able to profile people, and he loved, he wasn't in it to make traffic stops. He was in it to use traffic stops to make drug busts, and he was renowned for the number of drug busts he made. All right, so wait a minute. Okay, so now I see you, and I think, oh, here's a long-haired hippie freak back in the 60s, and he's probably, got marijuana, God forbid, and, reefer madness and all that, and I pull you over, and you're polite, your eyes are clear, there's no smell of marijuana in the car, and I run you, you have a clean driving record, you hadn't really broken any traffic laws, and I sent you on your way. That is not analogous to just stopping people because there's a child in the car, because there's a possibility that the child may be abducted, or stopping people in MacArthur Park just because they look like they're Hispanics. You really should answer that in a good analogy that you're getting.
No, could you tell me if you know the instructions on to stop brown-skinned people with children in the car? Is that what?
No. No, you were the one who said, when they did this raid, which this raid had nothing to do with the topic at hand, because this was, by the way, this was a warranted raid, as in legal warrants.
That's right.
Okay, stopping people in MacArthur Park is not a warranted raid. This is taking people in military vehicles dressed as combat soldiers and chasing them in the park and stopping everybody that they can stop who fits a particular profile. Not all in man. Huh?
That's the instruction.
Well, that's what they did. And that's what they did. And since you just said that they're highly trained, the Border Patrol and ICE agents, so obviously they were operating under instruction to do so. There was some command structure that caused for them to come in such force and just stop everybody that they could round up. Did you see the videos? Okay, that's exactly what they did. Now, what they were told in the briefing. No, I don't know. What difference does it make what the results were?
They could get a tip to illegals there.
Right. All right. If you're in MacArthur Park, it's in downtown LA. By the way, most of the people